สวัสดีค่ะพบกับดิฉันกมลชนกพุกขยาพรค่ะ
สวัสดีครับผมบรรพต ธนาเพิ่มสุขครับเรา2 คนจะรับหน้าที่เป็นพิธีกรในงานแข่งขันการประกวดแผนธุรกิจภาคภาษาอังกฤษ the MAI Bangkok Business Challenge Sasin 2017 ครับ
ซึ่งปีนี้นะคะจัดขึ้นประจำทุกๆปีนะคะเป็นปีที่15ติดต่อกันแล้วเปิดโอกาสค่ะให้นิสิตนักศึกษาระดับปริญญาโทนะคะจากมหาวิทยาลัยชั้นนำทั่วโลกเดินทางมาที่ประเทศไทยกับคุณบรรพตเพื่อที่จะเปิดไอเดียนะคะแล้วก็ค้นหาความเป็นผู้ประกอบการในตัวของนักเรียนเองค่ะเตรียมความพร้อมนะคะเพื่อที่จะเข้าสนามรบจริงทางธุรกิจในอนาคตค่ะ
ภายใต้แนวความคิดในการจัดงานครั้งนี้นะครับก็คือ Seeds of Success for a Sustainable Future นะครับหรือว่าการบ่มเพาะเมล็ดพันธุ์ทางความคิดเหล่านี้แหละครับให้เติบใหญ่กลายเป็นต้นกล้าแล้วหลังจากนั้นนะครับเราจะบ่มเพาะต่อให้กลายเป็นต้นไม้ที่มีรากแก้วที่แข็งแกร่งครับ
ค่ะก็เป็นการนำธุรกิจนะคะแล้วก็เทคโนโลยีนวัตกรรมมาใช้เพื่อต่อยอดให้ธุรกิจนั้นมีความยั่งยืนงานนี้ค่ะมีการจัดขึ้นนะคะภายใต้ความร่วมมือของตลาดหลักทรัพย์ MAI สถาบันบัณฑิตบริหารธุรกิจศาสินแห่งจุฬาลงกรณ์มหาวิทยาลัยและก็ได้รับนะคะการตอบรับที่ดีจากมหาวิทยาลัยชั้นนำทั่วโลกและก็ได้รับการสนับสนุนค่ะจากตลาดหลักทรัพย์แห่งประเทศไทยนะคะ SCG Houston Technology Center Asia บริษัทน้ำตาลมิตรผลจำกัดผู้ร่วมสนับสนุนนะคะอย่างกลุ่มธุรกิจการเงินเกียรตินาคินพัทระบริษัทปตท.จำกัดมหาชนและสถานีโทรทัศน์นะคะแห่งการลงทุนและเศรษฐกิจอย่าง Money Channel ค่ะ
ซึ่งปีนี้พิเศษมากเลยนะครับ
ใช่แล้วค่ะ
มีทางด้านของทีมที่เข้าร่วมเนี่ยมากถึง70ทีมมากที่สุดเป็นประวัติการณ์และตอนนี้นะครับทั้ง6ทีมที่กำลังจะนำเสนอแผนธุรกิจภาคภาษาอังกฤษนั้นพร้อมแล้วนะครับเราจะไปติดตามชมการนำเสนอแผนธุรกิจภาคภาษาอังกฤษ the MAI Bangkok Business Challenge Sasin 2017 กันครับ
Good morning, honorable judges, participants, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and viewers on the Money Channel. Welcome to the final round of the MAI Bangkok Business Challenge at Sasin 2017, the only global new venture plan competition in Asia. My name is Kongpan Pramod Nayutaya, and I'll be your host for today. The Bangkok Business Challenge was created in 2002 to encourage postgraduate students across the globe to become more entrepreneurial. Teams from around the world will be pitching for the most prestigious prize of all, His Majesty the King of Thailand's award, as well as cash prize of over $50,000. So this year we had 70 teams from 17 countries, 5 continents, submitted their summary business plan in the first round. We had highly qualified first round judges who chose 15 best ventures to come to Bangkok to present their business plan in the semi-final round. This year we also introduced the special Thailand track, and we had 5 teams from Thailand. These teams will compete for a chance to win and to become the 16th semi-finalists and be part of this prestigious and truly global event. During these past 2 days, the 16 teams have been pitching their ventures at several panels of judges who are looking for the most viable business ventures from an investor's perspective. It's been a tough 2 days. Presentations have been at fast pace, quality higher than ever, and questions particularly grueling. Today, the 6 ventures emerge as finalists. They will be presenting their ventures one by one to our final round judges, and the winner will be taking home the prize of His Majesty the King's Award. Of course, this competition wouldn't be possible without the kind sponsor of this event, namely the Stock Exchange of Thailand, Siam Cement Group, Thailand's leading business conglomerate, Houston Technology Center Asia, Accelerating Innovation, and Midpon Group. Other sponsors include Kiatnakin Patra Financial Group, PTT Public Company Limited, and of course Money Channel. So today the 6 finalists in order of their presentations are Swash Toilets from SP Jain Institute of Management and Research, India. Second team will be Pure Spinach from Cornell University, USA. Third team, In Bionics, also from SP Jain Institute of Management and Research, India. Fourth team today will be P Device from Sasin, Thailand. The 5th team, Y-Box from Cambridge Judge Business School, United Kingdom. And last, the sixth team that we'll be presenting today will be Smart Toilet Company from Queensland University of Technology, Australia. But before we begin, let me introduce our honourable judges today. So starting from my left, Mr. Robert Romnes from Bangkok Venture Club. To his left, Mr. John Plate, Managing Director, Sukhothai Capital Company Limited. Dr. Andrew Stotts, Co-founder, CoffeeWorks, A. Stotts Investment Research. Mr. Sid Vineyard, Founder and Chairman, Houston Technology Center Asia and Middle East. Mr. Suthipan Suthat Naayuthaya, Founder and Managing Director at Vantage Company Limited. So let me introduce our first team. Please give a warm welcome to our first team, Swash Toilets from SP Jain Institute of Management and Research, India. So let me remind you, the team, you have 30 minutes on stage. This is fully interactive where our judges may ask questions anytime after 5 minutes. And so you get 3 time warnings, one at the 5 minutes to allow for the interactive session, and 3 minutes and 1 minute before the end. Please keep your eyes on our lovely ladies in the front here, okay? And for our audience in the room, please mute all your communication devices and refrain from leaving the room during the sessions. So, Swash Toilet, are you ready?
Yes, you're ready.
You ready? A bit nervous? No, you don't look nervous. Okay? So we'll start the clock as soon as you start. Okay? Good luck.
Good morning, everyone. We are Team Swachh Toilets from SPJMR, Mumbai. Let me show you the current situation of public toilets in India. These are the pictures that we clicked in Mumbai. 700 million urban people worldwide do not have access to private toilets. 100 million people defecate openly. And out of that, 41% are from India. 12% urban population in India defecates openly. And only 8% of them use public toilets. This is because of the low density of public toilets in India. And India is facing a lot of challenges because of that. One is diseases due to bacterial infection, deterioration of human health. Second is women's safety, rape and murder cases. So we went ahead with and did some primary research in cities like Chandigarh, in tourist places like Goa, and metropolitan cities like Mumbai. So we talked to the toilet providers and we found what is the current business model and what is the average footfall per day. We talked to customers and asked them their current perception of the current quality standards of public toilets. And we also asked them what is if they are willing to pay extra if the quality standards are improved. We found that they were willing to pay even 100 to 150% extra if the quality standards are improved. Then we went ahead with analysis of this industry of public toilets. On the competition side, we found municipalities and Sulabh International, Sulabh International has around 8,000 toilets across India. On the buyer side, we found there's high willingness to pay. So, our idea, this is where Swachh Toilets comes into play. Our idea is threefold. First of all, we will have the first mover advantage in this industry. So our idea is about, first of all, we will primarily focus on improving the current quality standards in public toilets in India. How? By building a brand known for consistent quality. B, we will be providing aggregation services. We'll act as an aggregator. On the supply side, we'll enter into management contracts with the current existing public toilets, with Sulabh International, with the NGOs, and with municipality bodies. On the demand side, our customers will be able to find location of toilets nearby. Also, we'll be providing standardization of services. We'll provide standard minimum quality standards across all public toilets in India.
Now I'll talk about the three major segments that we've identified. First is the exclusivity seeker. This is the person who belongs to the higher income group and perceives public toilets to be for the lower or middle class people. Second is the cleanliness paranoid, that's the segment B. These are the people in the medium income group and they perceive that public toilets are filthy and I don't want to use them. And last is the regular segment C. These are the people in the lower income group. They are in the dire need of public toilets because they don't have access to they don't have their own private toilets and also they're prone to the diseases the most because they're not aware of the diseases. So we've analyzed the three segments and we've come up with three products that are for each of the three segments. First, we have the Swatch Exclusive. This is for the segment A. This is a manless, technology-driven e-toilet that will be procured from the vendors and this will be priced at a premium level. Next, we have Swatch Premium. This is for the segment B. And this is a modular bio-toilet that will be set up based upon the build, operate, transfer model and that will be priced slightly higher than the current market price. And finally, we have Swatch Regular for the segment C. This is where the existing toilets will be taken up by us in the form of management contracts and the qualities will be improved and they'll be priced at the same level as that of the current market price. So for the initial years of operations, we are going to focus on the segment C and the product Swatch Regular for two main reasons. First, the low capex because of the collaboration model. And secondly, the volumes. The footfall per day for segment C is 600 per complex per day. And for compared to the segment B, the footfall is in segment B, it is 340, around 340 per day per toilet, and in segment A, it's 150 per toilet per day. So two reasons why we'll be focusing on segment C.
So now I will take you through the business model of our business. So let me first explain you how we are going to earn revenues. So there are going to be three sources of revenue. A, we are going to collect fees from every user. Second, advertisements. And third, we are going to make ancillary sales like sanitary napkins, soaps, which will be required by the travelers. As far as advertisements and ancillary sales are concerned, they are going to constitute 8% of the total revenues. So we can leave them aside and we can just concentrate on the fees that we are going to collect from the users. So now let me tell you, so we have taken all these three products and independently, we have analyzed each and every product to see where is the financial viability to go through the execution. So first I will take you through the C product, where you can see the model will be management contracts. So we will be taking up with the existing toilets and we will be providing them a contract fee. So as you can see, the major costs involved are the contract fee, which is around 50% of the revenues, and the employee cost, that is around 30%, with operator having the highest cost. So that leaves us with only 5 to 10% of the margins in the, 5 years down the line. But as you can also see that the volumes are very high in the C segment, so the NPV comes out to be highest as compared to the other products. So NPV is around $8 million and the NPV is 75%. So this will be the model for the C segment.
Excuse me. Am I having a correct understanding with it that you are going to build a public toilet, but you will invest everything yourself?
No, so the first segment, the C segment, there are certain existing facilities of public toilets already there.
Oh, so you just manage?
We will just manage them because we don't want to put a lot of capital expenditure. We just want to use an asset-light strategy so that in the initial years, like 4 or 5 years, we generate profit and then...
And in your first year forecast, is it based on existing toilet only?
Yeah, the first 5 years are on the existing toilets only. And so now this is about the C type of the segment that we are catering to. Then we can analyze the B type of customers where we are going to use a build, operate, transfer model. So here we are going to build our own bio toilets, modular toilets. But after 10 years down the line, these toilets will be transferred to the government because we'll be taking lease from the government to use the space. So here you can see the profit margins are higher than the C segment because we'll be charging a higher price.
I have a quick question. Those leases that you're going to get from the government, could you expand on that a little bit? Because India is notorious for the bureaucracy. What do you expect that you will run into? I understand from some of the material that you think that you don't need all the licenses because you're only leasing the space, but I would imagine it takes time anyway.
Yeah, so we did go to the municipalities, we talked to them, and currently the model is such that if you want to set up a toilet, you can set up it at 1 rupees per year, they will give you on lease. So all the NGOs, all the Sulabh International, all these people are using the toilets, are putting the toilets on the spaces just at a very, very low price because today India is going on a mission called Swachh Bharat, which is being entertained by our Prime Minister Narendra Modi. We also have a tax of 0.05% Swachh cess that constitutes around 4,000 crores of treasure, which, out of which 80% goes to the cleanliness. So there is a strong push from the government for the cleanliness and the setting up these toilets. So taking space for the toilets is not going to be a big task.
Could I ask, the relationship you have with the facility owners under your management contract, are you anticipating that would be a fixed cost annually or a profit sharing arrangement? Will you need to make long-term commitments? How exactly will that work?
So this will be based on sharing of the revenues. So currently, let's say they are earning 4 rupees per user. We will be giving them 2 rupees per user, 50% of the revenue they were earlier getting. This is because now they are not going to incur any kind of cost. All they are going to get is the contract fee. So this will be entirely the profit for them. So the relation between with the collabors and us will be sharing of the revenue.
So your argument is that the net contribution to them is higher by sharing the revenue with you and having no costs than by them managing the asset themselves.
Yeah, so because in the initial years, as you can see, the footfall is very less in their toilets. So that is why even if we start managing those facilities, we are running into losses in the first 3 years. The margins are as low as, in the first year it's minus 14%, minus 11%, and in the third year it's only around 1%. So initial years, because of the very less footfall, the margins are very lower. And the same is the case for them also. Because we are going to adopt the same model, we are going to charge the same prices, but we have to maintain certain quality standards, because of which we will run into losses. But as the years go past by, the footfalls are going to increase. So that's how the fixed costs, which are already associated as far as the salaries is concerned, so that will come down per toilet complex, and we will start earning profits. And the profit earning will be, margins will be like 4 to 5% in the coming years.
Why do footfalls increase? Just I'm thinking about a toilet in an area has a certain number of people around. Can you explain what's going to increase those footfalls?
So currently, if you, as you have seen in the pictures, the quality of the toilets is so bad, you would never want to go and enter these toilets. If the quality is maintained, people will go to these toilets. Plus, there will be a lot of promotional campaigns that we'll put up. We will also have a mobile application.
So are you saying that people right now
Yeah.
have set up toilets and they're just losing money and losing opportunities, and they don't even have enough, they're just, why did they set up the toilet?
So they set up the toilets because initially the government focus is just that to make the people believe that.
So they want to help the government, or are they private people that have set up the toilets?
So, sir, the government is also pushing a lot on increasing the density.
So just tell me, who, for the toilets that you're going to try to take over, who actually owns them or set them up? Is it individuals, businesses, or is it government?
So the owners will be the same. Currently, Sulabh is working as an NGO. That's why they are not profit based. So from our primary research, we found that people are willing to pay, but they're not getting the quality standards, which has not improved for years. And that's where lies the untapped opportunity.
It's hard for me to understand that. How many toilets are you going to take over, do you think, in this stage?
So in 5 years down the line, if you talk about the C segment, there will be around 10,000 toilet complexes.
So those toilets are generally already in existence.
So these are existing.
And they're poorly managed.
Yeah, they're poorly managed.
And whose money is that's set them up? Is it government money, or is it individual or business money?
So it's a mix of the money. So the people who are setting it up, some of them are operating on BOT
So everybody's okay with losing money. They're already losing money. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because as far as this is concerned, so it has been a number of years that their money has been recovered from whatever the smaller margins they have earned.
I'm equally confused. Could you explain to us about Sulabh, right? They have 8,000 now.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Are they all in the wrong places?
No,
Because
sir.
footfall doesn't really change, right? Footfall is footfall.
The major issue is regarding quality, sir. People.
But do they realize they have an issue? Like, are they happy? Have they actively been looking for you? Or are they happily running 8,000 loss-giving toilets? I don't really understand the relationship.
So right now, most of the Indians living in the urban slums, they do not have a toilet only.
I understand all that.
Yeah.
No, back
But-
to this specific
So
company
this-
and these specific
Yes,
8,000
so
toilets.
Yes. So the Sulabh's focus is to provide public toilets so that people can at least have an access. Right now, the focus is not on the quality. Because they are not focusing on the quality, people are openly defecating. They are not coming to public toilets. That is the reason the footfall is so low. Since our entire focus is on quality, and
These guys aren't very smart then if they set up toilets and people aren't using them, right?
Right.
So that's what you're saying?
Yes,
They're just
yes.
not that smart, and so thousands of toilets they set up, people are defecating outside of these toilets because they're not smart enough to figure out to get people in them? I don't understand that.
So this is because their focus is not at all on profits. So their focus is just to provide them an access and say that.
No, but she just said that they're defecating outside, so
Yes.
they're not even providing access. So they're not providing profit or access, is what you're saying. It's so bad.
Sir, Sulabh's focus is mostly on increasing the density and on providing toilets to households, not to public toilets. Their focus, they have been in establishment for 45 years and they have not focused on increasing the density.
It's just that the thing that we're trying to get to is that in what we often say in business is there's no free lunch. What you're telling us is that there's thousands of toilets sitting there with profits available and they're not getting it. That's okay, but you need to convince us of that. So we probably should keep moving.
Let me ask a question to this young lady on the left, because I notice that she keeps feeding information to the other three of you, so I'd like to talk to you directly. All of you, the first three, have mentioned your market research and a high willingness to pay for the toilets. Tell me about this market research.
So, sir, we stay in Mumbai right now. So what we did, so we are all from different places of India. Like I'm from Chandigarh, Haryana, different places. So we started with Mumbai. So Mumbai has a lot of population and places like local railway stations. So we went to such places where there's a lot of footfall and there's a lot of need.
How many places?
So 10 places in particular, one consisting of local railway stations and the places like Juhu, Chapati that are the popular tourist places. So these places we went there. So what we did was, first of all, we analyzed the number of people who are taking the tickets from there. For example, I'll give you an example of a local railway station in Andheri West. So there's people are taking tickets from there. So we analyzed, we went for like a sample time, let's say 2 to 3 hours, and then we analyzed how many tickets are people are buying. So that will give us an estimate about how many people are coming there. And then we went to the toilet operators. So he's making a list on his notebook. So for that hour, let's see how many people are coming there. So that way we analyze number of people coming there and number of people using the public toilets. So that gives us an estimate about how many people, what is the opportunity there, existing, what is the opportunity there. So this is how we went about to estimate the numbers that we'll be focusing on. Going ahead, we talked to the people around, people like us, people like auto rickshaw drivers who don't have knowledge about basic stuff. So we talked to those people, we conducted interviews, we had questions like how frequently do you use public toilets and what do you think is the quality? Do you know about the diseases that are present in the society? Such questions with people, and also in our own college, we have a batch strength of 2.
I think one of the points about this is we suspect that your questions are all biased, right? You're going to ask somebody, oh, would you pay for a better, cleaner toilet? Everybody's going to say yes, right? So can you explain about the bias that's natural in this type of survey and how you have adjusted for it so we don't run into the situation where people have been surveyed saying that they will do it, they will pay, but in the end they don't pay. Can you address that?
So, sir.
So one of the examples I would like to give. So one of the things which is started in the city of Chennai. So it's a very premium kind of services. It's a 5 lakh INR toilet. And it gets a shower after every visit of a customer. It gets a shower. It's absolutely clean. And people are winning 20 rupees for that.
You are getting off track here. See, your focus is on the most basic group of segment. I understand. I mean, the luxury people can do. I mean, they have money, but I think your whole business promise relies on this. People who still defecating outside, and you try to convert this traffic into yours so you can sell advertisement.
Yes, sir.
So come back to judges' questions about your survey that you said people are willing to pay more to come to the public toilet if it's more clean. How many % of those people are actually currently defecating outside now? See, they're defecating outside now because they have money, but the toilet are not good enough for them, so their choice is to go defecate openly. Or do they don't having affordability to actually do anything and they have no choice, they have to defecate in the open. So you just have to describe on this.
So as to explain the affordability only, I was taking this example. So it's 100% hike from the existing price, the Chennai toilets. And still people in the C segment, they are ready to pay for it. So people are actually paying for it. If you provide them, the 65 toilets operational right now, if you provide them, they're paying for it. We actually spoke to them. We don't stay in Chennai, we spoke on phone, and they're very much.
My point is, will this cleaner toilet convert people who are now defecate openly to quit defecate openly and come to the premise?
So sir, as you see, our primary focus is not on charging higher right now. We plan to charge the same and we just want to get the management contracts of the existing toilets. We'll build a brand over 2-3 years. We'll try to focus on providing consistent quality. We'll not be charging any higher.
No, you still don't understand the point. The point is, will whatever you're trying to do actually solve defecation in the open problem or not? That's my question.
So we are primarily focusing on urban slums, and at this point of time, the areas for open defecation is seriously declining. You know, the open areas. So people, they have to look for places to go inside a toilet and do it. And also, women's safety is becoming a major concern. So you must have heard in news a lot that whenever
so let's move on from this for a second, and let's imagine that somehow existing toilets are going to be amazingly clean at a cost for you, and then you're going to sell advertising at this low end. Can you convince us that the advertising is really there, the advertising dollars? I mean, I can understand in your high-end ones, you're going to advertise the mobile phone and the this and the that, but at the low end, tell us about your advertising.
So in India, companies like P&G and Unilever, so their main focus is bottom of the pyramid at this point of time. So they are coming with small sachet, 3 rupee sachet, 2 rupee sachet of shampoos, of soaps. So these are the people whom they really want to target rather than the premium segment. Because right now they're focusing on the volumes rather than the premium products, rather than the margins.
So what kind
these are
of,
the companies we're targeting.
have you had discussions with these suppliers, and have you talked about the potential partnership, or they're bringing some of their materials there, or what they will pay for that? Can you explain that?
Sir, we as we mentioned, we talked to the supplier, the toilet providers, and
the ancillary products will be like sourced from the wholesalers only, and the margins are going to be very, very less. So that's not a significant amount of revenue that we are going to generate. So that's going to be just to create.
Okay, so tell us about the advertising.
Yeah, so the advertising is going to constitute 8% of the revenues. So we will be charging around 5,000 rupees per month for one complex to the companies. And this advertising will consist of these sanitation kind of...
yeah, but I'm asking you, have you talked to the companies that are going to advertise, and what's your idea about what they're going to pay and what they're going to advertise there?
So the justification is based on our talks with the recruiters that comes to our college, like P&G comes, HUL comes. They come for giving presentations about their competitions. So when we went ahead and when we talked to them, they were ready to put up their posters, because 5,000 rupees per month for such a big, huge giant is not.
Okay, so the next question that I have is, I want to understand about the expansion into the next stage. And one of the questions that I have that's critical for me is that I need to understand about pricing. Over the next 5 years, can you increase the price for the different segments, or how is price set? Does the government have any role in that?
So initially, as you see, for C segment, the prices are going to remain constant for 3 to 4 years. But as far as India is concerned, the inflation rate is 4%. So we are going to increase the prices according to the inflation rate.
Is there any government restriction on your pricing?
No, there is no restriction on the price.
So this is pure...
Are you sure there's no government restrictions?
No, there is no government restrictions.
And there's been no discussion by the government
So we have talked to
specific to toilet pricing?
So, sir, government is trying to push the NGOs and private players into setting up toilets and operating them, and charging as per the industry standards.
The reason I ask is because you have referenced Prime Minister Modi's new initiative, and surely you're aware that when he was in the United States, he announced that there were maybe 1,800 new companies that the government is contracted with to install toilets. Are you one of that 1,800?
So the focus of Narendra Modi sir is in the rural areas, and it's into the household toilets. What he's trying to do is he's trying to put up these toilets in the rural areas, in their households. What we are focusing on are on the urban toilets where the need is still there.
I disagree with you because I was at the meeting when he said he was specifically referring to public toilets.
Yeah, so but those public toilets in the rural areas.
So yeah, our focus is on urban areas, not on rural areas. That's the difference.
To answer your question, so we have taken the inflation rate, but at the same time, we are moving to more premium services going down the line.
So there's two, why I'm asking this is there's two issues that you have. Obviously, if you can make everything better, you can increase price and all that, but usually with a public service, such as bus service or other things, and this clearly is something that is a human need, right? You will usually run into two resistance. Number one, government. Number two, the local people. You may say in a spreadsheet that you're going to increase the price, but you may find out that people either stop using it or they actually revolt and say that's not fair. And so it could be that all the value that you're thinking about that you're going to get over time just won't come. Your prices will be fixed for the next 5 to 10 years, right?
So this can be supported by the example of water. So water is a public need and it's a public utility where the government has the duty to provide the water free of cost. But now, so this was the situation 5 years before where no one was buying mineral water. But as you see now in India, a lot of people in the lower strata are using the mineral water only to drink. So their prices are very high and the prices are actually increasing year-wise. But people want to live a good lifestyle. That's why they buy those water bottles. So similarly, we can bring an analogy to it and say that the toilets, since you will be getting a cleaner service, your situation, your lifestyle is going to improve. They will be using that facilities as well. Again, it can be supported by the example of smartphones. Earlier, 5 years before, there was no phone with anyone. Now, people are using smartphones. The penetration is as high as like 80% in the urban areas. And so we have a program called Abhidaya, where we go to slums every month 2 times, and we have a kid that we have to mentor. Today, all these households who are living in a very small space, like 4 members, they all have smartphones. So, given the lifestyle of the India, which is changing, the demographic dividend that we have, there are youngsters.
Yeah, I get that. And one of the issues is that this is not like, hey, you're free to go and buy a thing of water at a convenience store. That's very different. This is a human need that you're providing to, and within 3 to 5 years, the people in that community are going to think that that's theirs and that that's important to them. And it's just like in America, for instance, they're trying to say that the internet is a public service now, and it must be regulated in such a way, and pricing must be set. So I'm just asking about that.
And so just to add his point, so he spoke about smartphones. Now, health is a key issue. Smartphone is not a necessity. If if the person is able to pay so much for a smartphone, then why not health? He's definitely more concerned. And with demographic dividend setting up in India, youth, they are coming up and they're becoming even more aware of the health conditions in India, and they want to improve it. So that is why we see this strata to going forward to really want good health facilities and to focus on clean toilets rather than going to the existing filthy toilets.
I have a question of a very practical nature. Those toilets, I don't know how many you plan to take over the first year. When you're discussing it with the local people in the local area, do you run into any kind of resistance? You're going to charge the same, but you're going to take half, right?
So yeah.
So this is money they're currently making, but you will take half, but they will accept it because in the future you will have more customers. I don't exactly get it.
So whatever.
So at one of those railway stations, for example, as you mentioned, there is already a toilet running and there's already so and so many people coming, they pay so and so much. What's the deal you're going to make with that particular toilet?
So we are not taking the half of their profits. We are taking half of their revenues and we are giving them half of the revenues with zero cost. They are not incurring any cost right now if we give them the half of the revenues.
Who are these people? So I understand to some extent the logic that they can get half of what they currently do by doing nothing. But what if they got nothing else to do? But it's rare that people are willing to give up half their revenue just to not do what they do every day.
So whatever the employees which are there in the existing toilets, like the cleaner or the operator, so they will be working for us only. So they are not going to go anywhere. So they are going to stay there only. We are going to hire them only. And they will be used as a reference to hire new set of people.
That's a good answer. So then I understand. So then go back to the owner. Then I'm sorry to be a bit slow here. So go back to the owner. So the owner has agreed to this with you, to share 50% of their revenue going forward, because you say so. Why on earth would they do that?
Owner doesn't operate. Owner just owns. Owner is government. Owner is municipality. All his concern is to increase the footfall and encourage people to not openly defecate in front
So
of
you
us.
would, okay, so you would negotiate this with the municipality.
Right.
And the current people who get the revenue, the municipality has accepted to lose 50%?
No, sir, it's not. It's the revenue sharing. Currently, they are not working as a profit-based center. They're working like a non-profit center. We will provide them with fixed, with certain amount of revenues which they are already having. In fact, it will be more.
All right, so you take the risk of seeing whether you can make more.
We have planned to go ahead with 5 solar complexes in Mumbai in the next 3 months. We are planning to talk to them. We have in fact got our first sign up exactly, support from them, that they are ready to, they are impressed with our idea and they are willing to do it, because their focus is not on public toilets. Their focus is on rural household toilets, because government's focus is also on that thing, and they also want to, as an NGO, they want to focus on household to increase the penetration of household toilets, not on the public toilets.
So it's
That's
not,
where the opportunity
so
is.
all we're trying to say, it's not your core business and they want to take
Thank you. I'm afraid I have to cut you off there. Time's up. Thank you very much, Team Swash Toilets from SPJ Institute of Management Research in India. Wow, that was like a firing squad. So we take a short break.
นั่นแหละครับคือการนำเสนอแผนธุรกิจภาคภาษาอังกฤษทีมที่1นะครับสำหรับประจำปี 2017 นี้นะครับนั่นคือทีม Swatch Toilets จากมหาวิทยาลัย SP Jain Institute of Management and Research จากประเทศอินเดียนะครับและตอนนี้ผมไม่ได้อยู่คนเดียวนะครับผมอยู่กับผู้เชี่ยวชาญแล้วก็ถือว่าเป็นนักวิเคราะห์ที่จะมาฉายภาพให้เห็นนะครับว่า business model ของเขานั้นเป็นอย่างไรโอกาสมีมากน้อยขนาดไหนนะครับขอต้อนรับคุณวารีพรนิวาสสวัสดิกุลครับสวัสดีครับผม
สวัสดีค่ะ
ขออนุญาตเรียกคุณแนนนะครับ
ได้ค่ะคุณอีก
แอคเซนต์ของทีมนี้ โอ้โหใช้ได้เหมือนกันนะครับ
ต้องโฟกัสมากๆเลยที่จะเข้าใจแล้วก็พอดีเขาพูดค่อนข้างเร็วแล้วก็สำเนียงอาจจะเราจะไม่เคยคุ้นชินกัน
ใช่แต่ผมชอบอยู่อย่างหนึ่งคือเขามองเห็นปัญหาที่เกิดขึ้นในประเทศอินเดียแล้วก็แปลเปลี่ยนให้เป็นโอกาสในเชิงธุรกิจของเขา
ใช่ค่ะเขามองเห็นว่าประชากรของประเทศอินเดียค่ะคนค่อนข้างจริงๆคนเยอะมากแล้วก็ปัญหาใหญ่ของเขาที่นักท่องเที่ยวส่วนใหญ่อาจจะกังวลก็คือไปถึงแล้วแบบห้องน้ำไม่สะอาดเลยไม่อยากเข้าเลยอะไรอย่างเงี้ยค่ะแล้วคนในประเทศเขาเองก็คือบางคนเหมือนแบบถ่ายทุกที่โล่งเลยไม่ได้เข้าห้องน้ำด้วยซ้ำ
ปัญหามันอยู่ที่จำนวนไม่พอหรือมันอยู่ที่ความสะอาดที่อาจจะไม่สะอาด
เขามองเห็นว่าปัญหาจริงๆเนี่ยคือไม่สะอาดห้องน้ำมีค่อนข้างเยอะเขาบอกมีถึง 8,000 ถึง 10,000 เลย 10,000 ที่เลยทีเดียวแต่ว่าคนบอกว่ามันไม่สะอาดก็เลยไม่อยากเข้าเขาก็เลยมองเห็นปัญหาตรงนี้ค่ะเขาบอกว่าเขาลงไปทำ market research บอกว่าคนเนี่ยยอมจะจ่ายมากขึ้นถ้าเกิดว่ามันสะอาดขึ้นซึ่งโดยปกติเขาบอกว่าจ่ายอยู่ที่ประมาณ4 รูปีก็จะประมาณ3 บาทเขาบอกว่าถ้าเกิดว่าคนบอกว่าสะอาดขึ้นจะยอมจ่ายมากขึ้นเขาก็เลยมองเห็นว่าถ้าอย่างนั้น business model ของเขาอะค่ะจะทำเป็นมองลูกค้าเป็น3 กลุ่มเขาจะมองเป็นกลุ่มบนสุดเขาก็จะบอกว่าบนสุดเนี่ยเป็น exclusivity seeker ในโมเดลของเขาบอกว่ากลุ่มนี้จะเป็นกลุ่มที่ยอมจ่ายมากเขาจะเก็บถึง10 บาทเลยแต่ว่าที่เข้าใจว่าเขามีเนี่ยเขาก็จะมีการสร้างห้องน้ำที่เป็นโมดูล่าค่ะจะเป็นห้องเหมือนที่เราเห็นแต่อันเนี้ยจะค่อนข้างไฮโซหน่อยอาจจะมีเหมือนแบบระบบกดอัตโนมัติมีสบู่ให้มีอะไรให้ก็คืออย่างดีเลยอะค่ะอันเนี้ยเขาจะเกาะกลุ่มคนที่มีเงินแล้วก็เป็นนักท่องเที่ยวส่วนกลุ่มที่2เนี่ยเขามองว่าเป็นกลุ่มที่ไม่ต้องการความหรูหรามากหรอกแต่ว่า ว่าก็อยากได้ความสะอาดที่สแตนดาร์ดอาจจะเหมือนสากลทั่วไป
ครับ
ซึ่งอันเนี้ยเขามองว่าเขาจะเก็บประมาณ5 บาทต่อครั้งเวลาคนที่เข้าห้องน้ำ
ถามวิธีคิดก่อนนะครับการที่เขามองเห็นปัญหา
ค่ะ
แล้วแปลเปลี่ยนเป็นโอกาส แล้วเขาแบ่งเซกเมนต์กลายเป็น3เซกเมนต์เนี่ยวิธีคิดของเขานี่ถูกต้องไหมฮะ
ถูกต้องนะคะเพราะว่าแต่ละคนเนี่ยมีปัญหาที่ต่างกัน
อืม
พอแต่ละกลุ่มเนี่ยค่ะมีปัญหาที่ต่างกันเนี่ยเราก็จะต้องตอบสนองหรือแก้ปัญหาตัวนั้นเนี่ยต่างกัน
ครับ
อย่างเช่นพอกลุ่มที่3เนี่ยเขาบอกว่าเขาแทบไม่ต้องการอะไรเลยขอให้แค่เหมือนมินิมัมสแตนดาร์ดแค่แบบพอเข้าได้ไม่ติดเชื้อโรคพอละ
อ๋อ
กลุ่มที่เก็บ3 บาท แต่พอกลุ่มเมื่อกี้เราบอกว่าอ๋อเขาต้องการความหรูหราความสะอาดแบบสุดๆไปเลยอย่างเงี้ยค่ะเราก็สามารถเก็บเขาได้10 บาท
ตลาดไหนน่าจะเยอะกว่าครับ
สำหรับอินเดียเนี่ยเขาอะบอกว่ากลุ่มที่ 3 กลุ่มล่างสุดเนี่ยเป็นกลุ่มที่เยอะที่สุดเพราะเป็นประชากรส่วนใหญ่ในประเทศของเขา
ครับ
แต่ทีนี้เนี่ยจะเห็นว่าเงินรายได้ส่วนใหญ่ถ้าเก็บได้เยอะจริงๆเป็นกลุ่มใหญ่ ทีนี้จะเห็นว่าเมื่อกี้กรรมการก็เริ่มตั้งแต่หยุดคำถามตั้งแต่กลุ่ม
สเตจแรกเลย
ใช่
นะครับ
ตั้งแต่กลุ่ม
แร
ที่
เลย
3 เลยที่
ใช่
เขา
ครับ
บอกว่าเขาจะโฟกัสเป็นคนในประเทศที่มีประชากรมาก
ครับ
กรรมการก็เริ่มถามว่าแล้วคุณเนี่ยไปถามคำถามเขาอะลำเอียงหรือเปล่า เพราะคุณไปตั้งคำถามเขาว่า ถ้าเกิดห้องน้ำเนี่ยแพงขึ้น คุณพร้อมที่จะจ่ายไหม
ครับ
เขาก็ตอบเขาบอกรีเสิร์ชเนี่ยตอบสนองมาว่ายอมจ่าย ทีนี้กรรมการบอกว่าปัญหาอาจจะไม่ได้อยู่ที่ตรงนั้น ปัญหาเนี่ยอาจจะต้องย้อนกลับไปว่าจริง ๆ แล้วคนในประเทศอะเขาไม่เข้าห้องน้ำเพราะอะไร
มันอาจจะเป็นเรื่องของวัฒนธรรมเขาหรือเปล่า
ใช่
อันี้อาจจะเป็นส่วนหนึ่ง
ใช่หรือเขาบอกว่าเขาอยากประหยัดไม่อยากจ่ายเลย
เป็นไปได้นะครับ เพราะว่าค่าแรงขั้นต่ำในอินเดียเนี่ยผมเข้าใจว่าต่อวันเนี่ยประมาณสัก100 บาทเท่านั้นเอง
ใช่
เพราะฉะนั้นถ้าจะต้องมาจ่ายค่าห้องน้ำเพิ่มขึ้นอีก3 บาทจริงๆมันก็ถือว่ามีนัยสำคัญอยู่เหมือนกันนะฮะ
ใช่ค่ะสำหรับบ้านเราอาจจะดู
ครับ
ก็3 บาทเอง แต่
ใช่
สำหรับบ้านเขาเนี่ยค่อนข้างยาก
ครับ
อันเนี้ยเป็นจุดหนึ่งเลยที่เวลาจะออกมาพรีเซนต์หรือออกมาเสนอแผนธุรกิจอะ
ครั
ค่ะ
บ
เป็นเรื่องสำคัญมากที่ส่วนใหญ่จะเจอคือ เรามีวัฒนธรรมที่ต่างกัน
อ๋อ
อ
อย่าง
เช่นทีมนี้เนี่ยเป็นคนอินเดีย
ครับ
พอมาพรีเซนต์หรือมาเสนอให้ในประเทศต่างประเทศประเทศไทย และกรรมการก็เป็นต่างชาติอย่างเงี้ยค่ะบางทีคือเราอาจจะไม่ได้เข้าใจวัฒนธรรมในบ้านเขาเต็มที่
ก็เลย
มันก็จะเกิดคำถามเยอะ
อืม
ใช่เพราะจริงๆแล้วถ้าจะให้ดีเราควรจะมองเห็นความต่างก่อนว่าผู้ฟังของเราเป็นใคร แล้วเราอธิบายให้ผู้ฟังของเราเนี่ยเข้าใจก่อน
ครับ
ว่าสภาพแวดล้อมที่เราต้องการจะเสนอคืออะไร
อืม
เพื่อที่จะเห็นได้มากขึ้น
ครับ
ทีนี้นอกจากตัวนี้ค่ะคุณอีกนอกจากว่าการที่เขาบอกว่าคุณแน่ใจเหรอว่าคนในประเทศอ่ะต่อให้สะอาดขึ้นนะแล้วเขาจะมาเข้าจริง ๆ หรือเปล่า
ครับ
พอตัวนี้เสร็จแล้วเนี่ยก็จะมีถึงด้านว่าแล้วคุณไปเอาห้องน้ำจากไหน
โอ้โหอันนี้เป็นประเด็น
ห้อง
ที่
น้ำจาก
ถู
ไห
ก
น
ตีมากเลย
ใช่เขาบอกว่าถ้าเป็นกลุ่มล่างสุดเนี่ยค่ะกลุ่ม C เนี่ยเขาบอกว่าจริง ๆ แล้วในประเทศเนี่ยมีห้องน้ำอยู่แล้วประมาณ 8,000 ถึง 10,000
ครับ
ที่มีอยู่แล้วเขาบอกว่าเดี๋ยวเขาเนี่ยจะไปทำสัญญากับเจ้าของแต่ละที่บอกว่าเอางี้ละกันเมื่อก่อนน่ะคุณเก็บได้ประมาณ3 บาทใช่ไหม
ครับ
เดี๋ยวทางทีมเนี่ยจะให้คุณครึ่งหนึ่งให้1 บาท 50 คุณไม่ต้องทำอะไรเลย
ต่อครั้ง
ต่อครั้ง
ต่อคน
ที่มี
ที่
คน
มาใช้
เข้าใช่ค่ะ
ครับ
ไม่ต้องทำอะไรเลยก็กึ่งเหมือนไปเช่าสถานที่เช่าอะไรอย่างเงี้ยค่ะ
ครับ
แล้วเขาจะส่งทีมเข้าไปดูแล จะมีการปรับปรุงห้องน้ำ
ทำความสะอาด
ใช่ค่ะ แล้วก็เก็บเงินให้เหมือนประมาณเหมือนเดิม3 บาทเงี้ยค่ะแล้วทางเจ้าของที่ก็คืออ้าวสบายไม่ต้องทำอะไรก็คือเหมือนกินค่าเช่าไป อันนี้เสร็จก็เจอคำถามที่2ที่หนัก
ครับ
อยู่เหมือนกันเมื่อกี้กรรมการก็เริ่มสงสัยว่าอ้าวนี่คุณกำลังบอกว่าสิ่งที่มันเป็นอยู่ทุกวันเนี้ยค่ะ 8,000 ถึง 10,000เนี่ยเขามีปัญหาเหรอเขาบอกไหมว่ามีปัญหา
คือเขาจะสร้างมาทำไม
ใช่
นะฮะจะปล่อยไว้ทำไมให้
ใช่
ให้
ค่ะ
เงินมันไหลไปเรื่อย
ใช่ ถ้าเกิดคุณมองว่าเขาจะยอมเปลี่ยนมาใช้ของคุณแสดงปัจจุบันต้องมีปัญหาก่อน
ๆ ครับ
ก็เลยเกิดการที่จะต้องเหมือนแบบทำให้กรรมการเห็นว่ามันมีปัญหาจริง ๆ หรือเปล่า เขาก็เริ่มถามว่าแล้วปัจจุบันเนี่ยห้องน้ำพวกเนี้ยมายังไงเหรอใครสร้าง
ครับ
เขาก็บอกว่าบางจุดอะค่ะก็คือลงทุนเองบ้างทางรัฐบาลนะช่วยสร้างให้บ้าง ทีนี้ก็เกิดปัญหาว่าเขาอาจจะอยู่อย่างนี้มีความสุขดีอยู่แล้ว อาจจะเหมือนมีรัฐบาลให้เงินสนับสนุนบางส่วนทำไมเขาจะต้องเปลี่ยนมาอยู่กับคุณด้วย อันนี้ก็เป็นจุดที่2ที่ค่อนข้างใหญ่เลยเพราะว่าตลาดเนี้ยจากรายได้ของเขาเนี่ยเขาอิงตลาดนี้สูงมาก เพราะฉะนั้นถ้าตลาดเนี้ยเขาไม่สามารถทำให้สำเร็จได้ ไม่ว่าจะเป็นทางด้านซัพพลายก็คือเจ้าของห้องน้ำ
ครับ
หรือว่าจะเป็นทางด้านลูกค้าก็คือคนที่มาเข้าห้องน้ำถ้าเกิดเขาไม่สามารถแมทช์ทาง2 อันนี้ได้ก็คือเป็นความเสี่ยงที่ธุรกิจอาจจะพับไปเลย
ครับ
ใช่ค่ะ
แต่เมื่อสักครู่นี้ผมยังไม่เห็นว่าสมมติว่าเขาจะไปบริหารจัดการห้องน้ำที่อยู่ในสาธารณะเนี่ยนะครับคือเขาจะติดแบรนด์ของเขาอย่างนั้นหรือเปล่า
ใช่ค่ะ
อ๋อ
เขาจะใช้
ครับ
คำว่า swash toilet ซึ่งคำว่า swash เนี่ย เมื่อกี้ก็ไปถามอากูมา
ครับ
ไป search Google มาทำไมต้องเป็น swash ด้วยบางคนอาจจะสงสัย คือ swash เนี่ยค่ะ เป็นเหมือนชื่อโครงการหนึ่งในประเทศอินเดีย ซึ่งตอนนี้รัฐบาลของเขามีการสนับสนุนโครงการ SBA ขึ้นมา เพื่อที่จะเหมือนแบบสนับสนุนให้ประเทศอะค่ะมีความสะอาดมากขึ้น เขาก็เลยยกตัวนี้ขึ้นมาว่ารัฐบาลไงจะเป็นผู้สนับสนุน
ครับ
ค่ะ
ความจริงก็ยังมีประเด็นอีกหลายประเด็นที่เราควรจะมาพูดคุยกันนะครับแต่ว่าตอนนี้ทางด้านของทีมที่2นะครับที่ชื่อว่า Pierre Spinach จากมหาวิทยาลัย Cornell University จากประเทศสหรัฐอเมริกานั้นพร้อมที่จะนำเสนอแผนธุรกิจภาคภาษาอังกฤษแล้วล่ะครับไปติดตามชมพร้อมกันครับ
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Let me remind you, for those who just joined us, either at home or here in the audience, you are witnessing the final round of the MAI Bangkok Business Challenge at Sasin 2017. So today we have 6 ventures who are pitching their ideas and innovation to our panel of investors. And our investors are going to be looking at which ventures they're going to put their money into. So, our second venture, please give a warm welcome to Pure Spinach from Cornell University, United States of America. So, let me remind the team, you have 30 minutes, okay, on stage. You'll get a time warning after 5 minutes to allow for the interactive session. And then 2 time warnings, one 3 minutes before the end and one at 1 minute before the end. Okay? You ready? So make sure the mic's on. Okay? That's good. Yeah, that's good. All right, so we'll start the clock as soon as you start. Okay? Good luck.
Hi, we are Sardar, Hope, and Ziad. The 3 of us come from different parts of the world, yet we share a love of food. When we first moved to Ithaca, New York, a year and a half ago, we were surprised by the abundance of fresh produce, especially in the harsh, long winters of Ithaca. We soon found out that this was enabled by hydroponics, an innovative agricultural method. Although we found most of the crops that we liked, there was something missing, our favorite green, spinach. And we set out on a journey to solve this problem. We are Pure Spinach, and we sell the best spinach in the world. By the best we mean a better tasting, more nutritious spinach that is locally grown, available year-round, pesticide-free, and ultra-fresh. So fresh that you can have it on your plate in less than 24 hours after harvest. This is us in our greenhouse in Ithaca. We are currently selling our spinach at 4 retail locations in Ithaca, New York, and we have reached $1,500 in revenue last month. We cannot keep up with demand, and we're at full capacity. We wake up every morning thinking about how we can expand our production so we can get this product in the hands of more consumers. We are experiencing this demand due to a big gap in the market. In the US, if you want to buy spinach, you can go to the local farmers market, which is available a few months of the year, and you can buy spinach that is highly inconsistent in quality. Or you can go to the supermarket to buy packaged spinach, which is imported from the West Coast, traveled thousands of miles, and is washed in a chlorine-based solution. The answer to the problem is local hydroponic spinach. And the market we are targeting is huge and growing fast. Total spinach consumption in the US alone has reached over $1.1 billion. And we are going after the $150 million target market of premium packaged spinach. Now you might be wondering why hydroponic spinach does not exist. Hydroponic growers who have had success with other vegetable crops have consistently failed with spinach. That is due to the nature of the crop, which is susceptible to a root disease that kills the plant before maturity and infects the entire greenhouse when grown with conventional hydroponic methods. Us working with field experts at Cornell University have developed the right production parameters that enable the risk and disease-free growth of hydroponic baby spinach. We do this by controlling every single piece of equipment in a hydroponic greenhouse through an autonomous controls box. And we encrypt our algorithms that is in the controls box, and we protect all aspects of the hardware as a trade secret. And we sign non-disclosure agreements with all greenhouse staff.
Our methods beat traditional methods across multiple metrics. Compared to traditional field-grown spinach, we have less than half the crop cycle time, use 90% less land and water, yield zero agricultural runoff, and also are able to reduce carbon emissions through our local distribution model. Our product is also nutritionally superior, with higher levels of iron, zinc, and magnesium, and lower levels of sodium. We aim to establish ourselves as the premium brand for local, fresh spinach. Although we're currently the only company that's able to produce spinach hydroponically, we know that competitors will try to replicate our methods. This is why we need to get our product into the hands of our target consumers while we still have first mover advantage. To do this, we need to scale rapidly. We plan to partner with existing hydroponic greenhouses by installing our hardware controls box in their facilities, allowing them to produce spinach hydroponically. We will then purchase the spinach from them at a fixed rate, and through our distributors, sell it to retailers under the Pure Spinach brand. A 4-ounce box will be sold to consumers for $3.99, which is in line with pricing of other boxed organic leafy greens.
And our business model will add value to every single stakeholder involved. Farmers look for the sale of profitable crops at stable prices and secure sales volumes, while retailers are looking for local produce that is locally grown and zero risk of food recall safety. And consumers look for locally grown products that is naturally sourced and transparent. And our business model meets all those needs thanks to our product. And Pure Spinach will have two different revenue streams. The first generated from sales of the produce from our own operated greenhouses. And in that greenhouse, we will grow our spinach, we will conduct R&D to ensure product quality and continued operational efficiency, as well as de-risk our hardware component for our product. The second revenue stream comes from the sales from our partner-owned greenhouses, and every single greenhouse will grow.
Can I ask, it seems that you have almost two businesses going on here. You've got an agro or an agri-technology business which enables the growth of a crop hydroponically that wasn't possible before. But it also strikes me that you're now also trying to build a consumer-facing brand and get this into a variety of retail environments. Can you explain why you've decided to do both at the same time, and the challenges of distributing into, the mass market and building this brand strikes me as quite difficult for a young company.
Sure. Our intention is to be a produce marketing and sales company. But we know that our proprietary technology gives us first mover advantage for a temporary period of time. Realistically, we are aware of our competition, their capabilities, and we can see how they may catch up in in the span of 5 years. And our intention by adopting this business model is to scale fast. There is a capacity of hydroponic greenhouses in the US, and we want to utilize that by having them grow spinach in partnership with us. And that is what fuels our revenues in the produce marketing side.
But then you see the long-term barrier to entry not being the core technology, but the first mover advantage in building your brand, both as a consumer brand and as a brand for hydroponic growers to adopt when they want to, produce another profitable crop.
Correct.
And how do you? I'm not that familiar with produce purchasing by retailers. How does a store currently buy its fresh produce, and how are you going to move from supplying 4 or 5 retailers directly to actually supplying through what I would imagine is a wholesale network, or, I mean, Publix don't buy directly from producers, right? So what's the current distribution infrastructure for hydroponically grown produce, and how are you going to get in there in a meaningful way?
If I may go back to our business model slide.
I just want to reassure that you're comfortable with the claim you've made that you're the only company that grows hydroponic spinach in the United States.
Correct.
Are you familiar with Deer Valley Produce in Arizona, the largest hydroponic growers in the United States? Have you been there?
No, we haven't been there.
I don't think you should make that claim if you go to their facility. I don't think that's a valid claim. I take exception with that.
We are aware that other hydroponic producers are experimenting with spinach, and we know that there are large hydroponic producers like Bright Farms who have come out with hydroponic spinach products, but they are not long-lived because these root disease issues that hydroponic producers experience with spinach arise eventually, and the products have to be taken off the shelves. And in the last 3 years, we have seen numerous hydroponic producers sort of go through this cycle.
Can I ask, you're presenting a model that's a typical model in, for instance, animal feed. You provide the technology, you provide the feed, you may provide day-old chicks, something like that, and then the farmer raises it and then you buy it back. Is that close to the model of what you're proposing? Something like that? So the question I have is, the first thing, for that model to work, there's got to be a pretty high price of the final product to extract the profit from it, number one. So I want you to tell me about the value or the price of spinach and how that can support that model. The second part is, can you give me an example of a company that's doing this type of model in the agricultural area, rather than, for instance, I've given you an example of the feedstock for animals?
Sorry, at least in terms of the pricing, right? The end user will be charged $3.99 for a 4-ounce box. For a 4-ounce box, they will be charged a price tag of $3.99, which is the average median price for the.
I guess I'm thinking about the whole thing, like when someone sets up allocates a greenhouse area to spinach. Is this a high value product, or is this a low value product for them for that space?
Compared to greens, spinach is the largest revenue per square foot, and it is 27% more than the other green. I mean, the spinach would retail, the growth is around $80 per square foot, while the next revenue generating is 27% less.
Okay, so let's accept that for a moment. Now, please tell me about a company that's implemented this kind of model, because I'm interested, maybe I want to invest, but I want to see how it's been operated in that industry.
In terms of another farm, to my knowledge, we haven't seen. And the reason this model is working and we believe would work for us is because we've been approached by existing greenhouse operators.
Okay, so that's the problem that I face. As an investor, I'm looking for something to base my comfort. I'm trying to get comfort from this. So the hurdle you got to get over now, from now forward, is how you're going to scale this thing and it's going to work, even though we don't have a model of it working with another company.
Maybe I can go back to build a little bit on what Andrew is saying. You mentioned that you currently, almost as proof of concept, you currently have $1,900 of revenue per month. Is that correct?
$1,500.
Okay. And you have 4 retailers?
Yeah, we're selling at 4 retail stores.
Right. So that, if my calculations are right, and I gave you 1,900, you sell, in each retailer, you sell for $16 per day, which is 4 boxes a day. How much, can you explain to me, how much proof of concept is that really? It's $16. And also, building on that, I can see that if I then add that up, that means that if you if you continue as you're doing now, you will sell for $22,000 in a year. Could you go back to the slide where you say how much you actually project in the first year? Okay, so around 300,000, right? from what seems to be a trajectory of around 20,000?
And the reason is we understand.
That's a real ramp up.
Yes. But the reason is because we wanted to proceed for the next one. It was for the use of funds, since the greenhouse we're currently in will definitely not meet the demand. It was a place where we were doing our proof of concept and seeing
Yes.
the consumer and retailer and farmer feedback.
I kind of buy that, actually, but 1 year?
I mean, in terms of we were expecting when we raise our funds with around 3 to 4 months of construction, and since we've already been developing relationships with the retailers, so as soon, I mean, if I can just give an anecdotal story, for example, based on where we are currently. So last year, we walked with the first batch that we were doing, and we went to one of the largest online retailers in New York City. We walked in and we told them this is something that is grown in New York City in Ithaca. They were confused that you can grow winter-grown spinach at this time of year. We're like, yes, please sample it. And this is the produce buyer. As soon as he sampled it, he's like, I can give you exclusivity with an SKU right now because we do not get the fresh local spinach grown. So in the sense of us having that forecasted as an assumption for us, that played a very big role. When I'm walking in before we even had a brand or a name, Pure Spinach, or being incorporated, when we're walking in with a bag of produce for them to sample that is unbranded, and they were willing to, at least it's a verbal.
So why don't you just become farmers? Let's just scale this right now. Cut out all this like complication, and let's just expand right now into the main markets and make money from it, improve it, and do it right there.
This is something which as well, like we started off thinking, and we saw this business model for us, we're like, why don't we be greenhouse operators for ourselves? But then when we realized that it's so asset heavy and capital expenditure we'll need to put for every single greenhouse, if we can have our own operated greenhouse where we conduct our R&D.
Yeah, but this is the source of the possible weakness of this idea. Because just because something's asset heavy, you can't then make it asset light. Somebody has to buy the asset and pay for it, whether they finance it or not. So if the asset requirements are high, just because you say, well, we're not buying the asset, doesn't mean that it's a profitable business. So what I really want to hear you say is, we want to add 10 of these things now to make profit from them. But you're not saying that. And that makes me wonder, when you go to the growers and you say, hey, forget about lettuce and forget about carrots, you need to allocate space to spinach. And they go, no, it's asset heavy and I'm not getting enough revenue out of it. I want you to tell me how you're a millionaire from opening 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 of these things, football size.
Like I said before, we right now have a first mover's advantage, and we want to make use of that as much as possible to penetrate the market in the next 5 years. And when we run the calculations and look at the differential between if we own greenhouses and keep getting funded and keep getting financing, the scale we can reach, and the scale we can reach by utilizing the existing hydroponic greenhouse infrastructure in the U.S. There are 567 greenhouses that
I understand
we've
that, but what I'm trying to get at is, for instance, what I want to understand is if I invest 100 in assets, in setting this all up, and we generate revenue each year out of this greenhouse that we do, how much profit are we going to make from that 100? What % return are we going to make?
From that, it would be around, in full capacity, 11%.
Okay, so there's the problem. If you had told me 30% or 40%, I would have thought that's great. But 11%, all you're trying to do now is shift the asset costs to somebody else for what I would call a low yield. Do you know the return in the U.S. stock market over the last 70 years is 10%? I can just take my money and put it in the stock market and get 10%. You're telling me that asset investment gives you a 11%?
10% minus all the volatility movement in between.
No, sorry. I can tell you that if I'm a long-term holder in the stock market, I can get 10% and I don't care about the volatility. And I don't have to do anything. You're going to have to run this thing. If you don't have a profitable model that you can show us right now that you're going to want to expand, how are you going to convince other people to allocate the space that they have? I think you should go into marijuana. That's a really profitable run, right? And that's expanding, right? Because the model is very profitable.
Have you considered licensing to existing gigantic hydroponic operations?
Yes, we have considered it.
And what was the negative with doing that?
Licensing a hardware product yielded significantly less revenue and profits than actually acquiring the value of all the produce grown with this technology. Like this is novel and it's a special product and people are willing to pay premium for it as we are seeing with our pilot production right now and as we're seeing through our consumer research. And we believe that the value that we're creating can be shared up the value chain. And it is enough for us to make a margin, make this into a profitable business, and also share that extra value with existing greenhouse owners.
Okay, I got an opportunity for you. I'm going to help you here. Ready?
Ready.
Okay. So when you said 11%, we talked about the asset. Let's say that we finance that asset 50% from bank loans, and we can get a low rate because it's food related and whatever. So we get the money at half the price. So all of a sudden, our cost of funds is not our cost of funds is lower. We can get a lower cost of funds, and all of a sudden, that 11% return could turn into an equity return. That's what I'm putting in, right? An equity return, let's say, of 15 or 20%. Fantastic, right? That's not bad. That's getting better. So now, I ask you, I would be interested in investing in this if you tell me that you would like to expand to, let's say, 10 yourself first, then move on to the rest of the U.S.
If I can at least answer this part of it, the drive that we have to actually get this produce out there is our primary goal. I mean, considering with the information that we have available, and again, from us going out to meet with the farmers, with the retailers, and seeing how quickly we can do it with our limitations, this is why we thought that could be the quickest model for us to start doing it. And if there is an opportunity, an option where we can scale up even quicker and get the product even quicker into the hands of the consumer and the retailers, in order to fulfill our goal, we would do that and we would consider it.
Then your final product will be sold under your brand, right?
Correct.
And from second year onwards, more than half of the quantity that will be sold under your brand would be under the hands of someone else, correct?
Correct.
So could you explain to me, or at least convince me, how will you be able to control all the aspects of your brand? Because when there's a problem with retailer would not have a problem with each of the contract farmer, right? They will have a problem with you, your company, your firm, your brand, and you will be in ruin. So explain to me, how would the quality control be, and how will you be guarantee the smooth operation over the long-term period?
Yeah, so that is something we've given a lot of thought to, because our brand is, especially as we're entering the market, like a very valuable thing to our product. So we have several measures that are in place to ensure that quality standards are met by all of our suppliers, and that they're not cutting corners when they're producing the product. The first is the controls box itself. Although it was primarily developed to protect the technology, it also does control a large percentage of the actual parameters required to grow the spinach. That being said, though, there still are other physical and manual components that the greenhouse partners will have to carry out themselves. So something that we want to add to our sales agreements with them is the right for us to visit their facilities and conduct audits to make sure that the growing conditions are up to our standards, the processes are being followed. And then a third thing is we have requested that, well, we will request that any batch that they produce, they will have to sell us, send us a certain amount so that we can inspect it, again, to make sure it's up to our quality standards. And if for some reason it's not, we'll know early enough to contact the retailers and have them pull it from the shelves before it gets into the hands of too many consumers.
I understand the way, let's assume that you can achieve your goal of sort of networking your production through your relationship with other greenhouse operators. I'd like to come back to the sales and marketing initiatives. who's ultimately going to be responsible then for actually making the sales to local retailers? And I'm not sure that my question was ever answered, how those retailers currently buy and how you see them buying under this new sort of distributed production methodology.
First, let me answer your second question because it wasn't answered before. Retailers currently buy through brokers and distributors. And although it varies slightly from retailer to retailer, the ones that we are initially targeting, we are distributing to them through distribution partners. And they are getting a margin off of the product. So it's from us or our partner farm to the distributor and then to the retailer.
So
Does that answer you?
Yeah, so there are already effectively wholesalers who are aggregating produce and then distributing it into the retail environment.
Correct, but in our case, we have the relationship with the retailers and we know what locations will carry our product. So it is a logistic service, more than wholesales that we're getting from the distributors, and we're giving them a cut of the product revenue.
Based on your, let's say, 5-year projections, how many retailer groups you plan to be working with?
We are initially targeting 4 retailers, and we have been in contact with all of them. And the reason we chose them is because they resonate with our target consumers. They are growing health food retailers in the
Let's
US.
say Whole Food. In your year 5 revenue, how many percent of Whole Food you plan to distribute your product to?
The question is among all retailers, how much
Among
Whole
all
Food?
the locations of the Whole Food, including the digital channel, what is your penetration into Whole Food network in your year 5 forecast?
That is not something we forecasted because we do not see that as something we can project today. How much weight we can allocate to one retailer as opposed to all of the retailers.
Okay, the reason I ask that is that if I'm Whole Food and I'm dealing with a young promising company, and then after 1 hour of my discussion, I have a glimpse that this guy won't be able to supply me a constant volume of supply to all the location I need, then I probably wouldn't want to deal with them in the first place, because then it would create my operation hectic. Like a consumer who used to buy this product in A location of Whole Food, when he comes to my C location of Whole Food, then he can't find this, then he's gonna be very upset and then complain back to me, and then I will run into a total nightmare. So we'll be more willing to work with someone who can actually support me. So if you haven't given me a thought, if you haven't given a thought on that, then I'm quite afraid that you won't be able to. You might get into a meeting with them, but to have them actually placing an order for you might be a different story, though.
Let me give you an example from our conversations with these retailers. These 4 that we've chosen as our initial sales channels are retailers that are comfortable working with local producers, especially in fresh produce. So they not only accept but also appreciate that we are only in a certain location and we can supply to a certain number of their locations.
I think that's you're missing my point. Right now, yes, they see you as a local producer, correct? Because you're based in one location. But I'm asking, when you are positioning yourself as a brand, a standardized brand, maybe an East Coast brand, or maybe like half a country brand, something like that, the expectation from the retailer would be consistency, the ability to provide certain amount of the service level to their product requirement. And if you didn't have a plan, or you can't ensure to them that to what extent of the consistency you'll be able to commit, then I'm afraid the deal not gonna happen, though. So how would you plan to, let's say I'm Whole Food, convince me that how you are planning to provide a constant supply over the long period of time in all the locations that they need.
We see consistency is volume as one of our main strengths when it comes to retailers. Because we grow hydroponically and we grow with the latest technology, we know that every single week we can deliver the same volume of produce.
So come back to my earlier question. See, if you haven't, let's say if you want to service 70% of whole food locations, how many contract farmers will you be needing?
More than we project to be partnering with. Our plan is to be in 16 cities in the US at the end of the next 5 years. And these cities are chosen because of their potential of carrying our target consumer. So we would like to be in the Whole Foods locations in these cities, but not outside, because part of our brand value proposition is it's local where it is, but it's never imported.
But you do see that there is a fundamental sort of philosophical inconsistency with trying to build a national brand based on a concept of locally sourced and grown. I think both in terms of your marketing strategy and also in terms of how this works in terms of distribution. You know, the large retailers, correct me if I'm wrong, tend to buy national products that are rolled out across their entire store chain from very large companies that can guarantee consistency, and they buy their locally grown produce from local manufacturers where if they need to switch them out, they can switch them out. You're trying to combine these two things into one animal, which I think has some complexities involved with it.
Honestly, I don't see the complexity in it because to us it's very simple. We are the local producer that
I'm afraid I have to cut you off there. Sorry. You have a chance to discuss further after this. Okay. Thank you, Team Pure Spinach from Cornell University, United States of America. Take another short break and we'll be back with In Bionics from
คุณผู้ชมคะเมื่อ
SPJ.
สักครู่นะคะก็เป็นการนำเสนอนะคะแผนธุรกิจภาคภาษาอังกฤษจากทีมที่2ค่ะชื่อทีมว่า Pure Spinach นะคะจากมหาวิทยาลัยคอร์เนลของสหรัฐอเมริกาตอนนี้ค่ะดิฉันก็ยืนอยู่กับคุณแนนอีกครั้งหนึ่งแล้วนะคะครั้งหนึ่งค่ะคุณแนนก็เคยที่จะยืนอยู่บนเวทีนั้นเช่นเดียวกันบรรยากาศตอนนี้เป็นยังไงบ้างคะแบบดุเด็ดเผ็ดมันมากเลยนะคะ
ท่านผู้ชมทางบ้านคงรู้สึกเหมือนคุณแอนตอนนี้ว่าโหทำไมถึงดุจังทำไมถึงถามเยอะจังแต่ว่าเราต้องเข้าใจว่าจริงๆแล้วเนี่ยการแข่งขันเนี่ยค่ะต้องการทำให้ผู้เข้าแข่งขันเข้าใจถึงความเป็นจริงว่าถ้าเกิดนักลงทุนเนี่ยจะต้องโยนเงินลงไปถึง35ล้านบาทเมื่อกี้เขาขอประมาณ1ล้านเหรียญถ้าจะต้องลงเงินถึง35ล้านบาทเนี่ยทุกคนคงต้องถามเยอะมากแล้วก็คงต้องคลายความสงสัยของเขาในทุกแง่มุมเพื่อที่ให้มั่นใจว่าโอเคเราจะลงเงินกับทีมนี้ได้ก็เลยจะออกมาโหดนิดนึง
ใช่ค่ะก็คือไม่มีอะไรฟรีในโลกนี้ถ้าคุณอยากได้เงินลงทุนเนี่ยคุณก็ต้องมีแผนการธุรกิจที่ค่อนข้างจะโซลิดหรือว่ามีประสิทธิภาพมากเห็นการเติบโตที่ชัดเจนดูกันนะคะว่า Pure Spinach เป็นยังไงบ้างคะคุณแนนมีความเห็นเป็นยังไงบ้างเอ่ย
อย่างPure Spinach นะคะเขาก็เสนอว่าโมเดลของเขาเนี่ยจะเป็นการปลูกผักขมโดยวิธีไฮโดรโปนิกก็คือวิธีที่ไม่ใใช้ดินก็ใช้น้ำใช้อะไรในการควบคุมในการปลูกทีนี้เนี่ยเราอาจจะสงสัยกันนิดนึงพอดีประเทศไทยเราพืชเกษตรกรเยอะเนาะเขาก็เลยบอกว่าแต่ว่าจริงๆสำหรับเขาเนี่ยที่ยูนิคมากๆที่โดดเด่นนะคะเขาบอกว่าผักขมของเขาอร่อยกว่าแต่อันนี้เขาอาจจะไม่ได้เน้นขึ้นมาแต่ว่าเขาพูดว่าของเขาเนี่ยอร่อยกว่ามีการทำวิจัยมีการทำรีเสิร์ชให้คนลองปิดตาแล้วก็ชิมดูว่าชอบอันไหนมากกว่าคนส่วนใหญ่บอกว่าชอบผักขมวิธีที่เขาปลูกมากกว่าแต่ไม่ใช่แค่รสชาติอย่างเดียวที่เขาบอกว่าของเขาเด่นกว่าเขาบอกว่าเนี่ยผักขมของเขาใช้เวลาปลูกแค่12วันจากปกติใช้เวลา28วันก็คือเร็วขึ้นหมายถึงว่าคุณก็ทำเงินได้มากขึ้นไปด้วย
เป็นการเซลล์โมเดลในการปลูกตรงนี้ก็คือเขาก็ทำงานร่วมกันกับทางเกษตรกรรวมไปถึงรีเทลด้วยใช่ไหมคะ
ใช่ค่ะทีนี้เขาบอกว่าเขาจะไม่ได้ปลูกเองธุรกิจของเขาในภาพรวมค่ะเขาบอกว่าเขาจะไปทำงานร่วมกับเกษตรกรก็คือจะเป็นการขายความรู้ของเขาในวิธีการปลูกเป็นทั้งหมดเลยอยู่ในกล่องที่เมื่อกี้เขาโชว์ใช่ค่ะเป็นกล่องที่เหมือนจะควบคุมมีเซ็นเซอร์ควบคุมอุณหภูมิควบคุมสภาพแวดล้อมทั้งหมดในการปลูกที่จะทำให้ส่งเสริมให้การปลูกพืชตัวนี้เนี่ยขึ้นมาได้ดีขึ้นหลังจากนั้นเนี่ยเขาก็จะรับซื้อ ผักขมตัวนี้กลับมาจากเกษตรกรแล้วก็นำผักขมตัวนี้ค่ะใส่กล่องติดตา pure spinach แล้วก็ไปขายตาม retailer ก็อย่างเช่นWhole Food เป็นต้นอย่างนี้ค่ะ
ก็เป็นการสร้างแบรนด์นะคะก็คือการปลูกพืชแบบไฮโดรโปนิกแต่ว่าตรงนี้ค่ะที่สงสัยคือตอนนี้เขาก็เริ่มที่จะมีการขายโมเดลนี้แล้วก็ปลูกให้กับเกษตรกรแล้วด้วย
ใช่ค่ะตอนนี้เขามีการขายอยู่ในจำนวนเล็กๆวันหนึ่งก็น่าจะประมาณ16กล่องที่เมื่อกี้เขาแจ้งอะค่ะเพียงแต่ว่าในจำนวนนี้เนี่ยอาจจะไม่เยอะมากเขาก็เลยบอกว่าเนี่ยเขาต้องการจะมาลงทุนของเงินลงทุนเพิ่มเติมเพื่อที่จะขยายธุรกิจขยายขนาดเพียงแต่ว่าเมื่อกี้จะเห็นว่าสิ่งที่เขาโดนกรรมการถามไปอย่างค่อนข้างมากเลยเรื่องที่สำคัญที่สุดก็คือด้วยเพราะว่าโมเดลของเขาบอกว่าเขาเนี่ยจะขายเทคโนโลยีให้กับชาวสวนคุณชาวสวนเรามีเทคโนโลยีมาขายคุณจ่ายตังค์เรามาเราไปติดตั้งทุกอย่างให้เลยหลังจากนั้นคุณปลูกเสร็จคุณก็เอาผักกลับมาขายเราตรงนี้เนี่ยกรรมการมองว่าแล้วทำไมคุณไม่ปลูกเองทำไมคุณไม่ปลูกเองอยู่ดีคุณไปบอกให้ชาวสวนเนี่ยลงเงินก้อนหนึ่งปลูกเขาบอกว่าก็เพราะว่าเขาจะได้ไม่ต้องมี capital intensive คือไม่ต้องเงินลงทุนเยอะนั่นเลยค่ะก็เลยโดนถามกลับว่าคุณยังไม่อยากลงทุนเลยแล้วเกษตรกรจะลงทุนเงินตั้งเยอะก้อนเนี่ยลงไปหรอคุณจะสามารถ convince ให้เกษตรกรมาเชื่อคุณได้ยังไงเพราะถ้าเกิดเกษตรกรบอกว่าไม่เอาไม่อยากปลูกฉันปลูกก็ดีอยู่แล้วไม่ต้องใช้เงินเยอะขนาดนั้นก็จะจบเลยก็จะไม่มีคนมาปลูกพืชตัวนี้ให้และอีกมุมนึงเนี่ยเขาก็ถามว่าคุณเปรียบเทียบหรือยังว่าผักอย่างอื่นนะคะเกษตรกรสามารถปลูกแล้วทำรายได้ดีกว่าไหมแต่ตรงนี้เนี่ยเขาก็ตอบไปบอกว่าผักขมเนี่ยสามารถสร้างรายได้ได้มากกว่าผักอื่นๆประมาณ 27%แต่ว่าก็ยังเป็นที่สงสัยอยู่ว่าแล้วคุณจะทำให้เกษตรกรเนี่ยมาจอยมาร่วมกับธุรกิจโมเดลนี้ได้ไหม
ใช่แล้วค่ะเพราะมาเกิดสักครู่ดัชก็มีคนนึงบอกว่าถ้าปลูกแค่ผักขมอย่างเดียวเนี่ยอาจจะไม่รวยคือหันไปปลูกผักอื่นไหมที่อาจจะไม่ถูกกฎหมายสักเท่าไหร่ใช่ไหมคะ
ก็มีการแซวกันเกิดขึ้น เพราะว่าสิ่งเหตุผลที่จะแซวอย่างนี้ค่ะเพราะว่าทางกรรมการมองว่าคุณจะทำรายได้ได้เพราะว่าคุณผลักเงินลงทุนไปให้คนอื่นลงทุนจะเห็นว่าจากเมื่อกี้ค่ะที่เขาแจกแจงราคาขายออกมาเขาบอกว่าสุดท้ายแล้วเนี่ยผักขมกล่องนึงจะขายประมาณ 3.99 เหรียญอยู่ที่ห้างสรรพสินค้าหรือน่าจะประมาณ140 บาทต่อ1ขีดอันนี้น่าจะเป็นราคาที่วางขายอยู่ซึ่งพอเขาแยกออกมาให้เห็นว่าต้นทุนแต่ละอย่างเป็นยังไงเนี่ยทางเกษตรกรจะได้ประมาณ20 เซนส่วนเขาเนี่ยจะได้ถึง65 เซนกรรมการก็เลยบอกว่าแน่นอนคุณต้องรวยแน่นอนเพราะคุณได้สัดส่วนที่เยอะในตัวนี้จากเกษตรกรขึ้นมาแต่ว่าคุณไม่ต้องลงทุนเลยเกษตรกรลงทุนเขาก็เลยมองว่าตัวเลขที่มานำเสนอเนี่ยมันดีเกินไปเพราะว่าในความเป็นจริงเนี่ยอาจจะไม่สามารถทำให้มันเกิดขึ้นได้แบบนี้จริงๆก็ได้
อาจจะไม่ได้เรียลลิสติกขนาดนี้ถ้าในสนามรบของธุรกิจที่แท้จริงก็อาจจะมีอุปสรรคมากมายคือชาเลนจ์หลักๆที่แอนได้ยินเมื่อกี้ที่คุณจัดเขาถามก็คือว่าคุณจะทำยังไงให้เกษตรกรนั้นเลือกที่จะปลูกสปินัชที่เป็น pure spinach ของคุณและทำยังไงให้รีเทลเลอร์เนี่ยเขารับสปินัชของเรามาขายด้วยอะค่ะตรงนี้
ใช่ค่ะพอเขามีการคอมเมนต์ลงไปทางด้านผู้ปลูกแล้วเขาก็บอกว่าย้ายไปว่าโอเคถ้าผู้ปลูกโอเคแล้วเรามาดูทางด้านผู้ซื้อกันดีกว่าจะเห็นว่าทาร์เก็ตหรือเป้าหมายของเขาอะค่ะเป็นเจ้าใหญ่ๆทั้งนั้นเลยอย่างเช่น Amazon ออนไลน์หรือ Whole Food ซึ่ง Whole Food เนี่ยก็คือเป็นห้างรีเทลที่ใหญ่แล้วก็ขึ้นชื่อมากในอเมริกาในทางด้านการขายสินค้าที่เป็นออร์แกนิกหรือดีต่อสุขภาพทีนี้เนี่ยด้วยความที่เขามีสาขาเยอะค่ะคุณแอนเขามีหลายๆที่ทางกรรมการก็บอกว่าเราถ้าคุณจะต้องขายผักขมให้ Whole Food เนี่ยคุณต้องทำคอนแทรคกับคุณต้องทำสัญญากับเกษตรกรกี่เจ้ากี่รายคุณได้คิดมาหรือยังว่าในปีที่5เนี่ยคุณต้องมีกี่รายเพราะว่าทางด้านนักลงทุนนะคะก็จะมองว่าโอเคเราลงทุนกับคุณไปแล้ว1ปีโอเค2ปีโอเค3ปีโอเคพอถึงกำลังจะรวยไม่มีของขายพอขายได้จริงแล้วก็ของเราหมดไงคะเขาก็เป็นห่วงใช่ capacity หมดปุ๊บเราทำยังไงเรากะรวยแล้วปีที่4ปีที่5ปรากฏไม่มีของขายอันนี้ก็คือเป็นสิ่งที่เขาก็กังวลตามมาด้วยซึ่งทางทีมก็ดูเหมือนอาจจะยังไม่ได้ให้คำตอบที่ชัดเจนมากนักว่าเขาได้คิดไหมว่าเพียงพอหรือเปล่าค่ะ
แล้วในมุมมองของคุณแนนมองไว้ว่า Pure Spinach เนี่ยเขามี business plan ที่น่าสนใจในมิติไหนบ้างนะคะเนี่ย
จริงๆมองว่าน่าสนใจนะคะเพราะว่าเหมือนเขาเนี่ยไม่ได้เสนอธุรกิจในการขายของอย่างเดียวละคือปัจจุบันเนี่ยจะเห็นว่าธุรกิจส่วนใหญ่เริ่มที่จะทำธุรกิจที่เป็นแพลตฟอร์มหรือเป็นโมเดลมากขึ้นคือมองว่ามีการเกี่ยวเนื่องกับส่วนงานในหลายๆส่วนเช่นไปเกี่ยวกับเกษตรกรเราก็จะมาเกี่ยวกับทางรีเทลเลอร์ผู้ขายแต่ทีนี้เนี่ยก็อย่างที่บอกอะค่ะว่าพอมันเป็นแพลตฟอร์มปุ๊บอาจจะต้องคิดให้ถี่ถ้วนจริงๆว่ามันดีสำหรับเราแหละ แล้วมันดีสำหรับผู้เกี่ยวเรื่องคนอื่นไหม stakeholder คนอื่นเช่น supplier retailer เนี่ยตอบโจทย์เขาหรือเปล่าหรือตอบโจทย์ตัวเราอยู่คนเดียวส่วนอีกอย่างหนึ่งเนี่ยที่โดยส่วนตัวก็ยังสงสัยอยู่นิดนึงเพราะว่าอาจจะบ้านเราผักเยอะก็ไม่เข้าใจว่าวิธีของเขาเนี่ยผักจะอร่อยกว่าจริงไหมแล้วมันไม่มีผักอื่นหรอเราเปลี่ยนกินผักอื่นได้ไหมต้องกินผักขมอย่างเดียวหรือเปล่า
คือมันเป็น limitation ที่เห็นค่อนข้างชัดว่าเขาจะปลูกแค่ผักขมอย่างเดียวเขาบอกเลยว่า we sell the best spinach
ใช่
the
ค่ะ
most delicious one
เบื้องต้นเขาบอกว่าเขาทำวิจัยมาเพื่อปลูกผักขม เพราะว่าจริงๆก็คงสงสัยกันว่างั้นเราก็วิธีไปปลูกผักอื่นได้ไหมแต่ถ้าเท่าที่อ่านหมูเข้าใจว่าเขาทำวิจัยมาเฉพาะตัวผักขมก่อนก็เลยอาจจะยังไม่ได้สามารถตอบได้ว่าจะทำตัวอื่นได้ไหมอะค่ะมันก็เลยต้องมองนั้นก็เลยมองว่าไม่แน่ใจว่าสินค้าอื่นที่สามารถมาทดแทนได้เนี่ยก็คือผักตัวอื่นก็คงมีเยอะอยู่เหมือนกัน
เขาบอกไหมคะว่าเขามีแสดงไอเดียไหมว่าในอนาคตเนี่ยอาจจะผลิตหรือว่าปลูกผักอื่นด้วย
ก็ในเบื้องต้นก็ยังไม่ค่อยมีแต่ว่าคิดว่าหลังจากวันนี้ไปคงต้องกลับไปคิดหนักอยู่เหมือนกันนะคะ
โอเคค่ะแต่ว่าเขาก็บอกนะคะว่ามีการลงทุนถ้าเกิดว่าลงทุน1 ล้านกว่าดอลลาร์สหรัฐในปีนี้อีก5 ปีข้างหน้าเขาจะเห็นมูลค่าการลงทุนเนี่ยเติบโตถึงประมาณ7 ล้านกว่าดอลลาร์สหรัฐใช่ไหมคะ
ใช่ค่ะอันนี้ก็เป็นตามที่เขาคาดการมา
ค่ะโอเคค่ะตอนนี้นะคะคุณผู้ชมคะทีมที่3พร้อมกันแล้วเดี๋ยวเราไปรับชมได้เลยค่ะ
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the final round of the MAI Bangkok Business Challenge at Sasin 2017. So without further ado, let me introduce our next venture. Please welcome In Bionix from SP Jain Institute of Management and Research from India. So let me remind the team, you have 30 minutes altogether, okay? And they will have one time warning at 5 minutes after the time's passed to allow for the interactive session. And then 2 more time warnings, 3 minutes and 1 minute before the end. Okay, so please make sure you put the mic close to you so everyone can hear you clearly. Okay, are you ready?
Actually, we cannot see the slide.
Okay, can we have the slide on the TV in front? So for those audience, we have 6 ventures today that are presenting, and the winner will be announced at 3:30 here at Sasin, and also on Money Channel, worldwideweb.moneychannel.co.th. Okay, and the 6 winners, the 6 finalists, they will be being for the His Majesty the King's Award. The winner will actually walk away with $15,000 in prize money, and the winning institute will receive $2,000. Okay. And then after the 6 presentations, we will announce the Innovation Award presented by Houston Technology Center Asia, and there will be the runner-up, and then there will also be the winner. Okay, and they both will receive prize money. Okay. So we've had 2 days of grueling presentations from our judges, and I think today another grueling morning. Our judges have been particularly hard on the teams, and I see the teams a bit nervous on stage there. No, not nervous? No? Okay. So this year particularly we have Thailand track team. So we had 5 teams from Thailand who presented in the Thailand track, and the winner of the Thailand track was the 16th semi-finalist this year. And so we have altogether this year we have 20 teams here at Sasin from 17 countries and 5 continents. So it's getting bigger and bigger every year, and hopefully next year we'll reach the 3 digits with 100 teams. Right. So are we ready with the TV? Not yet. So slight technical problem. So the teams, we have in Bionix now. We have 3 more coming up after this, which is P device from Sasin, Thailand. We have Y Box from Cambridge Judge Business School, United Kingdom. And then last but not least, we have a Smart Toilet Company from Queensland University of Technology from Australia. And you can see the team's exhibition booth here on the 9th floor. The team will be around after the presentation, and then you can ask them any questions you like. Okay. The judges will also be walking around the booth afterwards, after all the 6 presentations. Okay, we just get setting up on the TV screen at the moment. So a little bit about the competition. The MAI Bangkok Business Challenge was founded in 2002, basically to encourage students postgraduate program across the globe to become more entrepreneurial. Teams will compete for His Majesty the King's Trophy, and the judging committee have included entrepreneurs, professionals, investors, and they will be looking for the most attractive startup ventures based on the submitted written business plan, as well as the live pitches and their venture exhibits. After holding 4 annual regional events since 2002, the Bangkok Business Challenge was renamed the MAI Bangkok Business Challenge at Sasin, starting in 2007. And the competition was co-hosted by the Market for Alternative Investment, or the MAI, part of the Thailand Stock Exchange for medium-sized company, and Sasin Graduate School of Business Administration of Chulalongkorn University. And since 2008, the competition has become world renowned and attracted teams from around the world. In 2015, we partnered up with Houston Technology Center Asia to introduce the Innovation Award, and recognizing ventures that make the best use of their disruptive innovation to propel their commercialization efforts. Okay? But realizing very well that every business, regardless of industry or venture type, undoubtedly affects the future of our planet and the generations to follow in some way. So starting in 2011, we introduced the sustainability concerns, and we introduced Her Majesty Royal Highness Princess Mahachakri Srinthorn Sustainability Award to further highlight our convictions. Okay, so I think we're ready?
Yeah, we'll just use the laptop for reference.
Okay, all right. So I'll start the clock as soon as you start. All right?
Yes.
Good luck.
Thank you. Let me begin by telling you a story about a soldier. A soldier who doesn't give up and fights at the border so that we can feel safe. He defeats his enemies and makes the nation proud. But this victory comes at a cost, the cost of his arm. Injured in the war, life for him will never be the same. Things as simple as picking up a mobile will become impossible for him. The question is there any way we can help the life return to normal again? Advancement in the technology today allows a near complete function of the arm to amputees. These are the prosthetic devices currently available in the market which help them to do that. As you might notice, the devices lie in the range of $3,000 to $11,000, a price point which cannot be afforded by a major lifeline of the world population, the low and the middle income class people. Around the world, there are 3 million arm amputees worldwide, out of which 80% belong to developing countries. To start with, we looked at our home country, India, which has the second largest amputee population in the world. We segmented this group on basis of income levels and identified these segments. As you may notice, there are no prosthetic devices which can be afforded and appreciated by low and middle income class people. people whose needs are the highest, but their ability to meet them the lowest.
At InBionics, it was our objective to create a product that would cater to these segments. And so accordingly, our philosophy was to design a product that can give the highest functionality at the lowest possible cost. And with this, the achievement could come at some novel design features. For example, the arm that you see in front of you that's been completely 3D printed, that, when combined with a modular design, allows us to achieve an 85% cost reduction as compared to our nearest competitor. To reduce the cost further, we use some novel design techniques. For example, you might have noticed that these 3 fingers of your hand are never individually controlled, or you do not require individual control for these fingers. So instead of having a single motor for each of these fingers, why not have a single servo motor? By replacing 3 motors with a single motor, we were able to reduce the cost by over 40%. Going further, by replacing the myoelectric sensors that are used after surgically implanting electrodes into the arms of a person by optical sensors, we're able to remove the cost of surgery, the cost of rehabilitation, and the associated wear and tear that is involved with it. Let me show you the first prototype that we had built. That is the rechargeable battery that can give you a battery life of around 36 hours. The optical sensor that I was talking about, that is tied around the arm of an amputee. You can see the working of the sensor, wherein the flexing of a muscle would actually control the working of the amputee. We could show you a small demonstration of the arm in progress, wherein the arm can perform complex tasks, such as even tying your shoelaces. That was our first, the black one was our first prototype, and the one that you see in front of you is the second prototype. So these are some of the main important features of the arm. And as you can see, we have achieved near functionality of the arms in the market. But the most important part of this is that we have achieved it at a retail price of $130. This is in the market, but the next competitor is at $3,000, and the biggest competitor is at $11,000. So when we were trying to target this market segment, we analyzed our market, and we found that at this price point, the market that we're looking at in India is at around 82,000 arm amputees.
So how do we plan to scale up our business? Let's look at the phases of the business. So firstly, in the phase 1, we plan to target the lower and the middle income groups through our product Eklavya. How do we plan to target these markets? We plan to target them by tying up with NGOs and government hospitals which already have an established database of amputees. Additionally, we would like to mention we already have our first contract of 100 bionic arms with an NGO called Ratnanidhi Foundation in India. In phase 2, we plan to expand our customer base by going into middle and higher income groups through our product Shaurya. Shaurya, with more advanced features, provides greater functionality. In phase 3, what we intend to do is to customize the products after understanding the varied needs of the consumers, and thus produce modular designs for, say, a tailor amputee or a farmer amputee. To quickly tell you about our operational model, let me tell you a story of a farmer called Ramlal who lost his arm and thus his means of livelihood in an accident. He then came across our product in one of the promotional pamphlets and contacted the nearest NGO through our helpline number. The NGO demonstrates the products to him and helps him secure a loan to purchase the same. Additionally, the NGO takes the arm measurements, sends it to our facility in Mumbai, where we print, assemble, and ship the arm in a matter of 2 days. Then, the NGO fits the product on the amputee's arms and ensures that they know how to use the same. Additionally, in case of any service or maintenance requirement, the NGO can place the request with our service center. And thus, Ramlal is back on his foot. Next, we have Prachi with the marketing.
So coming to the market, initially we aim to target 5% of the market share, which is around 3,100 amputees. And how do we do that? We have a budget of 100,000 USD for the promotion plan, which has 4 key elements. First is visibility. That is by tapping channels like medical conferences. Second, we have awareness by social media campaigns and print media. Third, we have credibility by distributing handbooks and resource packs to educate various stakeholders. And finally, we have a 24/7 helpline number to address all the queries. Also, we have a buyback policy and provision for kids.
since for them, the arm needs to be replaced every 1.5 years. We provide regular checkups yearly to make sure that we replace only certain specific parts. Next, we at Embionix believe that we need to provide end-to-end solution. So we not only just provide the product, but also financial support and rehabilitation services. And how do we do that? Firstly, we tie up with organizations like USAID India, Halloran Philanthropies, and microfinancing institutions. Secondly, we collaborate with startups like Suvitas and hospitals like Seven Hills who provide amputee rehabilitation services. Next, we have the financial plan.
Considering our base case scenario, where we sell around 3,100 units in year one, the company's valuation is close to $10 million. And the capital required over a period of 5 years is 860,000 against a claim of 10% in the company. A majority of this portion, say 60%, will be utilized in the first year to buy initial the fixed assets and for the initial working capital. Subsequent funding will be raised through debt only. Because the reason is after second year, most of our operations will be printing of the arms will be done through a third-party vendor. So in that case, we won't require much assets. Whatever excess cost we pay for printing the arm to a third party will be saved by offloading the assets that are required for printing the arms. While printing of the arms is done by the third party, final assembly will be done in-house.
Can you explain,
only.
sorry, what is the intellectual property involved in this and how have you protected it, is the first question. And the second question I would ask is, what is the regulatory environment around prosthetics in terms of approvals required before you can sell to the public or get into this NGO infrastructure?
So in terms of intellectual property requirements, the arm was completely developed in-house. It was a part of our engineering project. We have the intellectual property rights. We've actually applied for it. So we have applied for patenting and publishing through our institute. We're in the process. So this was just completed in 2016. So right now we're in the process of acquiring that.
And what is that? That's a patent surrounding the innovative design, or what
so
is?
It's the design as well as the electronics that goes within it, the electronic design that we have inside, the whole the electronic structure. So it's the complete arm in itself. So we applied for a patent on that. We're working with our institute at this point. So it was just completed in December of 2016. So it's just in the starting stages of that. So secondly, in terms of the regulatory environment, while developing the arm, we've been in complete contact with the hospitals and with doctors, and we've cleared it to that there's no regulatory requirement for this device, as there's no invasive surgery or any part of the arm. There's no any health hazards associated with it. It's just attached. Even the sensor, it's just tied around the arms of a sensor. So there are no regulatory requirements for this product as of now.
So your competitors' products need to be regulated because of the fact that they're not using your optical sensors, which obviate the need for surgery.
Yes, sir. You need to insert electrodes, so it's a big surgery. So all of that, there's a huge regulatory requirement behind all of it. We are getting rid of that just because we are switching over to another sensor.
Understood. Thank you.
So you clearly identified a major problem, not only in India, but generally, and also found what could be a fantastic solution. Now, have you considered solving this problem in a quicker way, in a bigger way? Because I've noticed that you had 82,000 people identified as the initial target group, and you had identified partners such as USAID India, and there will be not hundreds, but there'll be many partners like that, countries that are willing to go in. But typically, they like to go in and solve a problem, if nothing else, then for the PR value of it. We are eradicating polio, and then they can talk about that for a couple of years, and then they themselves can say, we have done this together. 82,000 people at $130 is not a lot, right? It's like $10 million. And that's with your profit. So considering if you were to partner up with someone but take a smaller role in a sense, defending your patent and everything, you could maybe do it at $8 million. Is there any way that such a partner can come in and you can basically do this in one big sweep? This is not a lot of money for them. And I imagine the PR value of saying, we are going to solve this problem in India once and for all, seems fantastic and it'll enable you to go to neighboring countries much, much faster.
Yes, so the objective in the end is to reach out to these people. But right now, there are a lot of uncertainties of getting this product into the market. So before just going out there, we want to limit our market, we want to test it out very well. So we do not want to be a company that comes in quickly and gives false hope to people and goes out. We want a product that's well tested into the market. So all our contract, like the contract for 100 arms, we'll be measuring them, we'll be validating all our results. We'll be seeing to it that we have a product that delivers, and only then we'll be expanding out. So that is there around the horizon.
That's a great answer. So, but that means you're not really ruling anything out, actually. You want to solve this problem after all.
Yes, sir.
Had you ever considered that your pricing is a little too low to the point where it kind of become a hindrance to your capability to actually help the society better? Imagine that the next best competitor is being sold at 3,000 per unit, correct? Yes. So let's imagine, like, let's financial alone. If you sell maybe 1/3 of that price, let's 1,000 units per piece, and you only sold 2,000 units instead of 3,100, and you give 1,000 for free. Even with this scenario, your finance is many times better than what you projected here. So I have a feeling that you're trying to really getting the accessibility. That's your key, right? But so you cannot go help anyone when you cannot even help yourself. So to me, like, have you ever considered different price point and maybe added some little more values to your product design to actually, gain better premium?
Thank you, sir. So just to clarify the question, I think you're primarily talking about the profitability, in the sense, do we really see ourselves being profitable? Talking about the financials, we are being profitable in the first year itself. And secondly, of having different price points, definitely we've considered it, since we have another product called Shaurya, which is coming up and targeting the middle and the higher income groups, which is at a price point of $330. So this is, again, a higher price point which we're offering. So we plan to do that in phases. So we've considered that.
But sorry, more specifically, what in a medical device or a prosthetic product like this, what is the gross margin that your competitors make when I understand you've reduced your cost, but are you consistent in terms of an industry standard on gross margins?
Sir, retail price is $130 for a basic product, a gloveware, and our variable cost of manufacturing it, excluding the asset cost, is close to $67. So we have a close contribution margin of close to 48%.
And how does that compare to your competitors?
So although the competitors have a much higher margin, the market that they're operating is totally different. So they are working on exclusivity. They're looking at the highest segment that can pay for it, so they can build on those margins. Our competitive advantage comes in from a market segment that's totally unlooked for. There's nobody in this market segment. So getting into this market segment, we cannot have those margins that they've built in. So
but just the fact that they are existing in these high margin areas shows the point that was being made, which is by existing in the high end, you make enough profit to give you the flexibility to do others, right? But by starting at the low end, you really put yourself in a difficult situation. So one question I would reframe the question. I'd say, if I was to consider investing in your firm, but
our market will further reduce to 10% of what we anticipate. So maybe we won't have that much access to the market. As of now, we have NGOs as partner who know the market.
Okay, I'll put my checkbook back then. You don't want it, right?
So we've done good amount of research into this. The price point is taken into consideration after doing all of the market research. So if you want to...
I think the point being made is if you want to adopt a model where you're going for a very large volume at a lower margin, then you have to get to a very large volume, right? And 82,000 customers over a period of time does not constitute a large volume, all right? So either you need to adopt more of a strategy like John, where you scale this very quickly to become almost a commodity product at a lower margin, or you adopt a principle of premium pricing and then move into your lower segmentation as time allows you to.
So we believe that our profit margin right now is not really low because our cost is exceptionally low as well. So the retail price which we've kept.
Yeah, but we're not talking about necessarily profit margin. We're talking about absolute profit.
Right.
When you get enough profit, you get options.
So also, sir, like the other arm that we're talking about, so that's right now in development. Okay, we plan to implement it in the second year. We have very good, the margins over there are as compared to the competitors. We plan to use the profits over there to service this this segment as well. So we have planned that in such a way so that so it's not that this arm, we're selling it at the price point that it should be. The correct product with the correct amount of features, it's being sold at the right price point. So Shaurya would be one that would be addressing this concern.
And just to add to his point, the profitability or net profit at the end of year 1 is close to 20%. From year 2 onwards,
I think what we're discussing here is
That's
the
not the-
net dollars, not percentage.
That's 78,000 in year 1. $78,000 and gross revenue at the end of year.
So you're not going to make an impact with $78,000. You're not even going to make an impact with $1 million, let's say. We're saying, how do you make an impact is to get a much higher dollar amount from this business. You are presenting a product that you're claiming is at this price point compared to everything else in the market up here.
Yes.
So why do you have to be right down here in your pricing?
Even at such low pricing, 50% of those 82,000 could not afford it. So if we increase
Yeah,
the
sorry. You can increase and still capture a large percentage of those people, right? By doubling, let's say, and then after a year or two, you capture some good profits out of that. Maybe you make a decision to go down to the lower.
So again, so the limited market is a conscious decision of ours to for the reasons of validation. Also, we want to create a brand impact. When we come out in the market, we say that at this brand point, we are known across the world, and that is something we want to bank on, the
I
brand
think
visibility.
you're totally confused with the marketing theories of marketing to the mass, whatever. You have a very, very limited market. See, when in your presentation, I don't even understand why you would have to go through so much problem in your first year just to reach 3,100 people. You can do that with even one-on-one marketing. See, the whole thing is you don't have the upside of volume. You can't create demands for this product. Your product is there to help fulfill the needs of those that need, but you can't create those needs. So you have a very, very limited upside.
So
but your product has a capability to even shape the way the world is. But now you choose to work only in a village. I think that's what we're trying to get here. We don't get it. Why?
Well, I disagree somewhat. I do get it. I don't think, I agree with my fellow judges from a financial standpoint, but I think I do get what you're trying to do, and I admire that. I think it is investable on a smaller scale, but it is not much money you're asking for. So I just have one question. Tell me about your main competitor. The main competitor that you have referenced, does that require a surgical procedure for their prosthetic?
Yes. Yes, sir. In fact, allow me to introduce another product. There is an NGO called Jaipur Foot as of now. They offer a prosthetic device, which is merely an aesthetic device. It costs only $30, but it has no functionality. This is the kind of product that is given for free by NGOs. So we have a competitor over there, and then we have competitors with much more advanced technology, which, like we mentioned, is priced at $3,000, which give you better functionality, but is sadly not afforded by the people, the target we are mentioning. And if I may be allowed, sir, going back to the previous question, we do have the first phase, which probably isn't that profitable or that much, that's not giving too much finances, and that's precisely why we thought of getting Shaurya into the market, which is targeted only to middle and the lower upper class, which will be priced at a higher margin, and we will be keeping high margins so that we can invest our Eklavya segment as well as move forward. And that's where we thought to go global, because countries like Malaysia, like Singapore, have greater purchasing power than India.
We actually understand, and actually, as you can probably hear from the questions, we actually think this is a quite remarkable product. And we also think that what you're trying to do is very commendable. I think if I can summarize, what we are trying to do is how could you insulate yourself a little more financially, because you have the chance to have a major impact. And what you're doing and the way you're starting, you could end up doing very little. For 5 MBAs, leaving school, it's small, right? If you were to tweak the business model somewhat, you have the chance of getting up to much higher volume, much, much faster. I think that's what you're hearing from all of us. It's not really a criticism per se.
Yeah. So like even at that price point, there are a lot of different avenues that we're looking at. So this product is something that can be easily funded by CSR. So like in India, you have every company that has a 2% CSR policy, and there are a lot of manufacturing companies out there that lose out, that have this problem. Their employees losing out their arms in manufacturing activities. So even avenues like this, these can help us finance to grow out exponentially, to grow out much better. But then again, it's like this product, that segment that is aimed at, we believe that this is the exact right price point, because we have looked at the trade-off. Like if we increase the price point, how much of the market will
Let me ask a question about this technology. It appears that what you're claiming is that your competitors are up here, you're down here, and you're the only ones. You've found the technology, nobody else has got it. I mean, that's kind of the feeling that we've got, right? So what I want to ask you, let's just pretend that that's right. Obviously, competitors see you arrive. They are going to counter-attack you very aggressively. And that will happen. What's your idea, what's your expectation about the counterattack from your competitors?
So in fact, we do expect competitors to come very soon. That's why we are going to start a program. Every amputee that we take in as a patient, the entire data of his usage will be stored in a database. 3 years down the line, we will be using that data and creating a completely personalized product. For example, I have a farmer or like a violinist who's probably having...
that sounds good, but I'm telling you, if you got a technology and it's the idea of no implant, others can come into that very quickly. So you're going to be faced with a competitor that's going to come into your space, and all of a sudden the 83,000 that you thought you're going to get 40. So tell us your expectation. What moves will they make, and how are you going to deal with that?
So right now, the user profiles of the customers of the competitor is totally different. It might be a star athlete who might have lost his arm.
Sorry, you're saying you're not going to have competition?
So we're not saying that, sir. But then, right now, the technologies that they're working on, it's for a completely different customers.
So you're saying that you're not going to have competition in your space?
So we will definitely have, because 3D printing is something which is available. And
so tell me your the counter attack that's going to come, and what's your plan of how you handle that, besides data 3 years from now?
As I think you have also noticed, we have a limited sort of a market which we are looking at. And her point being that we are building sort of a brand loyalty for us here. We have buyback policies for our product. So we are binding in the customer with us. There's almost locking in the customer with us for 5 years. So once you've logged in that limited market, I don't see a point how the competitor would be able to get that customer back, because the customer is already logged in with us.
They won't. But I think the point being made is that there are competitors out there who are already producing products that, for a number of reasons, are superior to this one, but then much more expensive. How difficult would it be for them to, excuse the expression, dumb down their products in a couple of months and compete with you if they find your part of the market attractive?
So for the
wouldn't that be a piece of cake?
So for the competitor to switch out to a market, there are a lot of challenges involved for them as well. So the channels that they're using, so if you have noticed our channels, we're using NGOs. The reason for that is you need to have that accessibility.
I have to repeat, Andrew, then. So you expect them not to do anything?
They will, with the technology...
No, I have to understand. So what do you expect them to do? Nothing?
So the technology is replicable. It's easy for them to come down to this technology. I think what my friend was trying to say is that it's the distribution where they will have a problem. That's the only barrier which we see.
I think you need to wake up. See, you are fighting with the people who have lots of money, and you have none. And your company going to be run as a very, very small amount in a bank deposit. And you are fighting with big guys. See, they don't need this NGO because they have money. They don't need to rely on a third-party channel of distribution because they can create their own. So I think the whole point is, with your plan going at this size, how are you prepared to defend yourself against this coming of the competition?
So as you've mentioned, so even if the competitors try to try to go in without a competitor, the customer acquisition cost will be huge because we are looking at a market. So they're rural Indians who there's no way to access out to them. The only people that know them, the people on the ground, these are these NGOs that are in contact with them. So it's impossible. It's next to impossible because it will make the business unviable. You cannot market it to them.
But you won't have an exclusive relationship with those NGOs. I mean, presumably these large manufacturing companies can also look up who the local NGOs are and get in contact with them. How do you expect to maintain those distribution channels if a very large, well-financed player with a lot of credibility decides to try and get into your market? And I think that's the question we're all trying to understand.
So I believe our business model is really based on relationship building as well, as we plan to enter into long-term contracts with these NGOs, thus ensuring that we do not lose out on the customer base of that particular NGO. So that answers the question in terms of how we ensure that we bind the NGO with us. We have a long-term contract with us, which has certain rules and certain pointers which says that the customer base of their NGO would be with us. So that's with the long-term contracts.
And so I think the crux of what we're trying to say is that we are expecting competition, but we are expecting a strong customer lock-in, and that's how we are trying to tackle our competition with our distribution strategies.
Okay, fair enough.
These amputees, can you define specific groups within that group? For example, Army veterans, you used that as an example. Is that a large group? And is there a way of talking to all of them in one go so that you can at least lock in 10,000 because you talk to the Army? Is there something you can do to make this go a little faster?
So there is an Armed Forces Medical Center in Pune. This is an amputee rehabilitation center only for veteran army. They have products currently available, and we do plan to go and take our product to them so that we get a bulk order and we can cater to that segment as well.
And as you've mentioned, globally as well, that can be a very good market. So if you look at the US, all armies of the world have been trying to create such products, but they've been coming out at a very high cost and they've become unfinancial. Like DARPA tried doing that, but they couldn't create an arm that is viable.
I think the US may not quite at least fit this
definitely.
product,
But so
because they would be seen to giving them a very cheap product considering what they've done for the country. So that's a slightly different discussion. What I'm after is, how big is that group? Those veterans that have this particular problem, are we talking hundreds or thousands?
It's definitely...
We don't have the exact numbers with us, but other than the armed forces,
give me an
college,
estimation. You've got to have an estimation. I mean, you're basing your whole. You can't just say we don't really know. Did I hear you say that you had not been to the hospital in Pune yet, but you plan to go? Is that what you said?
We did in fact visit them and we showed them our first prototype. We didn't really do the market sizing as to how many people are available, but we got feedback as to what we can improve in the product.
So our estimation is around 10 to 12,000. A lot of them come from landmine accidents that happen along the borders, and also areas like Siachen glaciers where you have a lot of frostbites. So these are the major causes of people losing out their arms. But our estimation is right now, but we don't have the exact figures.
What's your next country after India?
So we're looking at all the developing markets, as we have mentioned.
No, just give me one. You've got 20 seconds, 10 seconds.
Bangladesh.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, team in Binix from SP Chain Institute of Management Research from India. So another short break, and we'll come back with P Device from Sasin, Thailand.
ครึ่งทางแล้วนะครับสำหรับการนำเสนอแผนธุรกิจภาคภาษาอังกฤษ The MAI Bangkok Business Challenge ประจำปี 2017 นะครับยังเหลืออีกประมาณ 3 ทีมแต่เมื่อสักครู่นี้เนี่ยเป็นทีมจากอินเดียนะฮะก็เป็นทีมจากมหาวิทยาลัยเดียวกันกับทีมแรกนะครับที่นำเสนอไปนั่นคือ SP Jain Institute of Management and Research นะครับ
ใช่ค่ะ
ได้ฝึกภาษาได้ฝึก accent ไปพร้อมๆกันเลยนะฮะ
ก็ตอนนี้หูเริ่มคล่องเลยฟังอะไรก็จับได้เร็วไปหมดอันนี้ก็จะเป็นทีมที่เกี่ยวกับสุขภาพอีกเหมือนกันเดี๋ยวจะเห็นว่าทีมที่เหลือปีนี้เนี่ยค่อนข้างเกี่ยวกับสุขภาพค่อนข้างเยอะมาตามเทรนด์เลยก็คณะกรรมการก็ยังดุเดือดเหมือนเดิมเนาะแต่ว่าแอบรู้สึกว่าทีมนี้เนี่ยอาจจะโดนคำถามที่ไม่ค่อยหนักใจสักเท่าไหร่ค่ะโดยส่วนตัวที่รู้สึกเพราะว่ากรรมการเนี่ยถามถึงความเป็นไปได้ในการขยายตลาดคื
อกรรมการเนี่ยเขาชอบเรื่องของคุณภาพเรื่องของนวัตกรรมถูกไหมฮะแต่จะมีเรื่องของปัญหาที่ตั้งขึ้นหมายคำถามตัวโตเรื่องของราคาใช่
ค่ะคืออันนี้ค่ะผลิตภัณฑ์ของเขาเนี่ยก็คือจะเป็น แขนเทียมที่ตั้งแต่ส่วนศอกลงไปก็คือจะให้สำหรับช่วยผู้พิการอย่างเงี้ยค่ะเพราะเขาบอกว่าในทางอินเดียก็อย่างที่เราทราบกันว่าประชากรเยอะเพราะฉะนั้นก็จะมีคนที่ไม่สามารถที่จะมีอุปกรณ์เสริมที่มาทดแทนแขนได้เพราะว่าราคาสูงก็คือคนที่เหมือน middle to low ที่มีรายได้ไม่ค่อยเยอะอะค่ะก็จะไม่สามารถซื้อได้เขาก็เลยบอกว่าเขามีเทคโนโลยีใหม่ของเขาซึ่งเขาจะใช้เครื่อง 3D ปริ้นท์ค่ะซึ่งก็ค่อนข้างจะเป็นเทคโนโลยีที่ออกมาเมื่อไม่นานมานี้ก็คือจะใช้ปริ้นท์ออกมาเลยก็คือใช้เวลาแค่ประมาณ2 ชั่วโมงก็จะเสร็จแล้วและด้วยการที่เขาดีไซน์ออกมาบอกว่าเขาจะทำเป็นโมดูล่าก็คืออาจจะเป็นชิ้นส่วนเมื่อมาต่อกันเนี่ยมันทำให้ใช้เวลาในการผลิตไม่เยอะต้นทุนต่ำเขาบอกต้นทุนของเขาจะต่ำลงเนี่ยประมาณ 60-80% เลยทำให้ราคาของเขาเนี่ยสามารถต่ำลงมาได้ด้วย
ราคาขายเห็นบอกว่า130เหรียญเปรียบเทียบกับคู่แข่งเนี่ย 11,000 เหรียญ
ใช่
คือต่ำประมาณเกือบ 10% เลยอะ
ใช่ไหมคะหรือถ้าอีกตัวหนึ่งที่ใกล้เคียงของเขาก็บอกจะมีประมาณ 3,000 เหรียญแต่ยังไงก็คือห่างกันอยู่หลายเท่าเลย130เหรียญก็ประมาณ 5,000 บาท
ทีนี้วิธีการที่เขาไปจับกลุ่มก็คือพันธมิตรของเขาที่จะเป็นตัวที่จะช่วย distribute product ของเขาเนี่ยนะครับก็คือ NGO กับโรงพยาบาล
ใช่
ถือว่าเป็นวิธีคิดที่ถูกต้องไหมหรือว่าความจริงแล้วเขาควรที่จะไปขายผู้ป่วยโดยตรงเลยครับ
ส่วนตัวคิดว่าถูกต้องนะคะเพราะว่าจริงๆแล้วเนี่ยมันจะมีพาร์ทที่เขาบอกว่าคนเนี่ยอาจจะไม่สามารถซื้อได้เขาจะให้ไปซื้อผ่านสถาบันการเงินคือลูกค้าเนี่ยสามารถซื้อโดยผ่านเงินกู้ได้เพราะฉะนั้นก็คือถ้าเกิดเขาผ่านทาง NGO ทางโรงพยาบาลเนี่ยค่ะก็จะเหมือนว่าสามารถจัดการทางด้านนี้ได้สะดวกกว่าง่ายกว่าแล้วก็จะมีอีกช่องทางหนึ่งก็เป็น Group Purchase Organization ก็คือจะเป็นตัวแทนที่ปกติเนี่ยขายสินค้าหรือขายอุปกรณ์ให้กับทาง NGO โรงพยาบาลอยู่แล้วก็คือเป็น Distributor อย่างเงี้ยเขาก็จะเข้ากับตัวแทนตรงนี้ด้วยอะค่ะ
ครับแต่ก็มีคำถามอยู่เหมือนกันเพราะว่าถ้าหากว่าไปเข้าทาง NGO เองก็ดีหรือว่าทางด้านของโรงพยาบาลเองก็ดีเราน่าจะต้องบอกโน้ตฮาวระดับหนึ่งให้กับโรงพยาบาลเหล่านั้นซึ่งหลายโรงพยาบาลณทุกวันนี้เนี่ยเขาก็มีอีกบริษัทที่เป็นบริษัทย่อยซึ่งแน่นอนสายป่านยาวมากแล้วเขาก็อาจจะทำธุรกิจที่เกี่ยวข้องกับผลิตเครื่องมือแพทย์ออกมา
ใช่
ต้องกังวลไหมฮะตรงนี้
ต้องเลยค่ะอันนี้ก็เป็นอีกส่วนหนึ่งที่เขาถามว่าคุณบอกว่าของคุณดีถูกและดีว่าอย่างนั้นใครๆก็ต้องอยากซื้อกรรมการก็เลยถามว่าแล้วคู่แข่งที่อยู่ในตลาดล่ะเขาจะยอมให้คุณเข้ามาง่ายๆหรอไม่มีทางยังไงเขาก็ต้องทำอะไรสักอย่างเพื่อไม่ให้คุณเข้ามาเขาก็อาจจะลดราคาของเขาก็ได้หรือเขาอาจจะทำอะไรสักอย่างเพื่อทำทุกวิถีทางไม่ให้เข้ามาแล้วด้วยความที่ได้เปรียบในการที่ว่าอยู่ในตลาดมาก่อนเขามีอะไรที่พร้อมอยู่แล้วเขาไม่ต้องเหมือนมาเริ่มใหม่อะค่ะเขาก็อาจจะสามารถบล็อกไม่ให้เราเข้าไปได้
คือคนที่อยู่ในตลาดเนี่ยเขาต้องเข้าใจอยู่แล้วพอเห็นเทคโนโลยีใหม่ๆที่ออกมาในตลาดถึงแม้ว่าจะเป็นเทคโนโลยีใหม่เนี่ยแต่ก็จะเข้าใจโดยทันทีและเข้าใจความต้องการหรือว่าพฤติกรรมของลูกค้าด้วยหรือว่าคนไข้
ใช่ค่ะส่วนที่เขาต่างเนี่ยสิ่งที่เขาบอกว่าต่างจริงๆอ่ะเขาบอกว่านอกจากถูกแล้วเนี่ยเป็นเพราะว่าไม่มีการสอดใส่อุปกรณ์เข้าไปในแขนเขาบอกว่าตัวแพงๆเนี่ยค่ะจะมีการสอดสายไฟฟ้าหรือสายอะไรตัวเซ็นเซอร์เนี่ยเชื่อมต่อเข้าไปเพราะฉะนั้นจะต้องมีการผ่าตัดพอต้องมีการผ่าตัดเนี่ยต้นทุนก็จะสูงแล้วสิ่งที่ตามมาก็คือต้องมีการไปขออนุญาตจากทางหน่วยงานราชการเพราะว่าเหมือนถือว่าเป็นเหมือนเราทานยาค่ะก็ต้องอาหารการกินเนาะเข้าไปในร่างกายก็ต้องขอออยอันนี้เหมือนพอมีการสอดใส่อุปกรณ์เข้าไปเนี่ยก็จะต้องขอทาง FDA หรือขออะไรเพิ่มเติมเขาบอกว่าในส่วนที่ได้เปรียบของเขาเนี่ยค่ะก็คือตัวเนี้ยเขาเปลี่ยนเป็น optical sensor ซึ่งตัวเซนเซอร์เนี่ยไม่จำเป็นที่จะต้องมีการผ่าตัดก็คือใช้เหมือนติดเข้าไปที่แขนอันนี้ก็เป็นอีกส่วนหนึ่งเลยจุดชูโรงอีกอย่างนึงที่เขาบอกว่าสิ่งที่เขาต่างกว่าอีกเป็นส่วนหนึ่งที่ทำให้ต้นทุนเขาต่ำลงมาเพราะฉะนั้นทางกรรมการก็เลยมองว่าก็แค่คุณก็คือ develop อะไรพัฒนาอะไรสักอย่างที่สามารถติดได้ไม่ต้องผ่าตัดแล้วทำไมคู่แข่งที่ทำอยู่ในตลาดที่ทำอุปกรณ์ผ่าตัดอ่ะทำไมเขาจะทำไม่ได้ทำไมเขาจะไม่สามารถเปลี่ยนมาแข่งกับคุณได้หรอ
ครับเพราะฉะนั้นก็ยังเป็นอีกจุดหนึ่งที่ทางด้านของทีมเองก็พยายามจะ defend ออกไปเหมือนกันคิดว่าทางออกที่เขาบอกว่าเขาจะขยับขึ้นไปพอตอนแรกเนี่ยอาจจะทำตลาดแมสตลาดที่มีรายได้ต่ำรายได้ปานกลางแล้วขยับขึ้นไปรายได้ปานกลางในสู่ระดับสูงคือเขาจะทำ2 segment แต่ทำระดับแมสก่อน
ใช่ค่ะ
เป็นแนวทางที่ถูกต้องหรือเปล่าในมุมมองของคุณแนน
ถูกต้องนะคะก็คือเป็นส่วนที่ดีเพราะอย่างที่บอกว่าอินเดียตลาดใหญ่เนี่ยก็คือตลาดค่อนข้างล่างถึงกลางเขาก็เลยเลือกที่จะได้ประชากรส่วนใหญ่ก่อนหลังจากนั้นพอมีเงินมีกำไรก็พัฒนาอุปกรณ์ที่แพงขึ้นไปขายในราคาที่มากขึ้นเขาบอกว่าตัวที่เขาอาจจะออกมาในปีที่2อะค่ะจะมีราคา 1,200 เหรียญ
ก็คือคณะ
ก็จะราคาขึ้นมาอีก10 เท่า
นั่นสิครับแต่คณะกรรมการบอกว่าทำไมไม่ทำกับกันล่ะทำไมถึงไม่ทำเซกเมนต์เช่นกลางไปถึงระดับสูงก่อนแล้วถ้าหากว่าได้ตังค์เข้ามาเยอะๆเนี่ยแล้วค่อยไปแตกเซกเมนต์ระดับล่างมองไงฮะ strategy นี้
อันนี้มองว่าจริงๆแล้วโดยส่วนตัวมองว่าแล้วแต่ธุรกิจจะมองว่าเราจะเข้าตลาดไหนก่อนก็มีหลายๆธุรกิจที่เข้าตลาดล่างก่อนเน้นวอลลุ่มก่อนแล้วก็ทำของแพงขึ้นเหมือนเราขายของทั่วไปก่อนแล้วเราก็เลือกขายของแพงขึ้นมาจิ้นสูงขึ้นหรือบางธุรกิจบอกเราทำอันนี้ได้ละเสร็จแล้วเราลงไปแข่งตลาดล่างแต่จริงๆเนี่ยนันมองว่าเป็นการทำธุรกิจที่ไม่ว่าคุณอยู่ตรงไหนอ่ะสุดท้ายคุณก็อยากจะไปที่อื่นเราก็อยากจะกินตลาดให้มากขึ้นโดยส่วนตัวอันนี้เลยมองว่าอาจจะเป็นกลยุทธ์ของเขามากกว่าทางกรรมการก็คงอาจจะมองเพื่อต้องการถามว่าคุณคิดมาแล้วหรือยังอาจจะไม่ได้หมายความว่าคุณต้องทำแต่บางทีนักลงทุนอยากจะรู้ว่าคุณไม่ทำอีกอย่างอ่ะเป็นเพราะคุณไม่คิดหรือเพราะคุณคิดแล้วว่าไม่ทำ
ก็เป็นการให้คำแนะนำนั่นแหละครับ
ใช่แล้วก็เหมือนเป็นการดูว่าคุณพยายามทำคิดมาแล้ว
ครับแต่ว่าก็มีคำถามอยู่นิดนึงว่าถ้าหากว่าเราไปเจาะแบรนด์ที่มีระดับต่ำก่อนพอติดตลาดแล้วพอยกระดับตัวเองขึ้นมาอยู่ระดับกลางเนี่ยมันจะทำยากหรือเปล่าเพราะคนมันติดตลาดเห็นภาพลักษณ์ของเราไปแล้ว
ก็อันนี้ก็อาจจะเป็นเหตุผลที่เขาบอกว่าแบรนด์ที่เขาจะออกมาใหม่จะเปลี่ยนชื่อไปเลย
ครับผมก็ถือว่าเป็นหนึ่งแนวความคิดนะครับที่นำเสนอในวันนี้ส่วนทีมที่ 4 เป็นทีมจากประเทศไทยเรามาช่วยลุ้นกันนะครับว่า P Device จากสถาบันบัณฑิตบริหารธุรกิจสศิลป์แห่งจุฬาลงกรณ์มหาวิทยาลัยนั้นจะมีผลงานในการนำเสนออย่างไรติดตามได้ในช่วงนี้ครับ
Final round of the MAI Bangkok Business Challenge at Sasin 2017. So we've had 3 ventures already. We have 3 more. Up next, representing Sasin, Thailand, please welcome P Device. So let me remind the team, you have 30 minutes for the presentation, and then after 5 minutes, we'll allow the interactive session, and you have 2 time warnings, 3 minutes and 1 minute before the end. Please keep your eye on these lovely ladies in front. Okay, you ready?
Yes, we are.
Okay, so we'll start the clock as soon as you start, all right? Good luck.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are P Device, and today we are here to offer you the global solution for Parkinson's. Today, there are more than 20 million people around the world. It could be any one of us here that suffer or have the risk of Parkinson's disease. It is the neurodegenerative disease, and it causes you several kinds of tremors. So when you start to think that you might have the disease Parkinson's, what you do is that you go to see your primary caregivers. But then very few cases would be direct to the neurologist or specialist on the first time. And that is where the problem is. When the doctor finally tells you you have Parkinson's, it is too late. Too late meaning that more than 50% of dopamine, the cells in your brain, is already destroyed. And when it is that stage, the only medication you take is levodopa. But this medication, it has the side effect of dyskinesia. So dyskinesia is a wild, it's uncontrollable movement. So after you're taking this medication for too long, it develops. But then there are other kind of medication, better medication with no side effects. But they are only available if you detect the Parkinson early. So there are actually evidence and support saying that early detection is actually useful and very beneficial to patients. First, it can slow down the disease progression throughout your lifetime. It saves a lot of money, but most definitely, it means better quality of life of you and your family, your loved ones. But ladies and gentlemen, there is no such available tool at this moment to detect Parkinson at the early stage. So what primary caregiver needs today, now, is something that is accurate, fast, simple, and cheap enough that is affordable by everyone.
Well, we would like to introduce you PDEX, a novel, non-invasive diagnosis technology for Parkinson's disease. Now, 100% accuracy rate for the diagnosis could be achieved, and early stage Parkinson's disease could be detected through our core technology, temporal fluctuation algorithms. Importantly, the algorithm was filed patented in November 2015. Last year, over 300 patients were tested with PDEX. Still, it maintained accuracy rate at 100%. Apart from being the best diagnosis device for the Parkinson's disease, PDEX could be performed by primary caregivers and could be done within 5 minutes or less. Marine Ann, yesterday we tested at the exhibition, right? Less than 5 minutes, it could be achievable. Okay, let's look at how simple to use the PDEX. First, 2 minutes, we will give the instruction and preparation to the patients. Next, we will ask the patient to perform the tremor assessment, resting, kinetics, and the postural. Then, next 2 minutes, primary care givers will receive the result whether the patient has the Parkinson or not. Compared to available tools in the market right now, PDEX could be achieved the highest accuracy rate at 100%, and it could detect early stage Parkinson with 5 minute diagnosis time and only $1,000 per machine, and more importantly, it's non-invasive technology for the Parkinson diagnosis and it's safer.
Hospitals are our buyers, but the user actually are the primary caregivers. With only $1,000 to the hospital, you get the PDEX basic kit. And at this price point, it will take only 100 patients for the hospital to break even. And we have the 3 recurring revenue programs, which are first, the annual subscriptions. Second is the upgrade for the PDEX Pro. And in the future, we'll have additional diagnosis module. There's a huge market opportunity around the world. Our primary markets will target on these 5 countries with a total market of 938 million with 7.5% CAGR. Our first point of entry is Thailand. As a medical hub of Asia, we have a strong network with a key influencer, the Chulalongkorn Center of Excellence for Parkinson's disease. Our inventor and co-founder, Dr. Ajarnrungroj Pitayasiri, he's a world-renowned neurologist that specializes in Parkinson's disease. He has a high credential in Asia, Europe, and America. He has more than 60 medical published journal articles. And with our greatest honor, in 2015, Her Royal Highness Princess of Thailand has supported the Thai medical industry, including our device. It has been published in international journals and received positive feedback from the key leading opinions. Simple, effective, and huge potential. 50 doctors now is using PDEX. We have already connected with the 21 medical schools and 6 private hospitals through our personal and professional network. This year, we are going to participate in 4 medical exhibitions and utilize the use of social media to create brand awareness and educate the people about the benefit of early detection of Parkinson's disease. We'll work closely with the distributor, the KSH for Asia, and the Durham for European country and America.
Moving to the operations, P-Device will focus on key contribution to the business, R&D, and marketing. We will outsource supplies and distribution to the expert in the industry. With these lean operations, we could achieve the gross margin at 70%. We have the capable, dynamic teams. Our executive management has the background.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
If I understand that there's both a hardware component to this and also an analytic software component. Is that correct?
Correct. Is that the package?
So this device senses tremors or movements, and then the software runs some form of analysis in order to determine whether that's Parkinson's or some other type of tremor-related illness.
Right.
Correct. So the secret behind the software, or so-called our secret of the inventor, is the algorithm. So basically, in the algorithm, we have
the tremor fluctuation algorithm and fluctuation ratio algorithm behind the analysis program.
And so just a few questions around that. The intellectual property and the patents you're talking about, do those surround the hardware device or that algorithm itself, or both?
The patent is protect the algorithm itself.
Okay.
Can you say that again?
The patent is protect the algorithm itself.
And in performing that type of diagnostics, which you're actually doing, what is the the regulatory environment around that? Do you need some sort of approval to be diagnosing Parkinson's disease?
So for the FDA in the United States, because once you apply and be approved by the FDA of the United States, you can apply simply everywhere and be approved. So our device is classified as class 1 medical device. It is class 1 because it is first, it is safe, it is non-invasive, and it is not a treatment device.
For the US FDA in the class 1, it require only the published journal to support the regulations
So
in terms of application.
have you applied to the FDA in the US? Is that what you're doing?
It's on the progress.
So you're going to the US first?
Yes.
Sorry, the point of entry would be in Thailand.
But for how it's working.
Wait a minute, you said it's in progress. What do you mean by in progress? What does in progress mean?
Okay, here is we have to apply the US FDA. They require the contract manufacturer.
Yeah, I understand the procedure, but where are you in the process?
We are in the consulting of prepare the document for the apply of US FDA from the local agent in Thailand.
So we have already been in talk and established we are in process of completing this contract with the manufacturers. And then with the expertise of our manufacturer Infus in Thailand, then we work together to go pursue the FDA.
So how long do you expect it to be that you would get FDA approval?
Okay, from the US FDA regulatory, it's required only 1 month for the class 1, but we bound the timeline for 6 months.
And have you already got the Thai FDA approval?
We are not get the Thai FDA approval currently, but we are working on the progress because the document required for the Thai FDA approval is quite similar to US FDA requirements.
And the time process would be almost similar, but we prioritize our process into the FDA of the United States.
You're giving an impression like it's just a month away. Is that the case? We're like right here, just about a month away from this?
In fact, we are ready to commercialize within, we project it to be in 2018 from our timeline, but with the initial investment, we can pursue it within this year.
And is there separate regulation required or approval required for the hardware and the software? Is this class 1? Is the diagnostic algorithm class 1? Is it all one system that gets approved?
Okay, from our research on the class 1, who apply for the US FDA, it take US FDA to interpret our technology again. But this class 1 is based on our research. It's cover both of the hardware and the software as the class 1.
In the FDA document, do you have to declare the accuracy level of the detection?
We will be putting the accuracy rate. Currently, it is at
Yeah, I don't think it's a matter of you putting the accuracy rate. I think that's a requirement, isn't it?
It is.
And what will be the number that you're putting in?
At this moment, we will go for 100% accuracy rate, backed up by statistical and clinical trials over the course of 5 years at the Parkinson Chulalongkorn Center.
We have our research to back up what we found and we claim 100%.
Why do you need so much money? I mean, it seems like it's not like it's an extended 3-year, 5-year because it's a class 1 device. And it's not a complicated device. It could be made pretty easily. If I was willing to put in, let's say, 1 million rather than, I think it's 6 million you're asking for, correct? Yes. Can you do it with 1 million?
Yes, 1 million.
Okay, 1.1. Okay, sorry, I looked at the wrong number. So 1.1 million is all it needs. Where is that money going towards?
Okay, for the first part of this money, it will go to license the fee from the Chulalongkorn University. That is the one of the biggest part. Then the next thing to...
You don't already have an agreement with them? You have not negotiated a price on the licensing yet?
We have
already. So this percent, 18%, is already expressed.
But that you have to pay up front?
We have to pay up front to the university.
And can you negotiate with them to pay as you sell?
I think
that is possible as well.
That is very interesting idea that we will take into the considerations to have better negotiation with them.
We would like that throughout the course of the sales as well. So
You need somebody to negotiate with Chulalongkorn.
Please, could you please refer him to us? We will very glad to meet him and have a discussion.
That would make it much
Much-
faster for
yeah.
us to go to the market.
Is there a chance that your algorithm is somehow more accurate with the Thai kind of nation?
Okay,
Or maybe
let's-
people within this.
Let us look at the table of the demographic of our data point, how we collect the data point. The nationality is not the measurement or the criteria for the.
While you're setting that up, I just want to revisit a question one of my fellow judges asked. Are you confident that you only need a single approval, one approval will cover both the hardware and the analytical software?
Based on our research and our consultants, now we need from ourselves, from our company, we need those US FDA is only one that we need. But from US FDA, it requires US QRS and ISO 13485. That is, we have to work with our contract manufacturer to achieve those standards.
And a question about the European Union. What you mentioned that once you have the FDA from the States, that's enough to open all the doors. I beg to differ. I think they have their very own system and they wouldn't care whether there has FDA approval from the States.
So if we look at our sales timeline, actually we will start from Thailand and the United States and then Japan first. Germany is our last target market. I mean, in terms of the timeline, because we already expect that
It is 5-year timeline for entering the Germans.
And to answer the demographic question, whether the sample size is enough, so the demographic of the sample size includes the
Sorry, because I'm allowed to interrupt. Why Germany? It is the European Union. Why would you single out Germany? That makes absolutely no sense unless you have very strong contacts, you all speak fluent German, but then you would involve Austria and other German-speaking countries. Why Germany?
First, we are very impressed with the technology and the advancement of medical industry in Germany. Second, if we look in the perspective of economic and stability, we think Germany could be the place with most strong stability.
In the 5-year, in terms of the Germany or it would be other country to replace the German, it depends on the timeline because it's the next 5 years. We would choose the best European country to enter on that time period.
But in terms of what you're trying to achieve, it's a European Union, right?
That
it's
was
not Germany. And why would you think that Germany would be more developed than the countries around her?
You need to drop
Where
that
would
part
that come
from this
from?
presentation. That does
Where
not
would that
serve
come
you
from?
well.
It makes no sense. It's like going into 3 or 4 different American states only.
And
so we judge by the amount of medical spending per year. So Germany comes in first in terms of medical spending.
Can we go to the page, extremely high growth potential, where you show geographical and product expansion? Because I think I just found the problem with this story.
Okay.
Yeah.
We are looking forward to that.
Okay, so I noticed that the first 3 years you showed geographical expansion, correct? By the 3rd year, you've penetrated the main markets, right? But then you're showing that you have product expansion.
Correct.
Different products, new products.
We have several in our pipeline.
On this same algorithm, this same thing?
As the fundamental algorithm to introduce.
So go
our
back to
product.
that slide. If you add up the profits of this that you're showing, let's use your EBITDA, the red bar. 47 million of that comes in year 2021, 2022, and 2023. But in years 1, 2, and 3, let's say 18, 19, 20, it's only 3 million. And by that time, you've penetrated all the markets. I don't understand why.
Okay, let's look at the market adoption ratios. To penetrate in that market, we do not just the one move to penetrate in that market. Our strategy is to go to the academic hospital first to give you the
So go back to that chart. Go back to that chart. So what that would mean, if you're saying that, then the year 2023, let's take 2023, that red bar, is it only a tiny amount that's coming from new product, or is a lot of that coming from new product?
This is not include the new products.
So this is only this product?
This product.
So when you're talking about product expansion, you're not including anything but this product in that section?
The only product that we include in is the B2C product. That is the monitoring that we use the similar platform.
And what percent of that red bar in the last year is that?
Okay, let's look at the ratio analysis.
It just seems very odd that you're penetrating these markets in their third year, as you show in those flags, but yet your revenue is so tiny. Are you meaning you're just starting in those markets? I just don't understand that.
Okay, let me show you here. Okay, let's look at the financial ratios in terms of the revenue. We have revenue from the two stream. We have revenue from the two stream. The first one is from the hospital stream, and the second one is indirectly from the hospital stream. The revenue from the indirect from the hospital stream is the second product line, adoptions. If you see the rate, we try to do the hospital based on the first one. First year we doing the hospital directly B2C, 18, 19, and 20, and then we introduce our new product into our revenue on the 2021.
New product in that? I can't see the data. What is the percent of the new product in the last year of the revenue?
Okay, for the product, you have to.
It is up to 80%.
From the new product?
From the new product.
So this is where you're asking me that when I look at that chart right here, you're asking me to invest, ultimately, the profits here seem like they're coming from a new product. But I like your product, and what I can see is that your product doesn't seem to generate any profit.
Okay, let me tell you that this product is the diagnosis product. This product, it has the one function in diagnosis first, but it had more competency in terms of monitoring the disease.
So it's a low profit start? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
The first 3 years, this is just a low profit, a way to enter the market. So maybe I should wait to invest until you've got a high profit one.
No, actually, even though the numbers show that, but it's not necessary that we do that in year 5. We can already establish that in year 3 because the R&D for that product is already done. So what we need for the second line of product is only
What
the
I'm
market.
saying is that the NPV that you're calculating is almost all the value is coming from some product that you haven't even showed me. So could you tell me what that product is?
Okay.
Or am I wrong?
No, it's the same product, but it's adding the functions of the monitoring. It's just the same product with the same software.
So you actually had me convinced of your product. Now you need to convince me of the revenue generating possibility for this add-on feature. Please do that quickly because you're going to run out of time.
Okay, for that product, we do not need another. We use the similar in terms of the hardware algorithm. There's no need to change in anything, and that is the same product. So we can sell those products to the end customer, and we reduce the sum function in the algorithm out. That's all. That's a new product.
How many other pipelines do you have how many other products you have in the pipeline?
Maximum at the moment is 4 to 5.
What your revenue stream be like if the B2C never happened? Let's say you have to stick with the hospital.
Okay, from
market
this
only.
analysis, we use the very conservative in terms of revenue stream. We can add up more in terms of the recurring revenue stream to help enhance our profitability.
My question is, let's say you fail to engage into a B2C market and your only viable business is in the hospital market only. How would your company be like in terms of financial performance?
That is why we adopt the SaaS recurring revenue stream. So basically, hospital, let's say you just buy one machine and one software, but then how many devices would you be needing to satisfy all the primary cares? But then, because it is the software, it always needs to be updated. And also the extreme and better versions coming out years to years. So that is where our recurring models come out. You cannot just stick with one software, one algorithm all the way along. disease develop.
And the revenue stream gonna be like a duplication of the revenue stream of the previous year because you have to renew the software and you have maybe have a chance to increase that profitability to upgrade the software.
Can we jump to the slide where you enter the market via professional distributors?
Of course.
I just want to see how solid this information is. So Durban is a professional distributor. Have you negotiated with them? Do you have a sort of MOU or something in place?
Initially, we are working with DKSH and already established with BIS.
I'm just looking for how firm this is because I'm still a little confused. America is roughly 4 times bigger than Germany. If you take the primary care givers you have there, America would have 240,000 primary caregivers. They don't. They would have 12,000 hospitals, according to yours, rough sort of calculation. Are you sure that's what you're showing there?
Yes, it is.
So they simply have many, many more hospitals per capita in Germany than in America?
Yes, it is.
Okay. 3 times as many?
Yes, exactly.
And primary caregivers?
Exactly.
I doubt that. That simply cannot be true. The next thing is, so Durban, you have chosen them because they are strong where? You take them.
First step of the discussion with the Durban, we proposed the market.
ไม่ว่าจะอยู่ที่ไหนจะทำอะไรก็ติดตาม Money Channel ได้ทุกที่ทุกเวลาด้วยแอปใหม่ของ Money Channel จะเลือกดูรายการสดรายการย้อนหลังหรือฟังแต่เสียงก็ยังได้จะดูผังรายการและช่องทางรับชมก็เลือกได้ข่าวก็มีให้อ่านตลอดวันต่อให้ยุ่งๆไม่มีเวลาก็ไม่พลาดข่าวสำคัญดาวน์โหลดได้แล้ววันนี้ทั้ง iOS และ Android ส่วนใครที่ใช้เวอร์ชันเดิมอยู่แค่กดอัปเดตก็เปลี่ยนมาใช้เวอร์ชันใหม่ได้ทันทีแอปใหม่ Money Channel ง่ายครบจบในแอปเดียวจริงๆค่ะ
A lot of competitors. Yes. So the ability to raise price in the later stages is very hard. Pricing strategy is dangerous.
Okay.
And the value is coming from that pricing strategy.
Okay, from the pricing strategy, the pricing that they pay for it not actually they pay for the hardware device because the device is quite similar to all over the digital watch throughout the world, but they pay for the software and the algorithm to detect whether you have the Parkinson or not.
Let's talk about that just for a second because I had a question about that. The $1,000 annual licensing fee. That's based on what? Per device?
Okay.
Because if it's per device, then as a hospital, I want to buy as few of these as possible and use them on as many patients as many patients as possible. Whereas if it's per tests, then it doesn't matter how many devices I have. So how do they? What's the?
Okay, how is the software work? The software is working in terms of we have the one account at the beginning, but if the hospital would like to extend the account to other device, other PDEX, they could be pay more a little bit, and we have the bundle package for them if they want to use the multiple accounts.
And has that been taken account in the financial forecast?
That is not taken into the account in financial forecast because we would like to be conservative on that one. Is quite flexible in terms of contact to the hospital.
I have one other question. Could you bring up the financial projection slides?
Can I add on something on the financials? So basically, our numbers, as you mentioned, might seem low, but as Robert mentioned, this is the conservative, almost the worst case possible. So if we add on the recurring revenue into this 5 years projection, it
And
would
we
be
have
much
additions
higher.
on the bundle package to the hospitals.
It will be much higher of revenue. That means with asking from you 1 million today, you're actually getting a good value of us if the projection here is undervalued.
But how have you run the projections? Based on one licensing fee of $1,000 per unit sold?
Yes, right. For this,
But what I've said is actually, what you've then just said to me is if they buy a second unit, you won't get $1,000 for it. So your projections must be overstated at the moment rather than understated.
okay, in terms of that, our projection is based on the market penetrations to the number of the hospital. On that one, if the hospital need more, it's on top of the market penetrations.
So your projections at the moment show only $1,000 per hospital, regardless of how many units they're buying.
Right.
Okay. The other question I had was, I noticed that through the course of this business, even though I think I read that your philosophy is a sort of lean business, using third parties wherever you can, you've got a very consistent 28% fixed cost in SG&A all the way through your business. I wouldn't have expected you to have to linearly scale your central costs in order to ramp up your distribution.
That is very interesting because this is the gap to do the cost saving project throughout the 5 years. If we could reduce those costs, I bow it in terms of the conservative financial model, and we try to reduce those costs, but we don't want to see any unexpected event throughout our business. We would like to be very ready on any situation, so I bow that money for that purpose.
Okay.
Since your pricing is, since your service is going to be SaaS, had you considered a pay-per-use kind of business model? Like instead of, now hospitals seem to be getting all the good monies and you are getting just nothing almost. What about, revenue sharing with the hospital? Have you ever considered that, or have you ever in discussion with hospital on this?
I think that is very interesting idea
It
that
is.
we would like to negotiate with the hospital. Thank you so much. I would do it immediately after these competitions. We will go to that direction as well.
And on that note, I'd like to stop you there. We've run out of time. Thank you very much, P Device from Sasin, Thailand. Up next is Y Box from Cambridge Judge Business School from the United Kingdom, but we're going to take a short break.
กลับมาพบกับพวกเรา2คนอีกครั้งหนึ่งนะคะเมื่อสักครู่ค่ะก็เป็นทีมจากประเทศไทยนะคะ PD Wise จากสถาบันบัณฑิตบริหารธุรกิจสาสินค่ะเรียกได้เลยนะคะว่าลุ้นกันตัวโกงเลยทีเดียว
ใช่ค่ะ
คนอื่นเลยนะคะแอนสอบถามนิดนึงค่ะคุณแนนค่ะว่า PD Wise หรือว่า PDEX ที่ทางทีมเนี่ยเขามีการนำเสนอมามันใช้งานยังไงหรอคะ
ค่ะ เครื่องของเขาเนี่ยค่ะเป็นเครื่องที่จะตรวจจับโรคพาร์กินสันซึ่ง
ค่ะ
โรคพาร์กินสันเนี่ยจะเกิดขึ้นในส่วนใหญ่จะเป็นผู้สูงอายุ ที่จะเริ่มมีอาการสั่น สั่นบางท่านสั่นมากจนไม่สามารถทานอาหารเองได้ ทีนี้เนี่ยเขาบอกว่าปกติอะค่ะการตรวจโรคพาร์กินสันเนี่ยจะมีอยู่2อย่างคือโรคสั่นธรรมดาเทรมเมอร์ทั่วไปคือโรคสั่นธรรมดาคือคุณไม่ได้เป็นพาร์กินสันกับคนที่เป็นพาร์กินสันก็คือจะสั่นหนักกว่า ทีนี้เวลาเราไปพบแพทย์เนี่ยแพทย์จะต้องมีการตรวจว่าลักษณะการสั่นของคุณเนี่ยเป็นสั่นแบบไหนแล้วโดยทั่วไปเนี่ยเขาก็จะส่งไปให้ specialist ก็คือผู้เชี่ยวชาญทางด้านเส้นประสาทเป็นการเป็นผู้ตรวจสอบว่าเป็นโรคพาร์กินสันไหมทีนี้สิ่งที่เขาพบอะค่ะเขาพบว่าถ้าเกิดสมมติว่าเราสามารถตรวจพบโรคพาร์กินสันเนี่ยได้ก่อน
หรือว่าได้ระยะ
จุด
แรก
crisis สักจุดหนึ่งคือแรกๆก็หาตรวจพบเนี่ยค่ะจะสามารถเหมือนให้ยารักษาได้ทันท่วงเวลาแล้วก็ทำให้ชะลอระยะเวลาในการที่จะต้องไปกินยาโรคพาร์กินสันนานเกินไปเพราะฉะนั้นเขาก็เลยบอกว่าเครื่องนี้เนี่ยที่เขานำมาเสนอนะคะมีความถูกต้องเนี่ย100% accuracy rate 100% เลยสามารถใส่เข้าไปที่แขนแล้วก็เวลาไปพบแพทย์อะค่ะแพทย์ก็จะให้ใส่แล้วก็ทำทางในการตรวจสอบแล้วเครื่องเนี่ยก็จะบอกว่าคุณเนี่ยเป็นโรคพาร์กินสันหรือคุณเป็นโรคแค่สั่นทั่วๆไปของกล้ามเนื้อ
ซึ่งแคนดิเดตก็ค่อนข้างจะมั่นใจเลยนะคะว่าความแม่นยำของ device เนี่ยคือ 100% อันนี้อาจจะเป็นคำถามจากที่ judge เขาถามเหมือนกันว่าคุณมั่นใจได้ไงว่ามีการทำวิจัยหรือเปล่าว่าสิ่งนี้นวัตกรรมสิ่งนี้ถือว่ามีประสิทธิภาพแล้วก็ใช้งานได้ผลจริงๆอะค่ะ
ใช่ค่ะเพราะว่าสิ่งนี้เป็นสิ่งที่ถามมากเลยอย่างแรกก็คือพอคุณเริ่มจะเป็นอุปกรณ์ที่เกี่ยวกับการตรวจหรือเกี่ยวกับ สุขภาพอะค่ะ
ใช่แล้ว
จะต้อง
ค่ะ
มีการขออนุญาตไหม
อืม
คำถามก็คือคุณต้องขอ FDA ไหมโดยเฉพาะตลาดหนึ่งในนั้นเนี่ยที่เขาต้องการจะไปเขาจะต้องการจะไปประเทศไทย หลังจากนั้นเขาต้องการจะไปสหรัฐอเมริกา
ค่ะ
คุณต้องการขอ FDA ไหม
อ่า
ซึ่งคล้ายๆเหมือนออยบ้านเรา
ค่ะ
เขาบอกว่าต้องขอแต่จะเป็นเลเวลหนึ่งก็คือมันมี3เลเวลอะค่ะ
ค่ะ
เลเวลที่1ก็คือของ่ายที่สุด เพราะว่าไม่ต้องกินไม่ต้องทานเข้าไป หรือไม่มีการสอดใส่เข้าไปในร่างกาย
ค่ะ
แต่ทีนี้เนี่ยสิ่งที่ค่อนข้างน่าสงสัยนิดนึงคือตรวจถูกต้อง 100% ก็เลยจะนิดนึงว่าเพราะปกติส่วนใหญ่เขาก็จะเคลมกัน 99.99
99
อะไรอย่างนี้ทางกรรมการก็เลยถามว่าคุณเอาเลข 100% มาจากไหน
ค่ะ
ซึ่งเขาก็บอกว่าเขามีการทำวิจัยมา 5 ปีจากกลุ่มตรวจสอบอะไรอย่างเงี้ยค่ะ
ซึ่ง FDA เนี่ยอาจจะพอขอได้แล้วเนี่ยใช้ได้แค่ที่สหรัฐอเมริกาอย่างเดียวปะคะเพราะว่าเขาก็มีเป็น point of entry ก็คือประเทศไทย แล้วก็ต้องการที่จะ distribute ไปทั้งสหรัฐอเมริการวมถึงในเยอรมนีด้วยอะค่ะคุณแนนคะ
ใช่ค่ะในสิ่งที่เมื่อกี้เขาพูดถึงก็คือเน้นหลักเป็นที่ในสหรัฐอเมริกา เพราะว่าในแต่ละประเทศก็จะมี
ค่ะ
กฎหมายที่ต่างกันหรือเหมือนกันแค่ว่าอาจจะเหมือน
ค่ะ
ว่าประเทศสหรัฐอเมริกาค่ะ FDA ค่อนข้างจะเข้มงวด
ค่ะ
คนส่วนใหญ่นักลงทุนก็เลยจะมองว่าถ้าคุณผ่าน FDA ได้เนี่ยประเทศอื่นเนี่ยก็ปัญหาหนักใจก็จะน้อยลง ว่าคุณก็น่าจะได้อนุมัติในประเทศนั้นเหมือนกัน
ค่ะ แล้วการตอบรับหรือว่าท่าทีการยิงคำถามของจัดแต่ละคนคุณแนนมองไว้เป็นยังไงบ้างคะเนี่ย
มองว่าทีมนี้มีทั้งข้อหน้าหนักใจและข้อหน้าดีใจ ข้อหน้าดีใจคือเนี่ยทางจัดเนี่ยไม่ค่อยถามเรื่องเกี่ยวกับเครื่องมือมาก
ค่ะ
แสดงว่าเขาเชื่อว่าเครื่องมือเนี่ยเป็นไปได้ น่าจะเป็นการใช้ได้จริง
ค่ะ
เขาเลยไม่ค่อยถามมาก แต่สิ่งที่เขาถามมากเนี่ยเริ่มจะเป็นทางด้านตลาด อย่างแรกเลยที่เขาถามเยอะคือคุณจะไปตลาดไหนก่อน
ค่ะ
พอบอกว่าไปไทยเสร็จแล้วไปสหรัฐอเมริกา
อืม
แล้วก็จะไปเยอรมัน ก็เริ่มมีข้อสงสัยว่าทำไมต้องไปเยอรมันทำไมถึงเป็นเยอรมัน
เพราะเยอรมันเนี่ยเขาก็มีชื่อเสียงทางด้านของนวัตกรรมทางการแพทย์ของเขาเองอยู่แล้ว
ใช่ค่ะ
ใช่
เห
ไหม
มือน
คะ
เหมือนวิ่งเข้าไปหาผู้เชี่ยวชาญ
ค่ะ
ตัวพ่อตัวแม่เลย
ใช่แล้วค่ะ
คุณจะแข่งกับเขาไหวไหม
ค่ะ
แล้วคุณโดดจากสหรัฐอเมริกาไปทางยุโรปเนี่ยซึ่งสหรัฐอเมริกากับยุโรปก็จะมีกฎระเบียบที่ต่างกัน เหมือนว่าคุณเข้าไปเสร็จคุณโดดเข้าไปเยอรมัน แล้วคุณก็ต้องไปเรียนรู้กฎระเบียบของเขาใหม่
ค่ะ
เป็นไปได้มากน้อยแค่ไหนและคำถามรองลงมาก็คือ การที่จะเข้าไปแต่ละประเทศอะค่ะจะเห็นว่าเขาจะเข้าผ่านดิสทริบิวเตอร์ก็จะมี
ค่ะ
เดอร์บินกับ DKSH ซึ่งเป็น
ค่ะ
ดิสทริบิวเตอร์ที่เหมือนมีการจำหน่ายสินค้าพวกนี้ในประเทศอยู่แล้วเขาก็เลยว่างั้นฝากเหมือนขายไปกับทางช่องทางนี้ที่เขามี Sales Channel อยู่แล้ว
ค่ะ
คำถามก็คือใครเป็นคนเลือกประเทศ ว่าจะไปสหรัฐอเมริกาจะไปเยอรมันคุณเลือกหรือ Distributor เลือก ก็เป็นอีกคำถามหนึ่งเพราะว่าก็อาจจะเหมือนว่ามองถึงความเหมาะสมอะไรอย่างเงี้ยค่ะ ซึ่งทางทีมก็บอกว่าทางเขาเป็นคนเลือก
ค่ะ
แล้วก็มีการคุยกับดิสติบิวเตอร์ว่าน่าจะเป็นไปได้อะไรอย่างเงี้ยค่ะ
ค่ะ แต่ว่าเยอรมันเนี่ยเขาก็อยู่ใน EU เหมือนกัน คือประเทศในแถบยุโรปก็มีหลายประเทศ
ค่ะ
ทำไมเขาถึงเลือกเยอรมันแล้วแคนดิเดตเขาตอบกลับไปว่ายังไงแล้วคะ
เขาบอกว่าเขาค่อนข้างประทับใจกับเทคโนโลยีทางการแพทย์แล้วเขาก็บอกว่า
เศรษฐกิจของเขาด้วย
ใช่เศรษฐกิจ
ค่ะ
แล้วคนในประเทศก็คือใส่ใจในการที่จะใช้จ่ายจับจ่ายใช้สอยไปในเกี่ยวกับอุปกรณ์พวกนี้แต่คุณแอนอีกอย่างหนึ่งที่เมื่อกี้กรรมการค่อนข้างถามอย่างหนักเลยก็คือ
ค่ะ
ตัวเลขค่ะ จะเห็นว่าเขาขอดูกราฟ
ค่ะ
ที่เป็นผลการดำเนินงาน 6 ปี1
ราย
2
ได้
3 4 5 6 รายได้
ในอนาคตด้วย
ทาง
ค่ะ
ทีมเนี่ยแจกแจงว่า 3 ปีแรกอะค่ะรายได้เนี่ยเกิดจากการขยายพื้นที่ก็คือจากประเทศ 1 ประเทศ เข้าไปเป็น 2 ประเทศ 3 ประเทศขึ้นไปเรื่อย
ค่ะ
ๆใน 3 ปีแรก ส่วนปีที่ 5 4 5 6เนี่ยค่ะเริ่มเป็นรายได้มาจากการที่ออกผลิตภัณฑ์ใหม่ๆออกมา
อืม
ทีนี้จะเห็นว่ากราฟเนี่ยห่างกันอย่างชัดเจนก็คือ 3 ปีแรกเนี่ยกำไรเนี่ยน้อยค่อนข้างน้อยมากเลย
ค่ะ
แล้วก็ไปพุ่งโดดในปี 4 5 6 กรรมการก็เลยถามว่านั่นหมายถึงว่าธุรกิจของคุณเนี่ยจะทำเงินในปีที่ 4 นั่นหมายถึงว่าธุรกิจคุณจะไม่ทำเงินจากสิ่งที่โชว์ให้เราดูวันนี้หรอ เพราะสิ่งที่เราโชว์ให้เราดูวันนี้ก็จะเป็นแค่ปีที่ 1 2 3
ค่ะ
กรรมการก็เลยเป็นห่วงว่าอ้าวเราชอบ Product ที่คุณมาเสนอวันนี้ แต่คุณบอกว่ามัน
ค่ะ
ไม่ทำเงินนี่เราต้องไปรอจนถึงปีที่ 4หรอถึงทำเงินแล้วเราจะเชื่อได้ยังไงว่า
อืม
Product ในปีที่ 4 จะทำเงินได้จริง ทาง
มัน
ทีมก็เลยตอบ
ค่ะ
ว่าสิ่งที่เขามีการจดสิทธบัตรอะค่ะก็
ค่ะ
คือเป็นอัลกอริทึมก็คือเป็นเหมือนตัวการคำนวณ ซึ่งเขาจะใช้ตัวนี้เนี่ยเป็นหลักแล้วก็ขยายผลิตภัณฑ์โดยเบสจากอัลกอริทึมตัวนี้
อาจจะถือว่าเป็นความไม่แน่นอนที่เห็นในอนาคตด้วยกันแล้วกันนะคะ ตอนนี้นะคะก็อาจจะทีมที่ 5 พร้อมกันแล้ว เดี๋ยวเราก็ไปรับชมกันนะคะกับทีมของ Wisebox จากทางสหราชอาณาจักรพร้อมๆ กันได้เลยค่ะ
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the final round of the MAI Bangkok Business Challenge at Sasin 2017. We have 2 more ventures to go, all the way from the United Kingdom, please welcome Y-Box from Cambridge Judge Business School. So let me remind the team, you have 30 minutes, okay? And the judges will allow to ask questions after 5 minutes, and then you have 2 more time warnings, 3 minutes and 1 minute before the end, okay?
Thank you.
You ready?
Sure.
So we'll start the clock as soon as you start. Good luck.
Hi, I'm Colin, and we are Y-Box, an organization that's developing biodegradable, sustainable, eco-friendly, and even edible packaging. So the 5 of us all go to the University of Cambridge together, pursuing our MBA, and we're all aspiring entrepreneurs. We have an engineer from Germany, a Silicon Valley expert, a strategist from Malaysia, and a banker from Thailand. And all of us are bonded in our interest in creating a company that deals with harnessing the power of waste and creating new, sustainable ways to deal with problems. We have 25 years of experience, we've come from different countries, and we all want to make this company work for us together. So, even though we're in infancy stages, we've already started talking to manufacturers and partnered with 4 professional women with experience to create our board. They have legal experience, logistical experience, circular economy experience, and operations experience. And over the next 5 years, we think we can become a major force in the $240 billion green packaging industry. So let's take a step back and talk about what's happening here, and that's waste. Waste is everywhere. It's being created by industries, it's being created by people. And as the population of the world increases, and as personalizations of our products increases, and as more and more people start ordering from Lazada or Amazon, we have more and more waste in the world. And the reality is Amazon, 25% of their carbon footprint is coming from that cardboard they're using and that waste. And even though you could say that's recyclable, we have recyclable products already. The fact is, only less than the majority of people are recycling those products. We're creating waste everywhere. We even have an island in the middle of the Pacific Ocean that's as large as Europe, and it's just waste. So, as I've been talking about, we have all these factors creating more and more waste, developing a bigger problem, and it's expensive. But then we also have governments trying to cut down on waste, and we have industries trying to eliminate waste altogether. So we have a problem, and we have people wanting a solution. And we believe that we have that solution, and that's Y-Box. So how did we come up with this? Well, we started looking at industries, and we looked at people. What's happening here? Industries are creating waste, people are creating waste, but the industries have waste sometimes that can be useful, and that's happening with the beer production industry. And then we feel that we can take a lot of what they have, specifically brewerage yeast, and turn it into valuable packaging. We can make it affordable, durable, sustainable, and eco-friendly. But above all, our new packaging that we're designing eliminates consumer concern. It deals with itself.
DBS Explorer รายการที่จะช่วยให้คุณเลือกหุ้นได้อย่างนักลงทุนคุณภาพ
พบกับนักวิเคราะห์มืออาชีพที่จะช่วยให้คุณตัดสินใจได้ง่ายขึ้น
ตอบโจทย์ทุกไลฟ์สไตล์การลงทุนได้อย่างแม่นยำเราทำได้คุณก็ทำได้ DBS Explorer ทาง Money Channel เท่านั้น
คุณพี่คะพี่อติเขาเตรียมดอกไม้ไว้ไปไหว้คุณครูเหรอคะ
ความจริงดอกไม้เนี่ยให้ไปแล้วเดี๋ยวมันก็เหี่ยวเฉาสู้ดอกเบี้ยไม่ได้ครับ
ดอกเบี้ย
ดอกเบี้ยมีแต่วันจะพอกพูนขึ้นไปเรื่อย
ดอกเบี้ยขาขึ้นแบบนี้แน่นอนว่า เราจะต้องอยู่ข้างฝั่งที่เป็นเจ้าหนี้
ๆ ใครเป็นเจ้าหนี้
ใครเป็นเจ้าหนี้
แบงค์ไง
หุ้นกลุ่มแบงค์หุ้นกลุ่มแบงค์ต้องมาแน่ๆฟินเทคเขา
ฟังแล้วก็หนาวเลยนะ
กลุ่มแบงค์
ไม่
นี่
รู้จะเป็นอะไรหรือเปล่า
แล้วแบงค์เนี่ยฟื้นเศรษฐกิจฟื้นก็จริงแต่จะดีจริงในระยะยาวหรือเปล่าเราสนดอกเบี้ยที่เป็นขาขึ้นแบบนี้หุ้นกลุ่มแบงค์จะมีอะไรดีให้เลือกลงทุนติดตามกันได้รายการลงทุนอย่างเสือตลอดเดือนกุมภาพันธ์นี้ค่ะ
แพรวศินีนาถสวัสดิ์พลค่ะ
Please explain what market are you operating? When you show this information, there's no source. You said 80% of who are talking, who are having problem, brewery where, in which market. I don't even understand yet which country is your venture will be operating in and how what's the ecosystem will you be operating. I have no idea. Like, please explain.
Yeah, absolutely. So we are moving on to the market. I'm going to be telling you a bit about where Ybox will be competing. So we are firmly located within the green packaging industry, particularly in the United States. So we've been seeing a few interesting trends in the past few years regarding green packaging. Green packaging is very exciting for consumers. They can touch it, they can see it, and we've seen that 55% of consumers are willing to pay a 15% premium for this green packaging. So just to give you a bit of size of the market.
How are these related to your business? So I'm sorry.
Yeah,
so,
sure.
You said you are going to be a venture operate in US, correct?
That's
so
correct.
basically you will be competing in the packaging market in the US, correct?
Yes, that's correct. We'll be a biodegradable packaging company within the United States. We'll be located in Chicago initially.
Okay, and your supplier of the beer, the waste from beer production process will be the brewery in US, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. We'll be sourcing our raw materials from breweries in the Chicago area, repurposing it into a green packaging solution that's biodegradable and safe for animal consumption.
When you say beer brewery, are we talking about big firm or are we talking about like some small guys?
We are actually exploring both. We're in the exploration phase at the moment. We're still developing our product, and we're still working with different types of brewers' waste.
Have you talked with any major beer producers? Because to my knowledge, at least in Thailand, all the major beer producers have a very efficient way to manage their waste, and they never, let the waste produced from beer become a waste. So they do something with it.
Sure. So we've talked to AB InBev, and they don't have a solution that's similar to this at all, that their waste becomes something valuable. And we've also talked to a few major craft breweries in the US.
ABMF, what are they doing with their waste at the moment?
So the majority of the waste is just basically thrown away.
Wow, okay.
Yep, so 65% is thrown away.
ABMF throwing away all the waste from the beer, really?
As we stated earlier, there's only 35% utilization within the waste in the United States at the moment.
You don't think there's a huge operation in the U.S. already where they're using brewery waste for for fertilizers?
Exactly.
It's a huge business.
That is the main part of those 35% is going into fertilizers and livestock feed. However, the raw material, the waste material from the breweries is low in nutritional value, and therefore it's not a really valuable product. So the 35% is already considering a saturated market within the United States. The rest is being disposed.
All right, thank you. So yeah, we're located in the green packaging market in the United States, particularly inside the biodegradable packaging industry. We've been seeing incredible growth in the world biodegradable packaging industry. It's growing at 16% per year, providing us ample space to take some of the market. Okay, so great. The market's really large. We have some opportunity, but what does that mean for us? How can we actually enter this market and take advantage of some of this momentum? So we've developed a strategy to enter the market. We're still in the prototyping phase. We're developing technology, which we will then patent and distribute. So once we've developed a prototype, we're focusing on a single prototype here to test the market. We'll release it into the Chicago area, test the market, see how it reacts, moving on to dealing with our partners, both on the brewery and the distributor side. So once we have some partners on the distribution side, we can actually work with them to develop more packaging that can fill other needs of theirs.
So at the moment, you've not actually manufactured or built a viable packaging product made out of brewer's yeast. You're hopeful to do it?
Yeah, so we've seen some proof of concepts. Yeast is a similar material to cornstarch, for example, and it can actually be used in a very similar way to produce this biodegradable material. And we're currently working with a couple partners in Cambridge. We're working at MakeSpace and dealing with some people at the engineering department at the University of Cambridge. And we're still in progress, but yes, we are still in the
But if it's if by analogy to cornstarch, this is not a hugely complex or complicated process, why are existing biodegradable packaging manufacturers not using this as a raw material? There seems to be a massive surplus of it, people who want to get rid of it. There are people already in this industry looking at 16%, annual growth rates. Why aren't they just using this as a raw material in the same way that they use cornstarch?
First of all, because that probably is a question that needs to be answered by those companies. We see that a key problem for them probably is the interaction with the breweries. So working with them to create the raw material income and then produce their products is not something that is being done at the moment.
I think the question is, do you hold a specific technology that nobody has, or what enable you to be able to do things that nobody have done before? Because if I go online now, I can find a bunch of OEM, biodegradable or eatable packaging located in China, located in many places that if I have an idea, if I have some design, I can just go to them and then have them produce it for me. So I'm still don't see what is unique or what is like special about this venture.
The manufacturing process in general is very similar between different materials, whether we use cornstarch or whether we use brewer's yeast. The main differentiation is in the parameters within the process, whether it is the separation of the liquor in the centrifuge or the duration and the temperatures and the resting phases. There's a lot of different parameters that we're working on and that we test. Also, we have to consider for different batches that we get from different breweries. So there's a spectrum of parameters from our raw material that comes in that we want to account for in order to be sure that we can produce in mass production with different suppliers. And all these things is basically one of the main reasons why we're here today, because we're seeking funding in order to get the development of those parameters and the knowledge about the process in-house.
And what would be the key benefit out of this specific path that you are going to take? Because there are many material of choice, there are many ways to create the edible packaging or even biodegradable packaging. What is so special or maybe unique selling points towards customers? If we let's say be able to produce the packaging that is using whatever your vision.
It's a very good question. Actually, that's one of the first questions that we typically get. There's biodegradable out there. Biodegradable products and packaging has been developed. What's the difference? The key difference that we see is that at the moment nobody's using waste in order to produce biodegradable products. So if there's cornstarch, for example, in the United States, cornstarch that is being manufactured into biodegradable packaging materials, that is fresh crops that they use. We add basically another value to waste, and that is the competitive advantage that we see at the moment.
So the end consumer will be motivated to buy something in your packaging because they feel they're helping solve a waste problem. And how do you communicate that to the mass market in an effective way as a packaging company?
So in terms of marketing, we're planning to use social media for marketing. So that will be our main way of communicating to potential customers.
So we see two different types of strategies here. We want to work with the individuals that will be distributing it. So they'll communicate that probably we'll put it on the packaging and it will be communicated. But we also view a need for a pull strategy, that being communicating out there that there's a new type of packaging, it's exciting, and it's worthwhile to purchase or use products that have that.
If I can build on that question. So I understand you want to do packaging for egg to begin with. And I understand that some eggs are packaged in plastic and some of them in cardboard of some sort. If I as a consumer want to help the environment and help the world at large, I've already made decisions about which eggs I will buy, haven't I? That's sort of the development over the last 15 years. Is it such that the eggs that are from free-range chickens, etc., happens to be the eggs that are packaged in plastic? Or are they the ones typically that are already packaged in cardboard? And why would I then, as a consumer, have a problem with cardboard?
Right. Do you want to take this?
So actually, the recycling rates in the United States are very low. So we are targeting free range, the top sort of tier of the egg market in the United States. This is because it's typically associated with the consumers that we feel would be interested in this product.
My point is, I think we're agreeing here, but my point is, those wouldn't be packaged in plastic, would they?
No, they would be in recycled paper, and then those packaging materials actually need to be recycled.
But then, don't you have a little bit of a mountain to climb? Because I'm already feeling by paying more for them, and this is something that the consumers have been taught to do over many, many years. I'm already feeling I'm doing my part, right? I'm buying free-range eggs, and the packaging is recyclable. So you need to go out and convince people that it's not good enough. They have to have it. It has to be not only biodegradable, because the packaging is already biodegradable, it has to be edible as well. You can see that's a little bit of a climb, isn't it?
And if I can just interject a bit. Yeah, we totally recognize that there's an understanding or a belief that recycling, which is great, don't get me wrong, but the reality in the US is the majority of the people aren't recycling. It's hovering in the 30s. So what's good about our packaging is that it takes a step away from that and say, okay, it doesn't matter if something happens to this. Maybe someone spilled coffee on it and then they can't recycle it or something. But this is going to degrade by itself.
I appreciate that. But what I'm coming from is just that as an investor, I try to stay away from things where you have to tell people that what they're currently doing, they have to do in a completely different way. That just tends to be really difficult. So I understand that you're saying more will be recycled, but I'm seeing it as a consumer. Why would I pay more for it? Or why would I make this change? Why would I trust that this byproduct from breweries is better than the recyclable cardboard that I'm already buying? That's my point.
I think that is one of the main reasons why we mentioned that it's a two-way strategy in terms of marketing. On the one hand, of course, we want to attract our direct business partners, like distributors, to use our products. On the other hand, we want to use social media and raise awareness that there is a way to do another step and to further improve biodegradable, and to not only use cardboard, and to outline the potential that is coming on top of that.
Both of you guys, two people have already mentioned social media. And let me ask the most important question to me now is, besides throwing away my money on social media for no benefit probably, what are you going to do with the money that you're asking for? Can you explain that? What's your next steps?
So we're planning to purchase plant equipment in order to move like the manufacturing in-house, and also to move R&D in-house as well.
But before you go to that stage, had you even tested that your idea of packaging can even protect eggs? What are the specific, product requirement to be able to protect eggs in transportation? What is the humidity tolerance? I mean, what scares me as a, marketer is when you try to compete in a market where specifications matters, but I don't see any technical specification.
So as part of our product development stage, that's what we're trying to achieve. The standards that's required by the industry, the specifications to the key on what the durability is, the heat resistant, the moisture resistant, whatever it is that egg needs to be protected. That's where we're having the challenge in front of us, and that's where we're going to do the prototyping stage up front with our partners in Cambridge.
So at this point, you still have no confirmation that a biodegradable packaging that is being made from waste of beer can protect eggs or not, right? At this point, you don't know yet.
We're pretty confident because there has been a brewery that utilized their yeast in Florida, and they were able to use that, and it was able to go in different types of temperatures, and they used it for a form of packaging as well. And that's not mass produced by any means, but they've used it for their own in Florida, and so we're pretty confident we can take this to the level that we need it to.
Fortunately, you have to make us confident.
Mm-hmm.
Second
So
question,
help us.
before we, the first one is that your idea of packaging, can it even protect eggs? Second, would egg producer even care? Because they are the one who actually pay for packaging. They will be your customers. So have you talked to them? Do they even care that they even barter to, promote another type of, raw materials? So, two questions, yeah.
We are still at a very early stage, and we have started talking to local farmers and to small retailers. It's too early to say what the overall market positioning here is, but coming from a consumer poll that we see, added value and the willingness to pay extra and to pay the green premium from consumer side, and having a look at the financials, how we think what premium we are charging and what premium retailers can achieve. We see a valuable business.
What you're saying makes sense, but it's just, I would assume that if you poll people on whether they would like a product that is better for the environment and whether they're willing to pay a little extra for it, you will always get the same answer. I just wonder whether they really want to do it. It's like, there must be inherent flaws in such a poll. Would you like to make the world better and pay a little bit more for it? I can almost predict what kind of outcome you will get.
Has your company become more valuable since you arrived in Bangkok? Do you know why I'm asking that question?
Has it become more valuable?
Yeah, because if I decide to invest in you today, can I invest $250,000 and get 30% and a seat on your board?
Yeah,
Or do I invest $500,000, get the same 30% and don't get a seat on the board? Who's the banker and the baker?
Me. So I wanted to clarify, when we came to Bangkok, we revised our business plan, so we did more research and we found out that the cost of the equipment is actually more expensive than we initially thought.
I missed the revised version.
Sorry.
Then just one other question. In your introductory slide, one of you was identified as the Silicon Valley hipster. Who's that?
That's me.
I would have called on you. Since you're 1/3 my age, I get biodegradable. Explain to an old man the attraction of eating the container something comes in.
Yeah, so when we say edible, we are saying it's more edible toward animal life, for example, sea life, sort of targeting at the sea waste sort of island that's in the middle of the ocean.
For your customers that live by the sea.
We don't intend for anyone to eat our packaging.
Yeah, I'm just saying maybe you need to revisit that. The idea when you tell me that you're making something out of brewery waste and it's edible is lost on me.
Yeah, we don't advise humans to eat it. It's safe, but you're probably not going to eat your egg carton.
I don't think it's a sales feature. Just my thought.
All right. Thank you.
Based on your financial projection, how many customers do you need? How many egg producers will you need to hit this number?
So we need at least in the first year to make at least 600,000 cartons.
No, my question is, how many customers do you need?
At least two.
2 customers. And had you identified these 2? You only need 2 customers, right? Had you identified these 2, doesn't seem to be a hard job to identify them.
Yeah, we were looking at Chicago-based distributors of eggs and sort of fresh products. Yeah, we identified a couple in the Chicago area that used to be on our site.
What I meant is, have you talked with them? Do you get their name card? Do you know their nickname? Do you know, how do you get into conversation with them?
So what we did was we looked online and we tried to find egg farms that focus on sustainability. And what we did was we sent them emails, whether to ask them what kind of packaging they're using right now, and also if they're interested in using a more sustainable packaging. That's what we did
You
so
only
far.
need 2 customers. So from whenever you start to conceive the idea of this venture until today, what prevent you to actually go meet with 2 customers?
I mean, the key point for us in order to convince business partners and to actually sign contracts is our valuable product and a prototype where we're still working on, but we're confident that within this year we will have prototypes that we can go out and talk to potential business partners.
So what exactly is worth $1 million today? The aspiration to take waste and create a product out of it? I mean, you don't have a viable prototype. I think we're all concerned that for the egg producers, convincing them to switch from their incumbent suppliers is going to be challenging because you're not arguing a significant price reduction for them in terms of raw material cost. What you're arguing is, we think you'll sell more eggs if you adopt our product, but you have absolutely no empirical evidence that anybody's going to buy their eggs who hasn't before, because of the points that John and my other colleagues have made, is that the guys who are buying cardboard don't care that most of the world doesn't recycle because they feel that they recycle, so it's good enough for them. The guys who are buying cornstarch biodegradable are already buying a biodegradable product, so yours doesn't really have any added value other than the fact that it's made out of waste. And I think the reaction of a lot of the customers is going to be, who cares? And if the reaction of the customers is who cares, then the egg producers aren't going to switch out of something that works for them unless you can really offer them a cost advantage.
Right. And
Plus, the number one designer egg in the United States, Eggland's Best, I assume you know who that is packaged in plastic. So.
Right. So I think you bring up valid concerns that we're working to address in the next few months. And that's why we wanted to start small and work with local distributors and work at local boutique grocery stores within the Chicagoland area, because we see the market as being very ripe for the taking with what we're trying to do.
And I think that's really valid, and I would be doing the same thing if I were you, which is trying to validate my core proposition. But in a way, does that not lend itself more to a very small friends and family round or additional university grant in order to prove your concept, and then perhaps have a couple of conversations with some egg producers, show them that there is a viable product, and then go for maybe your first real round of funding to build a facility or start something much more commercial. It just seems that you're at a very conceptual stage, albeit the concept is commendable in many ways.
Just to reiterate on the egg cartons alone, we know that that's our entry point, but we don't see ourselves being limited to just egg cartons. We want to expand to different product mixes, into different applications. We're even looking at going to talk to businesses who want to reduce their total waste output and see how we can help them throughout their production line. So we're not limited by just egg cartons in that sense.
Thank you. That's a really good point. So I want to understand a little more who holds the knowledge of formulation to turn this beer waste into biodegradable packaging. Who has this specific know-how?
Well, a brewery in Florida, presumably, right?
Well, they're having it manufactured in Mexico, and we've been in talks with that manufacturer as well. But we're hoping to finalize it on our end and have our own.
So in the first, after nearly a decade of judging the MAI Bangkok Business Challenge at Sasin, I have an idea. Why don't you hire us to be your advisors and pay us rather than we pay you?
The answer should be okay.
We would be very grateful for your advice and your guidance.
You
and
won't
that's
be
why
grateful
we're here.
for our price.
But we're university students. We've got some student loans to work through. But thank you.
Where are they making this in Mexico? You mentioned that this technology is being made there. Where? Which brewery? Like Modelo?
We're not sure about the name of the city.
give me the brewery. I don't expect
It's
you
called
to know this.
Inteliquia.
It's called what?
Inteliquia. The name of the manufacturer.
Okay.
It's a very small manufacturer. It's not a major
Yeah, okay.
manufacturer.
I'll buy that. Thanks.
It's saltwater brewery as well in Florida. If you want
Anyway,
to look it up.
the reason I asked about the owner of technology because there's this company called Synthesine. They develop a new formulation of using some fatty acid to be able to, create this biodegradable packaging from yeast of beer. And they're just being acquired, get huge amount of money, and now being supported by the U.S. Defense Ministry. So my question throwing at you is just to recheck whether are you one of those potential or not. But I think the answer
I'm
is
afraid
no.
I have to stop you there. Thank you very much, Y-Box. So after another short break, we'll come back with Smart Toilet Company.
นั่นคือทีมที่5นะครับสำหรับแผนดำเนินธุรกิจภาคภาษาอังกฤษที่นำมาเสนอในวันนี้นะครับบนเวทีนี้นั่นคือทีม Y-Box Cambridge Judge Business School จากสหราชอาณาจักรเนี่ยนะครับต้องเรียนถามคุณแนนก่อนนะครับปกติซื้อขายไหมฮะ
ซื้อบ้างค่ะ
ปัจจัยที่
ซื้อบ้าง
ที่เวลาที่เราจะเลือกไข่เนี่ยมันมีเรื่องอะไรบ้าง
จริงๆส่วนใหญ่เนี่ยนี่เป็นพอยต์นึงเลยที่
ครั
กร
บ
รมการถามเหมือนกันว่าเวลาคนซื้อไข่เนี่ยเขาเลือกซื้อจากแพคเกจจิ้งหรอ
นั่นสิครับ
เขาก็จะเลือกซื้อที่เกรดไข่ก่อน
ครับ
เป็นไซส์ไหนไข่ไก่หรือไข่เป็ดหรืออะไรอย่างเงี้ยค่ะแล้วก็ดูไซส์ดูสีดูหลาย ๆ อย่าง แต่ว่าอาจจะไม่ใช่พอยต์สำคัญ อาจจะเป็นพอยต์สุดท้ายดีกว่า อาจจะไม่ใช่ว่าไม่ใช่พอยต์เป็นหนึ่งในปัจจัยแต่อาจจะเป็นปัจจัยสุดท้ายหรือเปล่าที่คนเลือกไข่แล้วว่าโอเคต้องการแบบนี้แล้วมี2ยี่ห้อ
ครับ
ให้เปรียบเทียบ แล้วปรากฏว่าอันนึงเป็น biodegradable packaging อันนึงเป็นพลาสติกคน
คือสามารถ
อาจจะเลือกที่จะหยิบ biodegradable
ย่อยสลายได้
ใช่
เป็นมิตรต่อสิ่งแวดล้อม
ใช่
แต่อาจจะไม่ใช่ปัจจัยที่สำคัญที่สุด
ใช่ เพราะเราไม่ได้ไปซื้อกล่องเนาะเราไปซื้อไข่ไปทำอาหาร
ใช่ครับ
ใช่
ถูกต้อง
ค่ะ
แล้วฮะ
นั่น
เพราะ
ก็
ฉะนั้
เป็น นส่วนหนึ่ง
จุดขายของเขาคืออะไรครับเท่าที่ผมฟังดูอาจจะไม่ได้โดดเด่นเมื่อเทียบกับหลาย ๆ ทีมที่ผ่านมานะฮะ
ใช่ค่ะ จุดขายของเขาก็คือย่อยสลายได้ แล้วก็
ครับ
ผลิตมาจากwaste ก็คือผลิตมาจากของเสียจากการผลิตเบียร์
ครับ
ซึ่งฟังอย่างนี้แล้วคุณอีกจะไปดื่มเบียร์เลยใช่ไหมคะ ช่วยโลก สร้าง waste ให้กับทีมนี้มากขึ้น ท่านผู้ชมที่บ้านอย่าเพิ่งหยิบอะไรมาทานตอนนี้นะคะ ก็คือพอเราเพิ่ม waste ขึ้นมาเสร็จแล้วเนี่ยเขาบอกว่าอ๋อมันมี waste ตัวนี้เยอะ ก็เอามาใช้สิจะได้รักโลกมากขึ้น เพราะว่าตอนนี้ในตลาดเนี่ยอย่างแรกเลยก็คือใช้พลาสติก ซึ่งเราก็ทราบกันดีว่าไม่ดีต่อสิ่งแวดล้อม
ครับ
หลังจากนั้นก็มีคนใช้คาร์ดบอร์ดก็คือกระดาษแข็งหรือกระดาษรีไซเคิลอะค่ะจะเห็นว่าเวลาเราไปซื้อจะมีบางเจ้าที่ใช้สีน้ำตาลกระดาษสีน้ำตาล
ครับ
นั่นก็คือรีไซเคิลเขาก็บอกว่ามันเป็นการรีไซเคิลแหละ แต่อันเนี้ยเราจะเอาขยะมาใช้ใหม่นะค่ะก็เลยจะเอาขยะจากการผลิตพวกบิวรี่ก็คือพวกเครื่องดื่มแอลกอฮอล์ซื้อตรงเนี้ยมาใช้ ซึ่งกรรมการก็ถามว่าอ้าวแต่ในตลาดก็มีคนที่ใช้คอนสตาร์ชก็คือพวกฟางข้าวโพดด้วย แล้วคุณจะไปแข่งยังไงเพราะตอนนี้โอเคคุณอาจจะไม่ได้ไปแข่งกับพลาสติกแล้วล่ะ
ครับ
คนคงแบบไม่เอามาเปรียบเทียบกัน แต่คุณกำลังจะแข่งกับ1คือกระดาษแข็ง2คือฟางข้าวโพดแล้วคุณจะแข่งยังไง เพราะว่าจริงๆแล้วอย่างที่เมื่อกี้เราคุยกันตั้งแต่ต้นว่าคนเลือกซื้อที่ไข่ คนไม่ได้เลือกซื้อที่แพคเกจจิ้ง คน
ครับ
มาถึงเสร็จแล้วก็ก็เหมือนกันทุกอย่างก็ดูโอเคอะรักโลกเหมือนกันหมด คงไม่ได้เป็นจุดสำคัญมาก แล้วที่สำคัญ คนที่ตัดสินใจจะจ่ายตังค์ซื้อกล่องให้กับบริษัทนี้ไม่ใช่คนซื้อไข่ อย่าลืมว่าจริงๆ คนที่จ่ายตังค์ซื้อของเขาเนี่ยคือโรงงานหรือแบรนด์ที่ขายไข่ถูกไหม
ครั
คะ
บแต่สุดท้ายเขาก็ต้องไป
ซื้
พุชไปที่ราคาเนี่ยก็มีการเพิ่มให้กับทางด้านของผู้บริโภคถูกไหมฮะ
ใช่แต่เขาไม่ใช่คนแต่เขาเป็นคนตัดสินใจว่าจะซื้อใช้หรือไม่ซื้อใช้ คือเราอาจจะบอกว่าโอ้เจ๋งมากเลยอยากได้ตัวนี้มากเลย แต่โรงงานผลิตบอกไม่เอาราคาสู้อันเก่าไม่ได้เขาเคยใช้กล่องที่เป็นกระดาษแข็ง
ครับ
ราคาดีกว่า เราไม่ซื้อเขาก็ไม่เอามาใส่ขายให้เราเราก็ทำอะไรไม่ได้เพราะจริงๆแล้วเนี่ยคนที่ตัดสินใจจริง ๆ ว่าจะเลือกใช้สินค้านี้ไหมไม่ใช่เราคนที่ไปเดินห้างซื้อไข่
ครับ
แต่เป็นโรงงานที่ผลิต นั่นคือสิ่งจุดสำคัญเลยที่จะกรรมการบอกว่าคุณกำลังชูโรงว่าเนี่ยจะลงเงินก้อนหนึ่งไปโฆษณาทาง Facebook ทางโซเชียลมีเดียซึ่งจริงเราทราบกันดีว่าโซเชียลมีเดียส่วนใหญ่เนี่ยใช้สำหรับ end consumer ก็คือ
พวกเรา
คน
นี่แหละ
ใช้เลยคนใช้จริง ๆ ก็คือพวกเราที่เป็นคนไปซื้อไข่
เพราะฉะนั้นแปลว่าผิดจุดสิครับ
ใช่ นั่นคือสิ่งที่กรรมการมองว่าคุณผิดจุดหรือเปล่า คุณไปโฆษณาคนซื้อไข่ แต่คนซื้อไข่ไม่ใช่คนที่ซื้อแพ็กเกจจิ้งจริง ๆ คนที่ซื้อจริง ๆ ต้องเป็นโรงงานสิ แล้วคุณต้องการลูกค้ากี่ราย เขาก็บอกว่าเขาต้องการ2 ราย 2 ราย แล้วรายนั้นเป็นใครบ้าง คุณไปคุยหรือยัง เขาบอกว่ายังไม่ได้ไปคุย ก็เลยเกิดคำถามขึ้นว่าคุณต้องการลูกค้าแค่2 รายเอง มันน่าจะเหมือนต้องมีอย่างน้อยสัก1 รายหรือมีอะไรที่ค่อนข้างชัดเจนกว่านี้ เพื่อที่จะมาให้นักลงทุนลงทุนนะคะ
แต่เท่าที่ดู strategy หรือว่ากลยุทธ์ของเขาเนี่ยคือสามารถไป convince ให้กับโรงงานเนี่ยเข้ามาซื้อเรื่องของผลิตภัณฑ์ของเขาได้มากน้อยขนาดไหนครับ
อันนี้ก็เป็นอีกปัจจัยหนึ่งทางด้าน supply ที่กรรมการถามว่าอย่างแรกเลยคือ คุณต้องการที่จะ target ก็คือมุ่งเป้าไปที่โรงเบียร์ขนาดใหญ่ หรือเป็นโรงเบียร์ขนาดเล็ก ซึ่งถ้าโรงเบียร์ขนาดเล็กเนี่ยท่านผู้ชมอาจจะสงสัยนิดนึงคือต่างประเทศนะคะในบางเมืองหรือในบางรัฐเนี่ยเขาอะบริวกินกันเองก็คือหมักเบียร์กินกันเองที่บ้าน ซึ่งเป็นเหมือนแบบปกติที่เขาทำกัน หรือบางคนก็คือเป็นเหมือนเบียร์แบบยูนิคอะค่ะที่ทำเองเป็นแบรนด์แปลกก็จะมีตามบ้านเหมือนกันก็คือเป็นสิ่งทั่วไปเขาก็เลยถามว่าคุณน่ะเป้าหมายที่ต้องการก็คือแบบเนี้ย SME ว่าง่ายๆ SME หรือว่าเป็นโรงงานใหญ่เพราะเขาคิดว่าโรงงานใหญ่ๆเนี่ยไม่มีทางหรอกปล่อยของเสียทิ้งไปโรงงานใหญ่ๆเนี่ย efficiency การประสิทธิภาพในการทำงานสูงมาก
ใช่ครับ
แต่เขาก็บอกว่าโรงงานใหญ่ๆที่เขาไปคุยมาค่ะ100%ของเสียเนี่ยใช้แค่35อีก65เหมือนเอาไปโยนทิ้งแต่เหมือนกรรมการยังไม่ค่อยเชื่อมากเพราะเขาเชื่อว่ายังไง 65%เนี่ยต่อให้เอาไปโยนทิ้งเนี่ยเขาก็เอาไปทำเหมือนเป็นอาหารสัตว์ซึ่งซึ่งอุตสาหกรรมอาหารสัตว์เนี่ยใหญ่มากแล้วคือเราต้องมองว่ามันไม่ใช่แค่ขยะอย่างเดียวเขาอาจจะทำเงินอยู่แล้วขยะก็จริงแต่เขาขายเป็นอาหารสัตว์เนี่ยทำเงินอยู่แล้วสมมุติเขาได้เท่านี้แล้วเขาจะมาขายให้เราต่ำกว่าเขาก็ไม่เอาแล้วเพราะฉะนั้นก็คงเป็นไปได้ยากเพราะฉะนั้นเขาก็เลยถามว่าแล้วคุณต้องการเจ้าเล็กๆหรอเพราะถ้าต้องการเจ้าเล็กๆนั่นคือความยากแล้วโอ้โหต้องไปเคาะประตูบ้านกี่หลัง
จะต้องคุยยังไงคือแค่ convince รายใหญ่เนี่ยยังยากอยู่เลย
ใช่
ทีนี้ต้องเดินไปหารายย่อยอีกก็ไม่ใช่เรื่องง่าย
ใช่ก็เลยหลักๆว่าจะเห็นว่าทีมนี้เนี่ยก็เลยจะโดนปัญหาใหญ่ๆก็คือ supply chain เลยก็คือคุณจะหาซอสของ raw material มาได้หรือเปล่าได้พอไหมได้ยังไง
และอำนาจในการต่อรองเขาล่ะครับ
ถ้าเกิดอย่างที่เขาบอกว่าเขาต้องการรายใหญ่ๆเนี่ยอำนาจในการต่อรองน่าจะน้อยมากเพราะจริงๆแล้วเราก็น่าจะทราบกันดีว่าบริษัทที่ทำพวกเครื่องดื่มแอลกอฮอล์เนี่ยทุกรายเนี่ยตัวใหญ่มากแล้วก็รายได้เขาเยอะมากก็เลยว่ามองหน้าถ้าแบบอันเนี้ยน่าจะยาก
เพราะฉะนั้นถ้าดูรูปแบบของ business model ของทั้งหมดคือถ้าหากว่าดูตั้งแต่ต้นน้ำคือเขาต้องไปซื้อของจาก supplier เนี่ยซึ่งก็เป็นตัวขยะจากโรงงานใช่ไหมครับคือตรงนี้อำนาจในการต่อรองก็น้อยอยู่แล้วขาที่เป็นขาขายออกเขาก็ต้องไปเจรจาอีกอำนาจการต่อรองก็น้อยเช่นเดียวกัน
ใช่ค่ะคือขาขายเนี่ยเหมือนว่าเขาจะวางราคาเนี่ยให้ไม่ต่างกันมากกรรมการก็เลยถามว่ามันอาจจะเป็นไปได้ถ้าคุณบอกว่าของคุณถูกกว่าถ้าคุณบอกของคุณถูกกว่าฟางข้าวโพดหรือกระดาษแข็งที่ใช้อยู่ก็อาจจะเป็นไปได้เพราะว่าโรงงานก็จะมองว่าโอเคงั้นคุ้มที่เราจะเปลี่ยนใช่ค่ะ
แต่ทีนี้คือผมพยายามที่จะนึกภาพนะครับถ้าหากว่าเป็นนักลงทุนเนี่ยคือขาต้นทุนมันมีโอกาสที่จะปรับสูงขึ้นเพราะว่าอำนาจต่อรองกับโรงงานมันน้อยแต่ขาราคาขายมันถูกแคปเอาไว้
มันถูกลิมิตเอาไว้ต้องไปลดราคาเพื่อให้เขามาซื้อด้วยเพราะว่าเหมือนไม่มีจุดขายทำไมถึงต้องซื้อตัวนี้ใช่ค่ะ
เพราะฉะนั้นถ้ามองโดยภาพรวมแล้ว business model นี้เทียบกับหลายๆทีมที่ผ่านมาเนี่ยให้คะแนนสักเท่าไหร่ดีครับ
พูดตรงค่อนข้างเหนื่อยเลยจริงๆว่าค่อนข้างเหนื่อยเพราะยังมีอีกจุดหนึ่งที่เขาถามก็คือแล้วจริงๆคุณมี intellectual property คืออะไรก็คือคุณมีอะไรเจ๋งไว้ในมืออ่ะคนเขาถึงทำตามคุณไม่ได้อ่ะเขาก็บอกเป็นขั้นตอนในการผลิตเป็นเหมือนพารามิเตอร์ต่างๆอุณหภูมิวิธีการผลิตอะไรประมาณนี้ค่ะแต่ว่าด้วยความที่พอมันฟังดูว่าเหมือนไม่ได้แปลกหรือไม่ได้ยูนิคขนาดนั้นเนี่ยกรรมการก็คิดว่าแล้วทำไมคนอื่นจะทำตามคุณไม่ได้คนที่ทำอยู่ในตลาดอยู่แล้วคล้ายๆทีมก่อนนั่นนี้คือคนที่ทำอยู่ในตลาดอยู่แล้วที่เขาทำพวกแพคเกจจิ้งจากฟางข้าวโพดหรือทำกระดาษเนี่ยก็ถ้าเขาเห็นแล้ววันนึงเขาก็แค่หันมาทำบ้างแต่ว่าเขาอย่าลืมเขามีลูกค้าอยู่แล้วเขามีเครื่องจักรอยู่แล้วเหมือนพอเขาเป็น first mover ที่เขาอยู่ในตลาดก่อนเนี่ยเขาก็จะแข่งขันกับเราได้ง่ายกว่าแต่เราก็กำลังจะเข้าไปใหม่
ครับทีนี้ผมอยากจะทำความเข้าใจนิดนึงคือผมไม่แน่ใจว่าเขามีการพรีเซนต์ก่อนหน้านี้หรือเปล่านะครับว่าทำไมเขาถึงมองตลาดไข่กล่องไข่ทั้งที่ถ้าพูดถึงแพคเกจจิ้งหรือว่าภาชนะเนี่ยก็ผมว่ามันมีบรรจุภัณฑ์เยอะแยะมากมายนะแต่ทำไมเขาถึงต้องเริ่มจากตรงนี้หรือตลาดมันใหญ่สุดเหรอครับผมยังไม่เห็นพอยตรงนี้เลย
เป็นคำถามที่ดีเหมือนกันเหมือนเมื่อกี้เขาก็อาจจะไม่ได้กล่าวถึงตัวนี้เหมือนกันเหมือนนั้นก็ไม่ได้ยินว่าทำไมต้องเป็นตัวนี้อะค่ะแต่ว่าที่จะโดนหนักๆก็คือปกป้องไข่ได้จริงหรือเปล่าด้วย
ครับเพราะว่ามันมีเรื่องของการขนส่งด้วยนะครับระหว่างทางเอาละครับตอนนี้ทีมสุดท้ายพร้อมอยู่แล้วนะครับสำหรับทีม Smart Toilet Company จาก Queensland University จากประเทศออสเตรเลียครับไปรับชมกันเลยครับ
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the final presentation of the final round of the MAI Bangkok Business Challenge Sasin 2017. I hope you've had your toilet breaks because you're going to need it after this. So, Please, all the way from Australia, please welcome Team Smart Toilet Company from Queensland University of Technology. So you have 30 minutes, okay? And the judges will be allowed to ask questions after 5 minutes. And then there'll be 2 time warnings, 3 minutes and 1 minute before the end. The ladies are in front of here to show you the time. Okay, so whenever you're ready, we'll start the clock. Good luck.
Good afternoon. I'm Dana Williamson, CEO of Smart TC. And joining me today, we have Fraser Miller, our CFO, and Chris Farrar, our Chief Operating Officer. And between us, we have over 50 years' experience in healthcare management, finance, technology, and operations. And we're here today to ask for $2.5 million for 15% equity and 1 seat on the Smart TC board. What this investment offers is a chance to change the lives of 1.2 billion people worldwide who suffer with chronic disease on a daily basis. It's also a chance to change the unsustainable trajectory that the world economy is on towards spending $47 trillion by the year 2030. It's a predicament that the US is already experiencing, with 86% of healthcare spending in the US going towards chronic disease management. But it does not have to be like this. The solution is Smart Toilet. Smart Toilet is both a device, an analytics service, and proactive healthcare, all through a simple device that's easily installed in any home toilet and allows the user to monitor their urine output for chronic disease conditions. These indicators are sent to our proprietary predictive analytics software system, which analyses the data and transfers it to existing electronic medical records in hospitals and doctors' surgeries, as well as to the patient's smartphone, where they can see the impact of their lifestyle choices in real time and begin to understand how what they're putting in their mouth is impacting their long-term health care. The product itself can test for 4 key conditions: diabetes, liver and kidney function, and metabolic syndrome. It also has other applications for pregnancy, alcohol testing, drug testing, and fertility testing. At this stage, we have 2 elements under IP patent pending. Those elements are the flow mechanism in the device itself, as well as the proprietary analytical software. This IP is backed up by key partnerships with health services in Australia and the utility sector and universities and the Innovation Hub in Queensland. We see that there's 3 elements for benefits to be realised with Smart Toilet. At the person-centric level, we see the benefits of non-invasive health monitoring moving from the current invasive and often time-consuming and costly methods of monitoring people's pathology. We also see that it empowers people to make the right choices for their healthcare and start to curb the impact of chronic disease on our community. At a health service level, we start to see reduced costs in pathology, as well as doctor and nurses' time in managing patients who are living with chronic disease. This frees up significant time in the healthcare system and allows doctors to put their energy towards acute patient care rather than secondary disease prevention. It also improves patient outcomes at a population level, which means that we're able to reallocate scarce resources and create healthier and more sustainable communities, resulting in more productive people out in the world. And it's this world solution that we're going to talk to you next about, because Smart Toilet is not just a Queensland solution or an Australian solution, but we've designed the Smart Toilet solution for a global opportunity. And I'll hand over now to Chris to talk you through that opportunity.
Thank you, Dana, and good afternoon, everybody. The global meditech and wearable device industry is a $27 billion industry. We believe that even by capturing a small percentage of that market, Smart Toilet represents a very attractive investment opportunity. With the dual capability of having a high diagnostic potential as well as a low price point, Smart Toilet occupies a unique space in the competitor ecosystem, and we believe a distinct first mover advantage in that quadrant. But Smart Toilet isn't all about making money. This is about saving and improving the lives of people across the globe. And we believe the 3 key customer segments that we've identified will help us to achieve that aim. The first of those is the business to government sector, represented by hospital and health services. Not only will these services give us direct access to those people who will benefit the most from Smart Toilet, it will also serve as a very effective aggregator of potential customers, which will help us to scale the product quickly, as well as to prove the medical competency of the product and the credibility. This will help us leverage into the next phase of business to consumer, where we'll be targeting people who have a family history of chronic disease and want to be proactive about testing for the onset of that disease, and Smart Toilet will help them do just that. The third sector, business to business, is represented by zero tolerance industries such as mining, aviation and security, where safety is paramount and we can save the lives of many through drug and alcohol testing of the workforce. So how does it work? This device is installed by the user into their home toilet below the waterline, hygienically and conveniently. Once it's installed, you just use the toilet as you normally would. The sensor technology inside the device analyzes your urine for those 4 key conditions that we spoke about earlier. It will wirelessly transmit an electronic signal to patient information systems accessed by doctors, as well as to your smart device app, allowing you not only to analyze and view your health analytics in real time, but also giving you peace of mind that your doctor is looking at your health statistics in the background and can alert you to any concerning trends. Smart Toilet is cleansed after each flush, which means it's ready for a new test after each use. It also promises an individualized reading because of the Bluetooth pairing, which identifies the user through every use of the toilet. We have a 5-year plan consisting of 3 phases. Our first phase will be involving clinical testing.
Can I ask you, you have, I mean, again, this is like deja vu all over again, but you have both a hardware component and a software component, right? You're focusing on the IP of the software component at the moment and the differentiator. Well, how is urine currently analyzed? I mean, once a sample is collected, is there not already a software tool that analyzes it?
It's in the collection that Smart Toilet has the advantage. So currently you either have to interact with your bodily output and take it to a pathology centre to be analysed. And there they, of course, yes, have software to check for chemicals, proteins in the urine. Where Smart Toilet differs is that you don't have to have that interaction. You don't have to take a specimen.
And that part I get and I think is very good. That's your differentiation between invasive and non-invasive. But if the real differentiation is in the collection methodology, being able to turn your toilet bowl into a continuous source of urine sample, why not just integrate that with the tools that people are already using, pathology labs and everybody else, to do the analysis? Why did you have to reinvent the wheel in terms of the software analytics?
It won't be a reinvention of the wheel. It'll actually be using existing electronic patient medical record systems. So what we're doing is just taking the analysis from the home toilet into what already exists in pathology services across Australia and the investment that healthcare has already made in e-health. So the doctors won't be logging into a new system. They won't be reading some new data. It'll actually plug into that patient's existing medical record.
So you build APIs between whatever you're doing and all of these various technologies that are currently being used in order to let your samples be used in the same way that a interactively collected sample would be used.
Exactly. And in fact, the current electronic medical system in Australia doesn't easily allow that link between pathology and patient record. So we're actually enhancing the current offering that's in the market.
And just to understand more clearly, the actual process of testing that you're doing is no different from testing that's done on urine if you were to go to the hospital, or is there some innovation that you're somehow able to quickly test?
At this stage, it is standard chemical testing, as you'd find in any urine test. As we advance through the Smart Toilet over the next 5 years, we're hoping to pick up advances in genomic medicine, particular proteins for cancer, which currently aren't tested through urine.
I mean, the unique thing about this that I kind of like is that it's continuous data, right? So that we can truly monitor, which is not happening in most cases. So, but I'm trying to understand more.
I think you raise a really valid point. So it's constant monitoring, but with far less effort than the I guess, sparse monitoring that might occur currently. So it's the best of both worlds. It allows that effortlessness.
But the technology is, this thing is called, I think it's a broad term, it's called lab ownership, right? And that is generic term that is being called this kind of technology. And there are both OEM and ODM who already offer the configurations and co-development on this. So, and you said your analytics software, which initially I thought something unique, turns out to be also a standard version. So basically you are putting two standard technology together.
Well, no, the software will be unique to our product offering. It'll over time build an aggregate data set that we will then be able to run analytics over, which will enable us to predict conditions potentially for patients. It'll also enable them to monitor through their smart device, so you'll be able to monitor your own interaction, as well as the doctors will be then able to manage by exception. So they're not going to get every single reading every time you go to the bathroom, but if there's a reading that says, well, your glucose is spiked, they may get an alert that says, well, this patient may need some attention and may need to come in for a fuller or clinical test.
So basically, the unique proposition of this venture is the monitoring system, right, aspect. So no one has done this before. Correct?
No, I guess traditional methods is so you test.
No, I mean as a SaaS. I think
as a SaaS,
yeah, as a SaaS.
Not to my knowledge,
okay.
no.
And you are linking with the patient's database, right? And this is exclusively being done with the Queensland Health. Exclusively.
Exclusively, as in, does Queensland Health have another provider who offers this kind of service, or is exclusively we will only work with Queensland Health?
No.
Are you able to clarify?
Do you have an exclusive contract or some sort of agreement with Queensland Health that they will not authorize any other ventures to leverage any value out of this patient's database besides your venture?
So we do have an arrangement in place with Queensland Health. We can't go into it too deep because it is commercial in confidence. Queensland Health is a government organisation. What we aim with any of our collaborations is that they get benefit out of it from an area in cost saving. So that's the benefit the hospital and health services will actually derive from Smart Toilet. There is an element of licensing, which Fraser is best to speak to. Would you like to share the licensing?
Oh yeah, so we're also able to license the data, so the technology for, I guess, other health jurisdictions where we don't currently have approvals, we can then license the technology to them, and then we'll generate a royalty revenue stream off the back of that.
But aren't these patients' data is like unethical or illegal to share or to something, you know? Like, I mean, if I work in a financial sector. So sharing just the name and the contact number is super critical thing. So now you are talking about sharing a patient's information.
Not patient's information, aggregate information at a population level. So all the information, as with any current research clinical trial, will be de-identified and aggregated at a population grouping.
For a personalised record, though, that goes from a patient to their doctor, we would use industry standard encryption technology to ensure that only that patient and that doctor have access to that individual record.
And I'm trying to understand this. Actually, it seems like you don't really have much except an interesting idea of using the toilet instead of a urine cup and using the phone as a transmission method. The collection of the data and the analyzing the data, well, we live in a big data world, right? So anybody could do that if they could collect the data. Is that correct to say that? I mean, and the next question is, if this is standard, which he asked you, is this is kind of a standard lab on a chip, then that means that anybody could come up with a similar type of solution, right?
So I guess our key sort of barrier to entry, as it were, will be our relationship with Queensland Health and the fact that once we've integrated the software into their existing systems, it's going to be very difficult for a competitor to come along and replicate that. In addition, we've also got IP around the flow collection mechanism, and whilst the sensor technology isn't novel, it's component parts, the way we collect and analyse that urine is certainly proprietary, as well as the software.
So based upon what you said, someone can take your idea, go to China, go to Thailand, go to India, and start doing the same type of thing.
They certainly can, but they can't get a doctor to prescribe it as we currently can. So a doctor in the Queensland health system will say to someone who's got type 2 diabetes and isn't managing their condition very well, you need to use smart toilet. This is part of your care.
Sorry, there's an epidemic of diabetes as an example across Asia in the Middle East. Absolutely, they would come up with solutions to this. So is this just a Queensland, Australia product, or what's your plan?
Well, I guess there's two parts to that question. But the initial sort of proof of concept phase will be through the Queensland government, and that will enable us to then leverage obtain the regulatory approval, which we can then roll out nationally. And Dana's probably a bit better placed to how that scales globally, so I'll let her talk to that point.
Before you do that, what regulatory approval?
This requires regulatory approval because it is a medical device.
Which part of it? The hardware part, the software analytics, both?
Every component requires, under Australian TGA rules, which is Therapeutic Goods Administration, it requires regulatory approval. Again, our partnership with Queensland Health is essential to pushing through that process. So once we get TGA approved...
Where are you in that process?
At this point in time, we've got a prototype under development, and in 3 months' time, we'll be ready to implement into the hospital system.
And what's the time frame that it takes to get approval through that process?
It depends on what the TGA asks for. So anywhere from 6 to 12 months, and it depends on the sample sizes that we're pushing through the clinical trials, which, given chronic disease, is going to be fairly significant sample sizes.
I'm not familiar with efficient government process, so it kind of worries me that your whole future of this venture relies on relationship with the government. Yep. So can you at least project or describe the value of your venture without Queensland Health?
Certainly, it's not just the Queensland government that we have a relationship with. We also have a relationship with the largest hospital and health service in Australia, which is a separate entity legal entity in of itself. And we've been spending a number of months collaborating with clinicians around the clinical information required for both the device and the software. So if inefficient government processes tie us up, we will be moving directly with the largest hospitals.
An example is here we have a hospital, Bumrungrad Hospital, one of the largest outpatient clinics in the world, sees 4,000 patients daily, and has a catchment area of large people with these types of chronic diseases. Why wouldn't you just go and do that? First of all, it's more international, and it would give us confidence that you can expand internationally. Second of all, it's no relationship to the government, so they can move much more quickly, and possibly approvals could happen more quickly here.
Certainly, our trip to Thailand has been a fact-finding mission in terms of Asian healthcare markets. A suggestion came up yesterday around and providing the product to 1 or 2 hospitals and encouraging them for free to use the product with their patients. So that's certainly a model that we're looking at.
Who else is approaching them with this type of, idea? Obviously, you've got an interesting combination of things that's interesting, but now it's out, and there's going to be the Chinese and the other competitors out there. Who else is approaching a hospital around Asia with something like this?
I guess to our knowledge, the main competitor is a full diagnostic toilet. It's a company called Toto out of Japan, and that's an actual toilet that costs several $1,000s and requires professional installation and the like. There's no one actually operating in the space that we're aware of that has a discrete device that is at a price point and offers the same level of diagnostic capability that we do.
There's no real protection at this point, so those people could exist in the next 6 months pretty quickly, right?
And they could, but the thing that's going to get them unstuck is that they still have to go through the regulatory approvals process. So whilst they may be able to develop a similar unit, it'll only ever be a consumer unit, whereas we'll have the backing of a hospital system, which then will give us credibility when we launch a consumer product.
But why, for example, has a manufacturer like Toto, who presumably must have regulatory approvals because they're manufacturing the device and their full toilet system already, why would they not pick this up and try to retrofit existing toilets themselves, given that they already have the regulatory approval for their sensors and all the other stuff?
Well, I'm not sure Toto actually has regulatory approval. I just know that they have a diagnostic toilet, and if they do, that regulatory approval is likely to be limited to Japan, and they would then have to go through the process in Australia in order to meet that market. Whereas we'll have first mover advantage, and we already have relationships in place that we're going to leverage in order to facilitate not only the clinical testing, but the regulatory approval. So they'll provide us with access to a large sample size, which we can then otherwise speed up the process.
I can understand Toto's it's burdened with the actual toilet unit, but look around this room. We have entrepreneurial-minded young people from many different countries. Any of these people could go back and start working on this pretty quickly, and they could go and try to enter into FDA. I mean, this is not highly innovative, something that can't be copied. I'm not giving any ideas, but, it's possible. So the point that I'm wondering about from an investor perspective is this just, maybe this is just an Australian thing, and the Australian market, and you may say, no, we're going to expand globally, but in fact, it will be very difficult because very quickly there'll be competitors to this very good idea.
I think the issue there is the healthcare system is traditionally conservative. So someone may come up with the product and it may be off the shelf, but no doctor's going to prescribe that and no healthcare service is going to fund the purchase of that product. So we
Sorry, Thailand is one of the leading hubs for medical tourism. People are flying in by the plane load every single day to come to some of the most innovative and advanced medical clinics that are privately owned and are at the cutting edge of some of the new technology. So I think that you'll find that it can move very quickly.
Yeah, and to that point, they're obviously people of a higher socio-economic standing, whereas the device we're offering gives, I guess, everyone, no matter what their standing, an opportunity to avail of this technology. The unit sells for as little as $18.60 and lasts for about a year, which is affordable for anyone with any disease. So it's flying to Thailand, maybe several thousand.
Okay, so then the next question is, you have the concept of quantitative self, right? The quantified self. People are collecting data. I have 5 years of data on my body and movements and steps and all of that. Why not just go out to the mass market? I mean, we have many different things like, many different devices out there. Why not do that?
Well, and that's part of our strategy. Our first phase is to get the government, and that's what we hope will give us added credibility over your Fitbit devices, your Garmins, the whatnot. I mean, they do your heart rate somewhat accurately. They'll measure your steps somewhat accurately. But after 5 years, how often do you actually check how many steps you do in a day? Whereas this is going to give you a direct sort of...
I want to buy it. I'm going to buy it. I like it.
Yeah.
I'm going to buy it. If you don't provide it and it's a good, cheap thing for individuals, someone else is going to provide it, right?
Compatibility with existing hardware is obviously a key consideration. I mean, the Fitbit, Jawbone.
No, sorry. I
iPhone.
can spend $18 to put this in my toilet and log into your app and get a test that may not be perfectly FDA approved, but gets to a minimum level. Why wouldn't you just sell that? There's millions of people in America that may consider it in other developed countries.
The question is, you've segmented your market entry strategy into business to government and B2C and B2B. Andrew's saying, why not go straight for B2C? Because that will obviate the need for some of the regulatory approvals, allow you to build a brand that is maybe more protectable globally. Why have you decided B2G first?
I don't think we want the short-term win. I think we want the long-term win, and I think the medical credibility that working first in the business to hospital stage will provide us with is key to our strategy.
Okay.
What we want is the scalability. I understand, but what if something goes wrong in that and your relationship goes bad there, and then all of a sudden we just have a situation where, we just spent a year or so working on that and we didn't get there, where you could parallel go out and offer, even if you said you don't offer the full services until it's gotten FDA approved. Another company, 23andMe, is an example of genetic testing going out to the mass market. They got pulled back by the FDA, they pulled themselves down, and then they got the approvals, and then they went out. So, you know, I'm just curious, why can't we just do this? I want to make a lot of money out of this, you know?
Yeah, I agree with Andrew. I mean, I like it, I want to buy it. The problem I have, the strategy, your strategy is turning me off. It seems to be fuzzy. Clear that up for me.
So I think we do intend launching in parallel to consumers, but we feel that in order to avoid being a generic product in a mass market, we also want to get the credibility of the medical certification. That way it's going to give you the confidence that you're getting reliable data that you can then act on, and it's your health. Whereas, and obviously, our main business moving forward will be the consumer market. I mean, if you can look behind us, you'll see that the unit sales dramatically outstrip that of any other division. And after that, and it will end up accounting for about 39% of our overall sales revenue by year 5.
I think I could add to that just by saying that while I completely agree with what you're stating, you know, 60% of all deaths worldwide can be attributed to chronic disease. So I think a public hospital system like the one we have in Australia provides sufficient scale to scale up quickly.
If I say that I'm willing to invest in your business and provide the funding that you need, but I say that 50% of your revenue must come from the consumer market in the first year that you're working on that, are you willing to pivot and go more towards the consumer, or would that cause a problem with your current business model and plan?
No, I mean, we'd welcome any advice in that, and if you were an investor, we are looking for a strategic partner as well as an investor, and we definitely want to be leveraging your expertise if you were to invest.
Would it be fair to say that your business model might be a bit, I wouldn't say skewed, but might reflect the fact that you're from Australia, and the hospital system you have there is taxpayer money after all, whereas the people asking the questions here are asking about private hospitals. So you could potentially come away from here with a learning that there might be other ways of scaling this much, much faster. And you will probably meet a very different kind of health service provider, different kinds of people that think in a different way when you deal with only private hospitals that tend to be international, by the way.
And I have to say, since you're from Australia as well, and Thailand is in your backyard, I am somewhat surprised that the comments about the Thai healthcare system here have seemingly caught you off guard. I would have thought you'd have been all over that because of the quality of the healthcare here. It just seems like such a logical place for you to have come.
I guess to your point, I mean, to come to Thailand for healthcare isn't necessarily a cheap option. You need to have at least some sort of a capital backing behind you. So the idea of this is to cater to a more mass market, and certainly we've priced it that accordingly. That's not to say that we discount the validity of Thailand as a destination. We are limited in terms of our exposure and our funding and we have to work in our own backyard, as it were, to get this up and running. But certainly the intent is, as soon as we have the product, it's proven, we've got customers, is to start expanding internationally.
Would it also be fair to say that if you take a private hospital where people are flying in by plane every day, it wouldn't really fit your product, would it? They actually need to live close to the hospital so that the doctor they trust is the one that gets the information.
Certainly, and I think the other point to make around the jurisdictions in which we'd enter, Australia, yes, is a public healthcare system, but so is the UK and so is Canada, and they are massive markets. And to that end, we're meeting with the head of the e-health in the UK in March to talk about pushing this product into the UK. So we've got to look at comparable jurisdictions, particularly because of that link to the healthcare model. So when we're talking about doctors and training and things like that, they are the markets because they are consistent between those 3 countries. Initial markets, I should say.
Eventually, you have some big portion of the B2C market, right? So can you describe to me what is your marketing plan and how you're planning to finance it?
So after year 2, we'll be profitable as a business, and that's where we will, under our initial business plan was when we intended to ramp up our B2C, so we'd be marketing that through leveraging the credibility we've gained through the B2B launch, B2G launch rather, and we'd be using traditional advertising channels such as your sort of TV and sports stuff, as well as partnering with retailers, which we'd be looking for the main sort of distribution aspect. So your, I don't know, Chemist Warehouse or your big supermarkets or pharmacies.
So in the B2G consumption, you probably would involve some middleman contractor to help with the installment, right?
So the unit can be self-installed, so there isn't any need for any specialist installation. You can install it yourself. However, we'd probably be looking to establish a manufacturing agreement with someone in China just to minimise the costs. And then we'd be looking, in the case of the hospitals, we'd be supplying them directly from the manufacturer.
And can you, since the software is the key, or a major key, in 1 minute, can you explain your skills in software?
So we are not software technicians. The person who's going to become the chair of our board was head of the National e-Health Agency in Australia, and he's bringing in the software expertise.
Relating to the software, how does your licensing for the software work? I noticed that quite a lot of the recurring revenue comes out of the software licensing. So if I'm a hospital, you know, am I paying per patient who's got one of these? Is it per unit, per toilet bowl?
No, so the cost is a per unit basis. The hospital will have the lower end of that costing based on scale and ordering size. The software will be licensed using a SaaS model, which will cost approximately $750 per annum, and that'll be a per user license. So the number of units will be incidental.
Thank you very much. We've run out of time. Thank you, Smart Toilet Company from Queensland University of Technology. Okay, so we've concludes 6 ventures presentations, but please don't go away yet. We have one more presentation to do. And may I invite Mr. Sid Vineyard, founder and chairman of Houston Technology Center Asia and Middle East, as well as Mr. Vincent Fernando, director of HTC Asia, to announce and present the Houston Technology Center Asia Innovation Award. Please welcome Mr. Sid Vineyard.
We appreciate you all being here today. This is our 3rd year as a sponsor of the BBC, and we are a big fan of the event. As Tri had previously mentioned, it's an event that does have a worldwide impressive record, which is why we're proud to be a sponsor again. So without further ado, we'll announce who we have selected as the winner of the HTC Asia Innovation Award. Runner-up first. Vincent Fernando, who lives in Singapore and is the director of HTC Asia, and Marianne Maldonado, who is the vice president and chief operating officer of Houston Technology Center in the USA, will present the award to PD Vice. You see, I have to be prompted because I wasn't here yesterday. PD Vice. Is PD Vice here? If you're not here, I'll give the award to someone else. Here they come, here they come. You're just in time, you still get the check. Also, before I announce the winner of the HEC Asia Innovation Award, I want to thank our corporate founding sponsor, who actually is responsible for bringing HTC Asia to Thailand 3 years ago, SCG. And I know we have some people here from SCG. Will they stand, please? Don't be bashful. Good. Jarud, I see you sitting there. You didn't stand up. There, all right. And the winner of the HTC Asia Innovation Award is Smart Toilet. And I have one request for next year as a sponsor is I wish Smart Toilet well, but this is 2 years in a row. We have a lot of toilet technology. So I think we all know everything we want to know about toilets after 2 years. So maybe next year we can focus on another room in the house besides the toilet.
Thank you very much, Sid. Thank you, Sid Vineyard. Thank you, Vincent. And thank you, Marianne. So thank you again for the judges or our investors for their time and contribution. Much appreciated always. The winner of the MAI Bangkok Business Challenge at Sasin 2017 will be announced during His Majesty the King's award ceremony at 3:30 p.m. It will be in here at Sasin 9th floor and also live on Money Channel. Or you can log on to our website, bbc.sasin.edu. So on behalf of the Bangkok Business Challenge Organizing Committee, I thank you everyone for coming to be with us on this very exciting morning.
กลับมาพบกับพวกเรา3คนอีกครั้งหนึ่งนะคะก่อนอื่นเลยค่ะต้องขอแสดงความยินดีค่ะกับ2ทีมผู้เข้าประกวดนะคะที่ชนะรางวัล Boston Technology Center Asia Innovation Award ค่ะ
โดยรางวัลที่1เนี่ยนะครับเป็นทีมล่าสุดเลยนะครับที่เพิ่งจะนำเสนอไปเมื่อสักครู่นี้นะครับก็คือทีมจากทางด้านของ Queensland University of Technology ประเทศออสเตรเลียชื่อทีมคือ Smart Toilet Company นะฮะก็จะได้รับรางวัลไป $7,000 สหรัฐหรือว่า 250,000 บาทครับ
ค่ะและทีมที่2นะคะที่ได้รับรางวัลนะคะรางวัลที่2นั้นจะได้เงินมูลค่านะคะรางวัล $3,000 สหรัฐเป็นทีมค่ะจากประเทศไทยนี่แหละค่ะ PD Wise นะคะจากสถาบันบัณฑิตบริหารธุรกิจสาสินค่ะ
กับ $3,000 สหรัฐก็คิดเป็นเงินไทยประมาณสัก 100,000 บาท
เยอะมากเลยนะ
แสดงความยินดีกับทั้ง2ทีมด้วยนะครับเพราะว่าเป็น2ทีมที่สะท้อนให้เห็นถึงอุปกรณ์หรือว่าผลิตภัณฑ์นะครับที่มีนวัตกรรมและสามารถที่จะนำไปใช้ในเชิงพาณิชย์ได้ด้วย
ค่ะก็จบกันไปแล้วนะคะกับ6ทีมผู้เข้าประกวดจากนิสิตนักศึกษาปริญญาโทหลากหลายมหาวิทยาลัยนะคะทั่วโลกเลยทีเดียว6ทีมที่ผ่านมาถ้าดูแล้วค่ะคุณบรรพตแล้วก็คุณแนนคะ3ทีมเนี่ยเขาจะเป็นนวัตกรรมทางด้านการแพทย์ทีมสุดท้ายที่ได้รับรางวัลเช่นเดียวกันนะคะก็คือ Smart Toilet ตรงนี้อยากสอบถามคุณแนนต่อดีค่ะว่าจุดแข็งของ Smart Toilet เนี่ยเขาคืออะไรบ้างหรอคะ
นันมองว่าเป็นเพราะว่าเขาไปตามเทรนด์ค่ะปัจจุบันเราจะเห็นว่าส่วนใหญ่แล้วเนี่ยคนเนี่ยจะเริ่มให้ความสนใจกับสุขภาพมากขึ้นคนเริ่มจากการที่รอให้ป่วยก่อนแล้วค่อยไปหาหมอคนเริ่มรักษาสุขภาพมากขึ้นจนตอนนี้เนี่ยในอนาคตพอเทคโนโลยีเริ่มมาค่ะคนเริ่มจะเทคโนโลยีขึ้นมาในการช่วยในการดูว่าร่างกายของเราเป็นยังไงบ้างแต่ว่าในตัวของ Smart Toilet เนี่ยค่ะจริงๆเขาเริ่มที่จะ target กลุ่มของเขาก่อนก็คือกลุ่มคนที่เป็นโรคเขาเรียก chronic disease ก็คือโรคเรื้อรังเช่นเบาหวานโรคตับโรคไตที่ปกติแล้วเนี่ยอาจจะไม่มีทางที่ทำให้มันหายขาดได้เพราะฉะนั้นเราต้องไปหาคุณหมอตลอดเวลาต้องมีการให้ข้อมูลคุณหมอเช่นว่าต้องตรวจเลือดตรวจระดับน้ำตาลอยู่ตลอดเวลาค่ะเขาก็เลยมองว่าถ้าปกติเราต้องเอาปัสสาวะไปให้คุณหมอตรวจอยู่ตลอดเนี่ยงั้นทำไมเราไม่ลองทำวิธีนี้ล่ะเขาก็เลยจะขายเครื่องไซส์ไม่ใหญ่มากค่ะเล็กๆใส่เอาไว้ในโถส้วมซึ่งก็คืออยู่ในระดับน้ำของโถส้วมที่เวลาเราปัสสาวะลงไป
คือใช้ได้ทั้งหมดเลยใช่ไหมครับ
ใช่ค่ะก็คือเราก็ซื้อเครื่องนี้ค่ะไปใส่หย่อนตุ้มลงไปในโถมันก็จะติดอยู่ตรงนั้นแล้วเวลาเราปัสสาวะลงไปมันก็จะตรวจผลตรวจค่าอะไรอย่างเงี้ยค่ะแล้วก็จะส่งโดยสัญญาณบลูทูธเนี่ยเข้าไปที่มือถือซึ่งมือถือเนี่ยเขาก็บอกว่าสามารถส่งไปให้คุณหมอก็ได้หรือทางดัตต้าเบสที่ว่าเก็บ ประวัติคนไข้ก็ได้ เพื่อเราจะได้รู้ว่าอ๋อตอนนี้ค่าน้ำตาลในเลือดของในปัสสาวะเป็นยังไงบ้างแล้วเป็นการมอนิเตอร์ริงไปในตัวค่ะ
แต่มันก็มีประเด็นเรื่องของการละเมิดสิทธิข้อมูลส่วนบุคคลหรือเปล่าครับเพราะว่าข้อมูลมันจะต้องถูกส่งไปอย่างที่คุณแนนได้เรียนไปเมื่อสักครู่นี้
ใช่ค่ะคือส่วนหนึ่งเนี่ยในการทำรายได้ในอนาคตเนี่ยเขามองว่าพอเวลาเขามีข้อมูลเยอะๆอะค่ะก็จะเข้าเทรนด์ที่ตอนนี้คนเริ่มดูว่า Big Data การที่ใครมีข้อมูลมากๆเนี่ยก็จะเป็นเหมือนกลุ่มอำนาจเพราะว่าเรารู้ว่าอะไรคือสิ่งที่เราควรจะทำออกไปขายเขาก็เลยกรรมการก็เลยถามว่าอ้าวถ้าคุณเอาข้อมูลที่คุณได้ในอนาคต 3-4-5 ปีเนี่ยไปใช้ก็ละเมิดสิทธิเขาบอกอ๋อไม่อันนี้ก็เหมือนเวลาเราทำรีเสิร์ชทั่วๆไปคือเราก็จะตัดข้อมูลชื่อนามสกุลของบุคคลนั้นออกก็คือเหมือนเอาเฉพาะแฟกต์อย่างเดียวเพศหญิงอายุ30 ปีส่วนใหญ่แล้วจะมีค่าน้ำตาลประมาณเท่านี้แล้วถ้าเกิดคุณเนี่ยเป็นเพศหญิง30 ปีแต่มีค่าน้ำตาลที่ต่างจากค่าเฉลี่ยก็เริ่มจะมีสัญญาณบ่งบอกว่าเราควรจะไปหาคุณหมอไหมหรืออะไรอย่างเงี้ยค่ะ
ก็อาจจะเป็นข้อมูลทั่วไปที่ไม่ได้รวมถึงชื่อและนามสกุลจริงของผู้ที่ใช้แต่อีกสิ่งหนึ่งที่จัดเขามีการถามก็คือว่าทางทีมเนี่ยเขาต้องมีการพึ่งพาทางภาครัฐของออสเตรเลียอย่างเดียวหรือเปล่าคะหรือว่าต้องมีการที่จะโคกับที่อื่นหน่วยงานอื่นๆด้วยค่ะ
เพราะว่าทีมนี้ค่ะมีการกล่าวว่าเขาเนี่ยได้มีคอนเนคชันได้มีการติดต่อกับ Queensland Hospital ที่บ้านเกิดของเขาแล้วว่าจะเป็นการจุดเริ่มที่ดีก็คือ B2G ก่อนทีนี้เนี่ยกรรมการบอกว่าทำไมคุณไม่เริ่ม B2C ล่ะเพราะว่าถ้าคุณขายคนใช้แต่ละคนคุณสามารถสร้างแบรนด์ได้แล้วก็เข้าได้ง่ายกว่าแต่ทางทีมเนี่ยเขาบอกว่าในมุมมองของเขาไม่อยากจะเหมือนว่าขายแวบเดียวให้เหมือนเป็นเทรนด์นะคะเขาอยากว่ามีการทำสร้างคอนเนคชันกับทางรัฐบาลซึ่งโอเคเข้ายากแต่บางทีพอเข้าไปเสร็จแล้วมันก็ค่อนข้างมั่นคงไม่ออกมาง่ายๆอะไรอย่างเงี้ยคือนี่คือสิ่งที่เขามองแต่จริงๆเขาก็คือไปหลายตลาดนะคะไปทั้ง B2B B2C แล้วก็ B2G ด้วยเหมือนกัน
มองว่าถ้าเอาอุปกรณ์ตัวนี้มาใช้ในบ้านเรามีโอกาสเกิดไหมครับ
มีโอกาสนะคะมีโอกาสจริงๆเท่าที่มองก็คือค่อนข้างชอบทีมนี้ว่าเพราะว่ามันเหมือนว่าไม่ได้เป็นอะไรที่เรารู้สึกว่าเป็นไปไม่ได้อย่างที่กรรมการบอกจริงๆก็คือเป็นทั้งข้อดีข้อเสียข้อดีก็คือดูเป็นไปได้ก็คือใส่เครื่องที่จริงๆเทคโนโลยีก็คือเป็นการตรวจวัดที่ปกติตรวจวัดในปัสสาวะอยู่แล้วบลูทูธเราก็เข้าใจอยู่แล้ว
เพราะเราก็มีสมาร์ทโฟนอยู่แล้วด้วยการส่งข้อมูล
ก็มีอยู่แล้วแต่รู้สึกว่าเป็นไปได้แต่ข้อดีอย่างเงี้ยกรรมการก็มองว่าข้อเสียคือง่ายไปไหมแล้วใครก็ทำได้หรือเปล่า
ไหนคือดูแล้วโน้ตฮาวหรือว่าในยุคนี้เป็นยุคของอินเทอร์เน็ตเพราะฉะนั้นใครดูก็สามารถที่จะพัฒนาขึ้นมาได้
ใช่ค่ะเราเห็นไอเดียแล้วสามารถที่จะนำไปพัฒนาที่ตลาดอื่นก็ได้ด้วย
แถมกรรมการยังแนะนำว่าคนในห้องนี่แหละมีแต่เก่งๆทั้งนั้นเลยเป็นผู้ประกอบการทั้งนั้นเพราะฉะนั้นอาจจะเอาไอเดียนี้ไปทำก็ได้ซึ่งแนวคำตอบของเขาเนี่ยมันสามารถตอบโจทย์คณะกรรมการได้ไหมครับ
เขาก็ตอบไปส่วนหนึ่งว่าเขาก็เหมือนว่าถ้าเกิดเราจะไปหาคนอื่นจะไปทำก็ต้องไปเริ่มต้นจากศูนย์เขาเริ่มต้นไปแล้วแต่จริงๆคำถามประเภทนี้ก็คือเป็นคำถามที่คนส่วนใหญ่ต้องถามอยู่แล้วแต่ว่าตอบยากเพราะจริงๆก็คือพอคุณทำไปได้จริงๆแล้วก็คือจะเป็นการตอบคำถามนั้นว่าก็ทำไปได้แล้วจริงๆอะไรอย่างเงี้ยค่ะ
ถ้าในประเด็นของเรื่องของความแม่นยำนะคะเขาสามารถที่จะตอบโจทย์ตรงนี้ได้มากน้อยแค่ไหนคะคุณแนน
ทางด้านคำแม่นยำเนี่ยเหมือนเขาจะไม่ได้ชูโรงมากนะเพราะว่าจริงๆแล้วเขาเหมือนไม่ได้เป็นการตรวจเหมือนเป็นการเก็บข้อมูลมากกว่าเป็นเทรนด์เป็นอะไรอย่างเงี้ยค่ะอาจจะไม่ได้เป็นการตรวจวินิจฉัยว่าเป็นโรคหรือไม่เป็นโรคอะไรอย่างเงี้ยค่ะ
ขอสั้นๆนิดนึงครับคุณแนนคิดว่าทีมไหนชนะฮะ
โดยส่วนตัวก็คิดว่าทีมเนี่ยค่ะทีมล่าสุด Smart Toilet เพราะว่าอย่างที่บอกว่า Product เนี่ยเข้าเทรนด์เลยเทรนด์คนที่แบบเป็นผู้สูงอายุก็จะมากขึ้นเรื่อยๆเป็นพวกสุขภาพแล้วก็ทางทีมเนี่ยดูมีความสามารถเพราะว่าอยู่ในอินดัสทรีแบบนี้อยู่แล้ว
ครับผม
ค่ะก็จบไปแล้วนะคะกับทั้ง6ทีมความสามารถเนี่ยกินกันไม่ลงจริงๆนะคะคุณบรรพตค่ะ
เดี๋ยวในช่วงบ่ายเราจะมาลุ้นกันนะครับว่าใครที่จะเป็นผู้ชนะในการแข่งขัน The MAI Bangkok Business Challenge Sasin 2017 นะครับวันนี้ขอบคุณคุณแนนมากครับ
ขอบคุณมากค่ะ
ขอบคุณมากค่ะ
ช่วงนี้พักกันก่อนนะครับแล้วกลับไปติดตามชมรายการตามปกติของทางรายการของ Money Channel ครับเดี๋ยวกลับมาครับ
เส้นทางก่อนประสบความสำเร็จของ Pop Up Card